Goku's otherworldly journey starting from Naruto. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author, we're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 251 Disaster at Sea. Huff. Huff. After running a long distance, the evil tiger pirates finally stopped panting. No, why are we running? The pirates who still haven't reacted asked in confusion. They were eating well, why did the boss let them run away? Did your uncle drink too much or are you blind? Did you recognize who that person was just now? Evil Tiger Kaiangan is still frightened and feels like he almost went to see the king of hell. After hearing his subordinate's stupid question, he was immediately furious and kicked him down. The subordinate touched his butt with grievance. Boss, I'm not drunk or blind, but I really don't know that person just now. Don't know. Evil Tiger Kaiangan snorted coldly. Who has that bounty? Show it to him, or you'll find yourself dead someday and not even know how. Immediately after hearing his words, someone pulled out their carry-on bounties, searched for them, and pulled out a single one, handing it to the underling. As soon as the underling took a look at it, his eyes popped out. 600 million berries. He held the bounty emblazoned with Goku's signature smiley face. The string of zeros on the bounty looked like tiny suns, nearly blinding him. How is this possible? Unable to believe his eyes, he counted the zeros on his fingers. Then, sure enough, it was 600 million. For a moment, his eyes glazed over. 600 million. He'd been at sea for so long and had never encountered anyone with over 100 million, and now he'd just encountered one? HMPH, now you understand, don't you? And you, do you understand too? Evil Tiger Kaiangan glanced at his men, who were also confused and leaning over to read the bounty, and said sullenly. I understand. The pirate who had previously told Goku to get out was now so frightened that his drunkenness had long since faded. He trembled like a sieve and sank to the ground. Just now, he actually told such a person to get out? Then how could he still be alive? Ha. 600 million berries, that bounty is like riding a rocket on a Blackbeard pirate ship. Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily at the bounty on Goku in his hand. Just defeating Crocodile is definitely not enough. He must have confronted the Navy head-on and made them pay a heavy price. Lafitte, the ship's strategist, speculated. Ha. The Kingdom of Alabasta, that's not too far from us. Blackbeard Teach's eyes flashed with interest. If we can hand him over to the world government, our plan will be largely successful. Captain, what are you saying? Haha. We haven't found a suitable pirate target yet, and I don't want to put it off any longer. While Son Goku isn't a pirate, I think he's far more important than a pirate, and we're not far from him, so there's a good chance we'll encounter him. Blackbeard Teach grinned. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that this was the right decision. Haha. I've decided. We'll find this guy called Son Goku now and use him to negotiate with the world government. I'm sure the world government will be very satisfied. Haha. Boom. Suddenly, lightning flashed across the sky, and thunder roared. Dark clouds rolled and piled up in the sky, like a thick black cloth, making it hard to breathe. The sea was howling, and the waves were surging. Waves like 1,000 horses pounded against the ship, shaking it violently. Is a storm coming? On the boat, Goku, hands on his hips, surveyed the dark surroundings with a sense of wonder. The Grand Line's oceans were indeed as strange as Sable had described. Just a moment ago, the sun was shining brightly and the seas were calm, yet now, dark clouds gathered and the wind blew fiercely. It was completely incomprehensible. Goku, we must leave this area as soon as possible, or we could be in big trouble, Robin warned him, gazing solemnly around. While not a professional navigator, she had some knowledge of navigation, and her observations suggested they might be encountering a particularly horrific and extreme weather event. If they didn't leave before it fully erupted, the ship could be destroyed and everyone on board could die. Boss Goku. Robin is right. I have a feeling this time too. This storm could be even more intense than we've ever encountered. Puile, who was steering the ship from the second floor, shouted. Is that so? Then I'll leave it to you, Puile. Goku blinked and shouted back. He could only sense the direction of the island. As for which direction would best leave this area, he had no idea. All that was left to the helmsman, Puil, based on his own experience. Leave it to me. Boss Goku. With Goku's approval, Puil suddenly steered. His observations showed that the waves to the right were slightly calmer than those elsewhere. This meant the impact would be minimal there, making it the most likely exit from the impending storm. 20 rounds of flowers, hold. Seeing his change of direction, Robin immediately angled the sails to facilitate this direction. Whoosh! Whoosh! Driven by the fierce wind, the boat beneath them sped forward like a rocket, speeding far beyond its normal pace. Puil gripped the rudder tightly, his gaze fixed intently ahead, striving to sail as quickly as possible out of this area. However, just as the boat was halfway through, his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, ahead, the sea, once calmer than elsewhere, suddenly took a turn. A waterspout suddenly appeared, rapidly expanding at a visible rate. In less than 10 seconds, it had grown from a small waterspout, about 10 meters high and 1 or 2 meters wide, to a massive hundreds of meters high and tens of meters wide, and it continued to grow. Even more terrifying, the waterspout was heading directly towards their ship. If the ship was caught in it, not only would the three of them be safe, but the ship would surely disintegrate, shattering into a cloud of debris that sank to the bottom of the sea. Boss Wukong, the current is too strong. We can't change the direction of the ship. Puil tried his best to steer away from the waterspout, but after the waterspout formed, the current on the seabed became incredibly violent, clamping down on the oars, making it impossible to change direction. Goku, if we get hit, we'll probably be swept to the bottom of the ocean along with the wreckage of the ship. Faced with such danger, Robin remained unfazed, even calmly pronouncing the dire consequences. Thankfully, her companions weren't the timid Nami and Usopp of the original novel, terrified enough to hug each other and loudly rebuke her for such terrifying words. As a man fearless only of his wife and injections, Goku remained unfazed, even surveying the massive waterspout before him with interest. SHH. It's truly spectacular, the waterspout, now several thousand meters high and 200 to 300 meters wide, resembled a gigantic white python. Its body constantly twisting and turning in all its enchanting forms. As it moved across the ocean surface, countless marine creatures were swept out of the water, swirling within it at the speed of plasmolysis, resembling an oversized washing machine. Their ship, driven by the relentless current, hurtled toward it, seemingly about to be swept into the waterspout like the other sea creatures, experiencing a catastrophic breakdown. Boss Wukong, do you have any ideas? Puil, his heart racing as he watched them draw closer to the waterspout, less than 200 meters away, shouted to Wukong. He felt confident that the three of them would be safe even if they collided with it, as long as they could grab Robin and prevent her from drowning. The problem was, they couldn't protect the ship. No problem, leave it to me. Wukong raised his hand, and a large air bomb instantly condensed in his palm. He then aimed at the point where the waterspout met the sea surface and hurled the bomb with all his might. Whoosh, like a flash of white lightning, it flashed through the air, piercing the surface with pinpoint accuracy. The next second, boom! A deafening explosion echoed. A dazzling white light suddenly blazed from the base of the waterspout, then exploded like a bomb. A massive splash of water erupted into the air. We can change direction. After the explosion, Pugil suddenly realized the rudder in his hand had become loose, and he quickly turned the boat in a direction away from the waterspout. Looks like we won't be buried at the bottom of the sea, Robin said, smiling faintly as she lay on the side of the boat, watching the waterspout, which paused for a few seconds before continuing to twist and turn, passing them. But then, just then, Pugil, from above, exclaimed again, "What's that?" This time, his astonishment was clearly far greater than when he had seen the waterspout before. So what was he seeing? Robin turned her head to look at him, then followed his gaze and turned the other way. This time, even someone as reserved as she was, her pupils shrank as she stared at the sight ahead with a hint of shock. It was a massive wave, reaching straight into the sky, its height indiscernible to the naked eye. It was like a towering giant, stretching between the sky and the sea, as if to rend the heavens, overturn the ocean, and devour everything in its path. Before it, even sea kings, thousands of meters long, seemed dwarfed, and Goku and his companion's ship was nothing. A single impact from this massive wave would undoubtedly shatter the sturdy wooden vessel like an egg against stone, shattering it instantly. And then, Swallowed by the mighty wave, it would be completely submerged in the ocean. How could a wave be so huge? Robin covered her mouth in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. A wave this size would devour their ship, even an island, even a medium-sized one, without mercy. Imagine how terrifying it was. I've never seen such a massive wave before. Sailing the Grand Line, Pual stared at the wave with a solemn expression, not attempting to change course as he had done with the water spout. After all, this massive wave wasn't just high, it was incredibly wide, stretching from side to side, practically indistinct. Even if they wanted to flee, they couldn't escape before the wave reached them. It looks like we can't save this ship, Pual said slowly. He had a good impression of his new ship. But he hadn't expected to have to change again so soon. Huh? You're still thinking about the ship at this time? Robin was a little surprised. He didn't look like a simpleton. Why would he be so focused on the ship? Don't you think there's a good chance we'll end up at the bottom of the ocean this time? Burned at the bottom of the ocean, Pual grinned, as if he'd heard something funny. Have you forgotten that skill of Goku? Goku's skill? Robin was startled, then her pupils dilated slightly. You mean teleportation? She remembered Goku teleporting between two cities in Alabasta. However, back then, the two cities were only a little over 100 kilometers apart. Now, while it wasn't clear how far they were from the nearby island, it was certainly far greater. Could Goku teleport over such a vast distance? What you saw of Boss Goku's abilities before was just the tip of the iceberg. Pual crossed his arms, a smug expression on his face, as if he possessed that ability himself. Boss Goku, when are we leaving? After boasting to Robin, he turned to Goku and asked. The huge wave was already approaching, it was time to leave. However, contrary to his expectations, Goku shook his head. Then, with a faint smile, he said, we don't have to leave, huh? This stunned not only Robin but also Pual. Why stay here? Could it be? Pual suddenly thought of a possibility and asked excitedly, Boss Goku, do you have a way to deal with this wave? The wave was so massive and awe-inspiring that even he, a Goku fanatic, instinctively assumed that even Goku couldn't handle it. Well, Pugil, Robin, I'll show you another form of ki attack. As he spoke, Goku leaped onto the bow and placed his hands at his waist in the shape of a calyx. Boom! As if condensing all the power of the ocean, the massive waves surged forward with unstoppable force, emitting a series of terrifying muffled sounds. The dark waves resembled the mouth of an abyss, hiding a bottomless, cold darkness that was chilling. At this moment, the ship Goku and his companions were aboard was like a lone warrior, bravely facing the challenge, unafraid of the danger ahead. Watch carefully, this move is called Kamehameha. Chapter 252. Now that things have come to this, let's get some sleep first. A massive wave surged, threatening to swallow the world. As Wukong finished his words, a flash of blue suddenly emerged from his palm, creating a stark contrast to the grayish-black surroundings. Then, just as the ship was about to collide with the waves and be shattered, a ball of light emitting a blue glow suddenly shot out, hurtling towards the giant wave ahead. Robin and Pugil watched intently, fearing to miss anything. The next second, the blue ball of light crashed into the waves like a drop in the ocean, seemingly swallowed by them without causing a single ripple. Yet, they continued to watch intently, confident that Wukong's attack would be a stunt. And sure enough, a second later, boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted. Along with it, a ray of sunlight, unlike anything in this world, streamed down from the front, bathing their entire ship in a golden glow that stood in stark contrast to everything else in the gloom. What is this? Feeling the long-lost warmth on her face, Robin's mouth dropped open in shock. Before her eyes, a waterless tunnel, hundreds of meters wide, had been pierced through the giant wave. It seemed a miracle of nature, a divine work. The sea around the tunnel seemed held down by an invisible force, unable to close no matter what. Their ship had now entered it, within the body of the giant wave, speeding towards the other side of the tunnel, where the warm sunlight filled the end. This is incredible. Pual looked around, taking in the abyssal waves on both sides and overhead, his astonishment beyond words. Such an incredible power, it seemed like the creator. It turned out that his understanding of Boss Wukong was far from complete. Soon, driven by the favorable currents within the tunnel, the ship briefly passed through the giant wave's body before surging out and reaching the other side. Here, the sun shone brightly, no longer the gloom of the past. We're out. Watching the giant wave recede behind them, Robin felt a deep emotion. She had never imagined she'd survive such a disaster. What an amazing man. Looking at Goku, who grinned, clutching his head, she too smiled. It seemed this man truly possessed the strength to protect her. Amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, a navy ship sped along. Though it was the only ship in the vicinity, no one dared to be careless with it, for it bore a flag. It belonged to Admiral Kizaru. Any news on that guy lately? Kizaru, dressed in a yellow striped suit and sunglasses, asked slowly, meticulously trimming his nails as he sat in a chair. No, Admiral Kizaru, intelligence hasn't seen any signs of him lately, a deputy beside him reported, his gaze fixed squarely on the ground. Click. Click. Kizaru clipped his last nail before slowly raising his head and gazing into the distance, a look of indifference on his face. Oh, what shall I do? If I can't find him, am I destined to wander the sea forever? Lately, he'd been doing nothing, spending his days at headquarters, drinking tea and paddling, the days slipping by like that. Unexpectedly, his carefree lifestyle had barely lasted long when he heard the order from the 5 elders, appointing him to hunt down Goku. He felt a bit reluctant, but he had no choice but to obey the order and pursue Goku in the sea. Admiral Kizaru, we will find him, his deputy said firmly. That's good. Kizaru pocketed his nail clippers and lay down with his hands on the back of his head. The sun was shining. Now that things had come to this, he should get some sleep. After all, it would take a long time for them to reach the sea near their target. What? Sky Island. An island flying in the sky? Luffy and his crew, having stumbled upon Gaia Island, fortuitously befriended Mont Blanc Culicat, a descendant of Rolando who had been searching for clues to the Golden City for years. Luffy nicknamed him Diamond-Faced Uncle for his distinctive diamond-shaped face. When he shared a possible explanation for their record pointer pointing upward, Luffy's eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter and exclaimed. A flying island? Just thinking about it is fascinating, I've decided. Our next destination is Sky Island. He had set out to sea in pursuit of exciting and fascinating adventures, and the Sky Island perfectly matched his ideal. Hey, calm down for a moment, Nami said grumpily, clutching her forehead. An island in the sky. Not to mention whether it exists. Even if it does, how can we possibly get there? You don't think our ship can fly up there, do you? Yeah, Luffy, our ship doesn't have wings. How can we get there? Chopper chimed in, finding that particularly unreliable. Luffy frowned, pondering for a moment after being pointed out. Then, crossing his arms, he declared firmly, I don't care. I must go to Sky Island. Okay, Sky Island, my dear Captain, how do we get there? Nami stopped arguing, staring at him through half-closed eyes, waiting to see what he would say. After all, mere words wouldn't cut it. Diamond-Faced Uncle. Since you know about Sky Island, you must know how to get there. Unexpectedly, this time Luffy got the idea. Instead of trying to figure it out on his own, he looked at Culicat and asked, Are you really going? The Sky Island I'm talking about is just a legend. In all these years, no one has ever confirmed its existence. Culicat shook his head. Of course. Didn't you say, Diamond-Faced Uncle, that the record needle can be wrong? If it points upward, there must be an island there, so, I absolutely can't miss it. Luffy clapped his fists, a determined look on his face. Well, since you're so determined to go, I know a way. It's riding the sky-high current. Sky-high current? Luffy and the others were stunned by Culicat's answer. Hey, Uncle, could a sky-high current be? Nami, the person most knowledgeable about navigation on the ship, had never heard of the term before, but she associated it with something ominous. You're right. A sky-high current is a current that rushes from the seabed to the sky. It happens from time to time in the waters around us, about 5 times a month, Culicat said, holding up 5 fingers. The exact origin of this is unknown, but one theory is that there's a massive hole deep beneath the sea. When seawater pours into the hole, it's affected by geothermal heat, producing a massive amount of steam. When the steam reaches a certain point, the immense pressure within will cause an explosion, generating a massive ocean current. Then you can ride it all the way up into the sky, searching for the legendary Sky Island. He paused, his expression grave, and continued, but you must understand, this is a very dangerous journey. If you fall, I don't need to explain what will happen. Fall? Luffy and the others couldn't help but imagine the scene in their minds. No. That sounds terrifying, Nami cried out in fear. clutching her head as she imagined a cute Nami doll falling from the sky and shattering into pieces. Great. That's terrifying. Luffy, why don't we just give up? Usopp, who had previously supported going to Sky Island, now resolutely defected to the opposition. Kudong, even Luffy, always audacious, couldn't help but gulp in panic at the thought of the entire ship falling from the sky. However, a decision he made would never change. After a few seconds of panic, his expression became firm again. No. I'm going. We'll be fine. Oh? Are we leaving? Zoro, sitting in the corner with his sword in his arms, and Sanji, leaning against the wall in silence, showed no hesitation upon hearing his decision. After all, Luffy was the captain, and they followed his decision unconditionally. Have you made up your mind? Kyolakut, seeing that Luffy was still determined to go, stopped trying to stop him. He glanced at the calendar on the wall, then turned back and said, according to the pattern of the sky current's eruptions, the next one should be in 2 days. Your ship, in its current state, can't possibly ride the sky current, so I can help you with some modifications during these 2 days. He always admired those with an adventurous spirit, so when Luffy resolutely decided to find Sky Island, he decided to help them modify their ship and help them find it. Really? Thank you so much, diamond-faced uncle. 2 days later. The sky was clear and the seas were calm. On the coast, thanks to the help of Kyolakut and his allies, the Sarayama Alliance, the Mary had grown a pair of pristine white wings on either side, as if it would soar into the sky at any moment. Thank you, diamond-faced uncle, Luffy said to Kyolakut with a grin from the side of the ship. Little brother, remember, while the Golden Land and Sky Island have never been proven to exist, no one has ever proven their non-existence, Kyolakut said solemnly. Exploring them, pursuing them, that's the romance of us men. Yes. Of course I know, Luffy nodded heavily. Let's go, I'll be with you. While we can estimate the approximate time of the surge, the exact location and time of its outbreak require careful observation in the nearby waters, Kyolakut said with a faint smile. Having not been seriously injured by Bellamy as in the original story, he naturally wanted to accompany Luffy and the others to witness their romantic moment of soaring into the sky. Of course, he wasn't on Luffy's ship, but on that of the Sarayama Alliance. Not far from Gaia Island, the boat carrying Goku and the other two was drifting. Wow, Goku, shirtless on a beach chair, eyes closed, comfortably enjoying the sun. After a yawn, he opened his eyes, glanced at the fishing rod in front of him, and casually hoisted it. Splash. The next second, with a splash, a massive fish, hooked, was tossed into the boat. Boss Wukong, you're amazing. Another one, Pugil, also fishing not far away, exclaimed in amazement upon seeing him land another massive fish. Boss Wukong is truly almighty. I can't compare to him in anything. He was filled with emotion. Mercifully, he'd only caught one in the hour, while Wukong had landed over a dozen, leaving him miles behind. Haha, Pugil, calm down and relax. Wukong smacked the fish unconscious and tossed it into an oversized bucket. He rebaited the hook and tossed it out. While these fish were large, they weren't enough to satisfy the three of them. They needed a few more. Yes, I get it, Goku-sama. Pugil followed suit, no longer clutching his fishing rod, but like Goku, reclining in a chair and squinting his eyes. Across from them, Robin sat at a small round table, leisurely reading. Hearing their movements, she occasionally glanced up, a knowing smile on her face. Warmth, peace, tranquility. This was the atmosphere on the ship at the moment, and it was also the atmosphere they had maintained for recent times. Meanwhile, not far from them, the Blackbeard pirate's ship was also roaming the waters. Captain, it's been so long, should we change our target? The burly man, Beijis, said in a deep voice. Ever since they decided to hunt Goku, they had been tracking him. Unexpectedly, half a month had passed, and there was still no sign of him. In fact, there was barely any news of him at all. In this situation, he felt that continuing this aimless search would be a waste of time. Captain, what Badger said has a point. This ocean is too vast. If we just rely on luck, it's unlikely we'll encounter them, Lafitte said. After hearing the crew's suggestion, Blackbeard Teach rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, then grinned. Haha. Then we'll search for another week. If we still can't find him after a week, we'll change our target. He still didn't want to give up this opportunity easily. After all, Capturing Goku would be more likely to get the world government to accept his joining the Shichibukai than capturing any other pirate. At this moment, if one were to look down at the sea from a high altitude, one would see that Luffy's crew, Goku's crew, and Blackbeard's crew were in 3 different locations, but if their directions were extended, they would intersect. This meant that, unbeknownst to them, the 3 groups were edging closer and closer. And at some point, when the distance between them had narrowed to a certain point, they would inevitably discover each other. P.S. Goku was relaxed, not sensing the surrounding aura. Chapter 253 Wukong's Method. We've arrived at the area where the sky current erupted. Next, we need to thoroughly explore its location and distance. On the 8 pirates, Kyorkit, cigarette butt in his mouth, shouted to Luffy and his crew aboard the Mary. Ape, Gorilla, I'll leave this exploration to you, the Sarayama Alliance. He then addressed the ape next to him and the gorillas on the gorilla pirates. Leave it to us, boss, the ape and gorilla responded, and immediately ordered their men to dive into the water to explore. However, just as the exploration began, they suddenly spotted a vast, thick cloud drifting across the distant sky, blocking out all light. Boss. It's the Emperor Cloud, the ape shouted. I see it. Kyorkit's face was grim. The appearance of the Emperor Cloud signaled the imminent eruption of the sky current. But it was too soon. How is it possible? It's so much earlier this time, he muttered, gritting his teeth and frowning. They had arrived here early, giving themselves ample time to explore. But they hadn't expected this surge to strike so much earlier, catching them off guard. Buzz! With a wave of sound from the ape man, the men exploring the sea soon emerged. Captain. Current detected at 1 o'clock, waves at 11 o'clock, in the opposite direction of the current. It might be a whirlpool. That's it. At the second sentence, Kyorkit's eyes lit up, and he shouted, that's it. Immediately adjust course to 11 o'clock and head for it at full speed. Receiving his instructions, Luffy and his companions obeyed without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind howled, as if a god was raging. The sea surged, and the ship swayed in the mighty wind and waves, as if it would be swallowed by the merciless ocean at any moment. These waves are incredibly strong. Aboard the ship, Nami watched with a look of worry. If the current wasn't even breaking out yet and it was already this powerful, surely it would be even more dramatic once it did. See that, Straw Hat? That whirlpool is where the current will break out. Shortly after the 3 ships advanced, Kyorkit shouted, pointing ahead. Now, just follow the direction of the whirlpool, and you'll reach the eye. Clang. Clang. As he finished speaking, the ape and gorilla immediately attached a hook to the Mary, using their boats to help it navigate smoothly into the whirlpool. Gee. What a massive whirlpool. Luffy clutched his straw hat tightly to protect it from the wind. Seeing the massive whirlpool before him, over 1,000 meters in diameter, his eyes widened with excitement. Hey. Wait. How can there be such a huge whirlpool? Why didn't you tell us before, Luffy? Let's turn around. We still have time. In stark contrast to his reaction, Nami's pupils constricted, a look of terror on her face. A whirlpool this large would be the end of their ship. I've suddenly developed a fatal disease that kills me if I land on Sky Island. Luffy, let's turn back. Usopp's face paled at the sight of the massive whirlpool, and he and Chopper, who was equally terrified, hugged each other tightly. He was wrong. He shouldn't have supported Luffy before. However, Luffy didn't notice their wailing, or rather, pretended not to notice. He cheered excitedly, Yahoo! Sky Island, here I come. Hey, you guys, stop wasting time on meaningless things. Stay alert and pay attention. Zoro stared solemnly, sweat beading on his face. They had already entered the whirlpool and were approaching its eye. Many sea kings roamed within this vortex. This meant they were not only at risk of being swallowed by the vortex, but also of being attacked by them at any moment. Nami-san. Don't worry. I'm here, and nothing will happen to you. Sanji, the flower protector, stepped forward, swearing a reassuring message as he lingered beside Nami. In this manner, their ship circled and circled with the swirling currents. Finally, miraculously, they reached the eye of the vortex without incident. Upon their successful arrival, they were shocked to discover that the raging vortexes surrounding them had suddenly vanished. Huh? How did it disappear? Navigator Nami blinked in confusion, bewildered. That's right, they're now directly above the turbulent current. Now it's time to right it. Straw Hat Boy, you must succeed. Aboard the 8 pirates, Kurikit gazed at the newly reappearing Mary and offered his best wishes to Luffy and his crew. As he finished speaking, gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles suddenly erupted from beneath the Mary. The next second, like the breath of a god, a massive column of water, hundreds of meters wide, erupted. Rippling waves across the sea, it soared like a towering pillar, poking a hole in the heavens above. Ah! Boss Goku, look over there. It looks like a storm is coming. On the boat, Puil, after imitating Goku's relaxed demeanor, discovered he was actually catching more fish than before. He spotted another hook and swung his rod to haul the massive fish. At that moment, he glanced ahead and noticed a dark cloud in the sky above them. That doesn't look like a storm. Robin, on the other side, heard his voice and put down her book to look in the direction he pointed. If it's not a storm, how could there be such a massive cumulonimbus cloud? Puil frowned. I've read about a phenomenon in the Grand Line before. It says there's a type of cloud that accumulates high in the sky. No matter how thick it gets, these clouds don't generate air currents or produce rain. Therefore, they can grow so thick that they block out all sunlight, preventing it from reaching the surface, Robin explained, surveying the cloud formation. And its name is Jitty Cloud. Jitty Cloud. Puil's eyebrows knitted together. I've never heard of that name before. That's not unusual. I saw it in an ancient book, and based on the description of Jitty Cloud, I felt this cloud formation bore some resemblance. As for whether it's actually the same, I can't guarantee it. Robin smiled faintly. Well, whatever it is, it's fine. At this point, Goku, who had been listening to their conversation with great interest, chimed in with a grin. We're heading that way, regardless of whether it rains or not. Besides, I just spotted someone I know over there, someone familiar. Robin and Puil were both stunned. Yeah, haha, it's Nami and Luffy and the others, haha. Goku stood up, hands on his hips, and stared ahead with a grin. I didn't expect to run into them here. Now that we've met, let's go say hello. Back in Alabasta, Luffy and his crew, fleeing the Navy after the banquet, didn't even stay overnight, fleeing overnight. Calculating the time, over half a month had passed. The Straw Hats, Puil raised an eyebrow, then grinned, raising the sails to full height. Since Boss Goku has spoken, let's go meet them, just as they sped toward the Sekitoku cloud ahead. The Blackbeard pirates' ship approached, to their right and rear. Barges stood on the boat, telescope raised, scanning the surrounding sea. Suddenly, when he spotted Goku's direction, his brows furrowed. As if afraid of dazzle, he rubbed his eyes, wiped the telescope again, and then brought it back to his eyes for a closer look. The next moment, he bared his huge white teeth and let out a laugh that was uniquely his. Ha ha ha, Captain. I found it. I found Son Goku. What? Blackbeard Teach, who was idle nearby, and the other crew members froze at his shout. You found it? Where is it? Blackbeard Teach exclaimed excitedly. Over there, Captain, look. Buggy handed him the telescope and pointed in a direction. A moment later, Blackbeard Teach put down the telescope and grinned, his toothless mouth wide open. Ha ha ha. Hard work pays off. We finally found it, brothers. Full speed ahead. This time, our chance is right in front of us. He stared intently in the direction of Goku. His naked eyes could only make out a black dot, but he knew that within that dot was the target he had been searching for so long. I see them, Goku said, blinking and pointing ahead as he and his crew sped towards Luffy and his crew. In the direction he pointed, a ship suddenly appeared. It was the Mary, which had entered the eye of the whirlpool and resurfaced as the vortex vanished. I saw it too, Goku-sama, Pugil echoed. But what are they doing there, and who are the people on those two ships beside them? From their perspective, the Mary remained motionless on the surface, showing no sign of moving forward. And not far to the Mary's left, two unfamiliar pirate ships were rapidly retreating in the opposite direction. Fortunately, before they could ponder further, a sudden change ahead explained the Mary's reason for being there. Boom! A massive column of water shot up into the sky, instantly carrying the Mary high into the air. Then, following a strange arc, the Mary strangely clung to the surface of the water column, sailing high into the sky along with it. Huh? What's that? Goku blinked in astonishment. Even though he'd seen all sorts of bizarre things, this one left him speechless. What the heck is this? Pugil was even more bewildered, his mouth gaping in disbelief. The current at Upside Down Mountain was bizarre enough, but this one was even more outrageous, plunging straight into the sky, reaching an unknown height. Even more bizarre, Ships could actually sail perpendicular to the surface, a complete violation of gravity. Is this the sky current? Robin was also surprised, but as a well-read woman, she was quicker to grasp the situation than Goku and Pugil, quickly drawing a name from her vast memory. Then, reflecting on the rumors of the sky current and Luffy and his crew's current behavior, she came to another conclusion. Are they heading to Sky Island? Sky Island? Goku looked curiously, while Pugil was stunned. What's a Sky Island? It's an island floating in the sky? Does such a thing really exist? I don't know. I'm just making a guess based on the information I have. After answering Goku and Pugil's questions, Robin looked up at the Mary, which was rising higher and higher in the water column, and exclaimed, whether it exists or not, their efforts are truly admirable. After all, the ancient texts she'd read recorded that all those who had attempted to reach a sky island by riding the sky current had failed. Without exception, after soaring high into the air, they fell back down, boat and crew, shattered to pieces. Huh? It seems to really exist. Just then, Goku exclaimed, looking up at the sky. I can sense a lot of energy high up there. He pointed to the direction where the sky current sank into the clouds. It actually exists. Pugil looked incredulous, and Robin was also a little surprised. After all, they all knew that if Goku said it existed, it must exist, and there was no doubt about it. A flying island sounds interesting. How about we go check it out? After confirming the Sky Island's existence, Goku asked the two with a grin. Of course, Goku-sama, we'll go wherever you say, the devoted fan agreed without hesitation. Does that mean we'll have to rely on your teleportation to get there? That would mean our ship would be abandoned. Robin naturally wouldn't refuse, as she was always adventurous. However, she calmly considered the issue of abandoning the ship. After all, with the surging current, it seemed impossible for them to get aboard, so they would have to rely on Goku's teleportation. Goku thought, rubbing his chin. He didn't want to abandon the ship so easily. After all, he'd been on it for so many days, he'd grown attached to it. Within seconds, a light bulb went off in his eyes. Got it. Hold on to the boat. With that out of the way, he leaped into the sea and swam towards the bottom of the ship. It wouldn't be that easy to avoid abandoning the ship. Just take it with you. Chapter 254. Captain, what's that? Barges, paddling furiously to increase speed, suddenly saw a massive column of water appear ahead and asked instinctively. That's the sky current. Blackbeard Teach narrowed his eyes. Having spent many years in the Grand Line's new world, he was no stranger to this phenomenon. After all, sky currents were not uncommon in the new world. He had witnessed them numerous times. Captain, look, there's a ship flying over there, Barges shouted, pointing to the center of the sky current. Haha. They're trying to reach Sky Island, right? How brave. Blackbeard Teach immediately guessed the ship's intentions, but he didn't care. After a casual compliment, he looked at the ship ahead, now close, and shouted, Sun Wukong. Before he could finish his words, a figure leaped from the ship into the sea. And that person looked like the Sun Wukong he was looking for. Ha ha ha. They've stopped. Brothers, let's catch up to them. Blackbeard Teach paused for a moment, then grinned broadly. The other party had already jumped into the sea, surely they couldn't hear his shouts. So, he didn't waste his energy and simply caught up with him. His mouth widened, his gaze fixed on Goku's ship, his heart eager to meet him, defeat him, capture him, and strike a deal with the world government. The position of the 7 warlords of the sea was within reach. However, just as their ship sailed a little further, his smile suddenly froze. What's this? He stared intently ahead. He saw that Goku's ship, which had been resting quietly on the sea just moments before, was now moving. Not left and right, forward and backward, but upward. It was as if a giant beast in the sea had suddenly thrust the ship upward. What's that guy trying to do? As the ship cleared the surface of the sea, he could clearly see a figure holding it up. This figure was undoubtedly his target, Sun Wukong. He can fly? He wants to take this ship into the sky? He felt his brain swam. Flying was one thing, many on the Grand Line could fly, especially in the Navy. Anyone who learned the moon step could fly. But lifting a ship into the sky was a feat he had never seen before. Could he be trying to? His expression suddenly changed. Looking at the other strange ship on the surging current, a possibility occurred to him. Could he be trying to lift the ship and fly to Sky Island? This thought startled him. Although he had never been to Sky Island, he had heard that Sky Island was thousands of meters high. The atmosphere there was thin and the environment harsh. It would be impossible for a human, not even birds, to reach it. But now, someone not only wants to fly to the Sky Island, but also wants to take the ship with him. Isn't this insane? Captain, what should we do? That guy's gone, Bugs warned, watching the target soar higher and higher while Teach didn't move. Captain, do you want me to shoot him down? Van Oka, the ship's ace sniper, stroked his beloved gun, his face full of eagerness. After hearing the crew's reminder, Blackbeard Teach came to his senses and grinned broadly, saying, "Ho ha ho ha. We don't have to do anything. He'll definitely fall down." He didn't believe Goku could fly to the Sky Island that way, but would definitely collapse from exhaustion. So, for now, he would just wait and watch. You must succeed, Straw Hat. Out on the sea, Kyorkit looked up at the Mary rising higher and higher on the surging current. His face filled with anticipation and anxiety. Don't worry, boss, they'll be fine. The ape and the gorilla stood guard beside him, looking up at Luffy and the others with him. Just then, a shadow suddenly caught their eye, drawing their gazes. A split second later, their eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck is that? The ape exclaimed, clutching his head. What was he seeing? A ship flying. Not driven by a surging current or anything else, but soaring from thin air. Wait. Look under the ship. Is there a person there? The gorilla suddenly caught sight of something and shouted, pointing underneath. Indeed, Kyorkit and the ape gasped. In their sight, a man, whose face they could barely make out, was holding up the ship, soaring rapidly into the sky with it. So, it wasn't the ship that was flying, but this man, and he was taking the ship with him? The absurd truth before them sent their minds into a state of shock. They even pinched themselves, wondering if they were dreaming. Why are you pinching me? The gorilla cried out in pain, clutching his arm. It really wasn't a dream. The ape, having pinched him out of fear of the pain, saw the agony on his face and instantly realized it wasn't a dream. This is a miracle. Ha 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 ha. Mary. Charge. All the way to Sky Island, aboard the Mary, Luffy wrapped his legs tightly around the bell like a rope, perched atop, watching the horizon and cheering. We won't fall. Usopp, in contrast, clung to the mast, feeling the swaying ship, his face etched with fear. Don't worry, I figured out how this works. Just listen to me and you'll be fine. Nami wiped the sweat from her forehead, a confident smile returning to her face. Soon, at her command, the ship broke free from the current, soaring along the surface like a soaring bird. Wow! Nami, you're amazing, Luffy and Usopp cheered. HMPH. I'm a navigator, how can such a small thing faze me? Nami crossed her arms, a smug smile on her face. Nami-san's confidence is even more charming. Sanji looked like a pig, 2 hearts in his eyes almost popping out. It's so high. There aren't any living creatures here. Chopper didn't join in the fun, clinging to the side of the ship, taking in the surrounding scenery. Just then, whoosh! A black dot suddenly appeared below, speeding towards them. In a moment, a ship roughly the size of the Mary appeared before Chopper's eyes. Along with it, a voice called out, Yo! We meet again, degree Cyrillic letter de degree, Wah! Behind them, Luffy and the others noticed a sudden dark shadow appearing beside the ship and immediately looked over. The next moment, they all cried out, as did Chopper, Wah! Huh? What's wrong with you? Why are you so startled? Goku, who was carrying the boat upwards, tilted his head in surprise at their terrified expressions. He had lifted the boat from the sea and chased Luffy and his friends. Once he'd caught up, he'd slowed down, ready to greet them, but their reaction wasn't what he'd expected. Well, Goku, you're lucky they didn't scare them to death. Meanwhile, Robin, aboard the boat, came over to the side and looked down at the stunned Luffy and his friends below, her face empathetic. She'd been terrified too, after discovering she and the boat were flying. She had never known Goku could fly, let alone that he'd actually wanted to take the boat with him to Sky Island. It took a while for even the normally calm her to recover, let alone Luffy and his friends. Anyone happily soaring through the air, thinking they were the only ones soaring into the sky, would be horrified to suddenly discover a ship, seemingly unbelievably propped up, beside them. What do you think, Goku? Why are you even here? And you, what's wrong with you? Nami, finally managing to calm down, pointed at Goku and yelled like a furious kitten. Oh, I want to go to the island in the sky, don't you? Goku replied, blinking innocently. You want to go to Sky Island too? I see. That makes sense, that makes sense. Nami nodded calmly at first, then her fur flew up again. They were riding the sky current to get to Sky Island, but what about you? How did you get up there? And you're actually carrying a ship. Hey, Goku, what's wrong with you? Can you fly? At this point, Luffy, finally coming to his senses, asked a question everyone in the group was wondering. Yes, Goku nodded. SHH. That's amazing. He can actually fly. Luffy's eyes lit up at the answer. Flying is awesome. If only he could fly, he could soar into the sky and find Sky Island. He can fly? This guy has so many abilities. Zoro gritted his teeth, a look of emotion. Now, having witnessed Goku's displays of power, he no longer mocked Sanji's weakness and inexperience as he had at the beginning. He himself was deeply impressed by Goku's display of strength. He could teleport, possess incredible strength, easily defeat Crocodile, a natural type power user, and now he could fly. Was this the monster with a 600 million bounty? They were still a long way from him. Ah! Look! There's clouds up there. Just then, Usopp suddenly shouted, pointing upwards. Everyone looked and saw the immense, monstrous, cumulus cloud appear before them. A few seconds later, as they entered the clouds, gurgle, gurgle, it was like entering the sea, and their faces turned purple, breathless. Whoosh! Goku, naturally, couldn't breathe either, so he immediately increased his speed and soared upwards. A moment later, as if the mist had parted and daylight had dawned, he suddenly felt his breath freer, and he had soared out of the thick sea of clouds. Huh? Where is this? On the boat, Pual and Robin gasped for breath, curiously glancing around. All they saw was a vast expanse of white, like a vast, boundless ocean. Golden sunlight streamed down from above, like countless spirits dancing joyfully on the sea of clouds, draping it with a thin, golden veil, a dreamlike and beautiful sight. Whoosh! Just as the three of them gazed at it for a few seconds, Luffy and his companions, the Merry, burst forth from beneath a sea of clouds. Then, abruptly, it froze in midair, crashing down onto the sea with a thud. Huff! Huff! Alive! Alive! Luffy and the others lay on the deck, greedily breathing in the fresh air. Huh? Isn't it going to sink? Goku raised an eyebrow as he saw the Merry floating on the sea of clouds. He then threw the boat he was holding overhead forward. Pa! As if landing on the sea, their boat also floated steadily above the clouds. How interesting! Goku looked at the sea of clouds curiously, dropping down to see if he could stand. Obviously, he couldn't. His feet instantly sank into the sea of clouds, making it impossible for him to stand. So he flew back up to the boat. Huff! Huff! The air here is so thin. It's a bit hard to breathe. Goku, don't you feel that? On the boat, Pual and Robin were still panting. Seeing that Goku didn't seem to be feeling any different, Pual couldn't help but ask. Well, it's not bad, ha ha ha. I've done intense training in air-scarce places before. Goku patted his head and smiled. The air in the former spirit time chamber was much thinner than here, and it was also scorching hot. He could endure a year of arduous training in such extreme conditions, but the conditions here were just a drizzle to him. Is that so? Boss Goku, you're truly amazing. After catching his breath for a moment, Pual finally felt his body adapt to the surroundings. Upon hearing Goku's answer, a look of admiration crossed his face. He wanted to ask, what else could possibly stump Boss Goku? What else? Not to mention what happened after they reached the Sea of Clouds. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach, who had been closely monitoring everything from above since Goku took flight, drummed his fingers on his arm. Captain, he's not really flying to Sky Island, is he? After waiting for a long time, an impatient Badges couldn't help but ask. 10 minutes had passed since Sun Wukong disappeared into the clouds, and they could no longer see him. With so much time, if he'd been exhausted, he should have landed long ago. Wait a little longer. Teach narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers on his arms a little faster. Time passed by little, and soon another half an hour had passed. During this time, they still did not see Wukong's figure falling from the sky. How is this possible? It was only then that Teach finally confirmed a fact, that is, the man really flew to the Sky Island like this. His eyes were filled with deep disbelief. That was thousands of meters high. How did the other party do it? Could it be that he had always underestimated the other party's strength? Chapter 255 Wukong, you are so humorous. So, this is Sky Island. Pual glanced around, but no matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like Sky Island. I don't know. There's a lot of chi around here, but there's even more chi far above. Goku pointed to a vast sea of clouds overhead. At that moment, his eyes suddenly fixed, and he glanced in one direction. Someone's coming. Whoosh! A figure dressed like a wild man, wearing a strange mask, holding a gun in his right hand and a shield in his left, shot out from the distance. It was Ruto, a Shandian who lived on Sky Island. Anyone who invades Sky Island will be annihilated. Ruto's cold, ruthless gaze from beneath his mask fixed Goku and Luffy's group. He then fired first at the nearest ship, the Mary. Who's this? Luffy, curiously scanning his surroundings, saw the figure charging towards them, and couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise. Be careful, Luffy. This person doesn't look friendly. Zoro narrowed his eyes, acutely sensing the strong hostility emanating from the newcomer. Huh? An unexpected guest right off the bat. Sanji blew out a puff of smoke, watching the incoming approach with an expressionless face. The next second, bang! Ruto pounced on Zoro like a bird of prey, kicking the already sword-drawn Zoro away with a single kick. Then, like an arrow, he charged at Luffy, and just as Luffy reacted and prepared to strike him, he sent Luffy flying with another kick. Finally, as Sanji attacked him from behind, Ruto flashed and appeared behind Sanji, kicking him away again. In the blink of an eye, the three main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates were defeated by him alone. Luffy. What's wrong with you? Nami covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to believe that Luffy and the other three had been defeated so instantly. Usopp and Chopper were so frightened that they hugged each other, staring at the uninvited guest with horror. Meanwhile, not far from them, a long-bearded elder, clad in knight armor and wielding a lance, was flying rapidly towards them atop a large, pink-speckled bird. Wait, I'm coming. The old man stared intently at them, ready to stop the Shandians' atrocities. Meanwhile, after defeating the three men, Ruto ignored the powerless trio and leaped from the ship. Immediately, mid-air, he aimed his powerful cannon at the Mary below. Die, he muttered, about to pull the trigger. But then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the muzzle of his cannon with a hand. Hey, what are you trying to do? It was Goku, who looked at Ruto sternly, unsure of his hostility. Ruto's pupils constricted, and he instinctively pulled the trigger. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Ruto quickly retreated, staring at the center of the explosion in shock. Thick smoke billowed from the area, and a shattered cannon fell from it. HMPH. He must be dead after taking that direct hit. Although he hadn't figured out the reason for the cannon shattering, he assumed Goku was most likely dead. Stop. Shandians. Just then, the armored old man finally arrived on his giant bird, shouting at him. Tisk, that guy again. Seeing the old man, Ruto knew he couldn't kill the other invaders this time, so he slipped away on his windshell-studded slippers. As he left, he instinctively glanced at the dissipating black smoke. What? The sight made his pupils shrink. After the smoke dissipated, Goku's unharmed figure appeared before him with uncanny clarity. How could this be possible? He was horrified. But without time to dwell on it, he slipped away and disappeared. At the same time, the old man finally reached Goku and the others, looking at him in astonishment. Young man, you're truly strong. You took that hit without a scratch, huh? Who are you, old man? Goku blinked at the old man. I'm Ganfowl, the Sky Knight. The old man, Ganfowl, replied. He then asked, young man, you're from the Blue Sea, right? Blue Sea. Goku scratched his head, bewildered. Those who come from down there, Ganfowl pointed beneath a sea of clouds. Oh, yes, that's where we came from, Goku nodded, suddenly understanding. Ganfowl didn't exchange further words with him. He glanced down at the people on the Mary and whooshed down onto the ship. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were hunched over, panting. Why do you feel so breathless? Luffy asked through gritted teeth. Their previous, instant defeat was largely due to their lack of breath. Otherwise, despite Ruto's swiftness, they wouldn't be completely overwhelmed. Young men, this is the White Sea, 7,000 meters above the ground, and the air is thin. You Blue Sea people won't be used to it when you first arrive here, Ganfowl explained. Then why is he okay? Luffy asked through gritted teeth, pointing at Goku, who had also landed on the boat, looking perfectly fine. Oh, Ganfowl was instantly stumped. He twitched his lips and replied with a quizzical expression, maybe it's a physical condition. I'm not really sure about that. Physical condition? Zoro stared at Goku, panting, feeling that he was becoming increasingly mysterious. He was already superior to them in so many ways, so how could he now even have a physical condition? Is this even fair? Well, Blue Sea people, sailing on this White Sea and the White Sea 10,000 meters above, you might encounter various dangers, such as being attacked by the gorillas just now or by the sea skyfish, and I'm a professional mercenary. For 5 million ikes, you can summon my assistance once, Ganfowl said, pulling out a whistle and tossing it to Luffy. Just blow this whistle, and I'll come immediately. Luffy held the whistle in his hand, confused. What are you talking about? What's an ike? Now it was Ganfowl's turn to be confused, his eyes, always sharp, becoming a little dazed. Could it be that you rode the sky current up here? Yes, yes, is there any other way? Nami asked, her heart skipping a beat, staring at him intently. Yes, most people do, Ganfowl explained another common way to reach Sky Island, then sighed, there aren't many Blue Sea people as brave as you. Having the courage to ride the sky current is truly admirable, admiration, huh? She didn't need it. Nami's eyelids twitched, and she wanted to hang Luffy up and beat him. There were clearly safer methods, but he stubbornly rode the torrent without knowing anything. Well, are you saying there's a missing method? Suppressing the urge to hang Luffy up and beat him, she glanced at Goku and asked Ganfowl cautiously. Like, flying? Fly? How could that be possible? Ganfowl shook his head firmly. We're 7,000 meters up here. No bird can fly that high, so riding a bird is out of the question. He himself had a giant bird mount, so he subconsciously assumed Nami meant flying, never realizing she was referring to a person. I see, haha, Nami smiled, thinking to herself, well, since you're so old, I won't tell you about Goku flying up here. Lest you get scared, soon. After explaining that Ike was Sky Island's unique currency, Ganfowl left with a message, remember to come to me if you have any trouble, and rode away on his giant bird. Goku and Luffy, who had decided to explore the area, sailed alongside each other on their separate ships. About half an hour later, they were met with at the side of a square arch gate resembling the gate to heaven, and a massive waterfall formed by clouds behind it. Have we arrived in heaven? Nami stared blankly ahead. Heaven? That sounds interesting, Luffy said, hands on his hips, grinning. How can it be interesting? Only the dead go to heaven, okay, Usopp folded his arms, wincing. It's over. Are we already dead? Ha ha ha. On another ship beside them, Goku overheard their conversation and laughed. Don't worry, haha, this isn't heaven. Heaven doesn't look like this, huh? Not only Nami and her friends, but also Pual and Robin on the same ship looked in curiously. How do you know heaven doesn't look like this? You've definitely been there, haven't you? Nami asked, half-jokingly. She suddenly thought Goku was quite the jokester. Yeah, I've been there, haha, Goku replied with a grin. Ha ha ha. Goku, I didn't realize you were such a humorous person. Nami covered her mouth and laughed, and the others also smiled to some extent. They all thought Goku was joking, but little did they know that he had actually been to heaven. If they knew the truth, they would be stunned. As they talked, the ship slowly sailed towards the gate that looked like the gate to heaven, but was actually the kingdom of God. Soon, it was right in front of them. Click, 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 before they could take in the view of the passage, a short, white-haired, chicken-skinned old woman with wings on her back emerged from a small door on the side of the passage, snapping photos frantically at them with her camera. She has wings, Luffy and his crew exclaimed. Could it be an angel? Usopp speculated, eyes wide. A person with wings? I've never seen one before, Pual raised an eyebrow in surprise. Angel, Goku pinched his chin, lost in thought. He remembered that there seemed to be angels with similar white wings in heaven. Could this old woman really be an angel too? As they were all amazed and speculating, the old woman finished taking her photo and introduced herself. I'm Amazon, the supervisor of Heaven's Gate. Are you here for tourism or for war? Heaven's Gate. Everyone's faces froze. This place really is called Heaven's Gate. But what on earth is this about war? Hey. Hello, my name is Son Goku. My friends and I are here for tourism. Goku smiled and waved, answering first. Me too. We're going to Sky Island. Luffy followed closely. Well, no matter what your purposes, everyone has to pay 1 billion Ike, Amazon said expressionlessly. Here we go again. Why is it that Ike again, and he's asking for 10 billion, Usopp scowled. This is a robbery. This has to be woo woo woo. Nami covered his mouth with her hand, then smiled sweetly and asked Amazon, well, if we don't have money, then we can't enter here. No, you can still enter. Unexpectedly, Amazon's answer surprised her, and everyone else. You can enter without money? That's really strange. Goku scratched his face, feeling the rules here were truly strange. Because I'm not a guardian here, I'm just an overseer. Apart from asking you questions and collecting money, I won't stop you like the guardians do. Amazon remained expressionless. So, then, we can go in, right? Luffy ignored the nonsense and got straight to the point. Yes, then how do we get up there? Luffy pointed at the waterfall ahead. It didn't look like something their ship could reach. Don't worry about that. Our express shrimp will get you up there. Amazon had barely finished speaking when two giant shrimp with crimson shells emerged from the bows of the two ships. Immediately, they raised their enormous claws and clamped down on the ships. Feeling the ship sway, everyone looked down to see what was happening. But before they could reach the side, they suddenly saw the ships move. Whoosh! The two express shrimp sprinted through the sea of clouds, sending the two ships hurtling towards the cloud falls like arrows. Wow! Look, there's a road up there. Luffy clutched his straw hat to protect it from the strong wind. As the ship neared the summit of the cloud falls, he pointed upward and shouted. He saw a long, winding road that stretched ever higher into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Its end was the White Sea, 10,000 meters above the sea, where Sky Island lay. Haha, this is quite interesting. Wukong stood at the bow, his head in his hands, and looked at the cloud path in front of him with great interest. Somehow, looking at this cloud path, he always felt familiar, as if he had seen something similar somewhere. Where have I seen it before? He held his chin and thought for a while. Soon his eyes lit up. Oh, right. Doesn't the snake path at Lord Kai's place look similar? The snake path also twisted and undulated, with no end in sight. It was indeed very similar to this cloud path. After thinking about this, he couldn't help but smile more, and a glint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. I don't know how long it has been since I last went to the snake path. By the way, I wonder if Lord Kai is doing well now? Elsewhere, after watching Goku, Luffy, and the others sail into the clouds, Amazon pulled out a Den Mushi from his arms, dialed the number, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. I am Amazon, the supervisor of the Gate of Heaven. Please report to the gods and priests that 9 illegal intruders have entered the kingdom of God. Please bring divine punishment upon them. Chapter 256 God? SHH. Is this Sky Island? When the boat reached the end of the cloud path, it was launched into the air by the express shrimp. After passing through a sea of clouds, Goku, Luffy, and the others were suddenly struck by a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Ahead, white clouds curled, and magnificent buildings imbued with a sense of ancient charm loomed within the swirling mist, appearing and disappearing like phantoms floating in the air. And within the mist, giant green vines rose from nowhere, like a heavenly road piercing the clouds, fading into the higher sea of clouds. It was a marvel of nature's wonder. What a paradise on earth, Robin exclaimed with a smile. Although she had traveled extensively in the past, she had always been hounded and fearful, never having the time to appreciate the scenery. But during this short time with Goku, she had seen more magnificent sights than in the previous 20 years combined. It's truly beautiful. Wukong also paused at the bow, taking in the beauty before him. But then, his brows furrowed, and he turned to gaze off to the distant left. Boss Wukong, did you notice something? Pual noticed his movements and approached. Just now, I had a strange feeling, like someone was watching me. It gave me goosebumps, he said, frowning. Boss Wukong, did you feel that way too? Wukong turned, looked at him, and nodded. You were right. Someone was watching us, but he's backed off now. Really? Pual froze for a second before erupting in anger. Which scoundrel hiding in the gutter? It's fine if he's just peeping at me, but he actually dared to spy on you. Boss Goku, tell me where he is, or I'll beat him up. Robin, caught by his angry voice, looked over curiously. What's wrong? What are you talking about? Who's peeping? She hadn't mastered the art of chi cultivation yet, so she didn't feel a thing about being spied on. So Pual recounted what had happened. That's the only way. Her brows furrowed slightly upon hearing the situation, then relaxed. We just got here, and someone's already spying on us. If that's the case, could it be just one of the guardians? Her theory was logical. They were new arrivals, after all. If there were guardians, Observing them from the shadows would be perfectly natural. Yes, Robin, you make a lot of sense, Goku said with a grin, holding his head. Well, since you, Goku-sama, say so, then let it go. Pual thought for a moment, and after deciding that Robin's words had a point, he stopped clamoring to beat up the guy who was spying on them. But even so, he had an inexplicable feeling that they would eventually encounter him. In the direction Goku had just gazed, there was another sky island, hidden behind clouds and mist, little known to outsiders. Deep within this island lay several magnificent palaces. At that moment, in one of the grandest palaces, a young man, wearing a white scarf, shirtless, with 4 thunder drums with Magatama attached to their backs, suddenly sat up from his reclining position on a sofa, a look of confusion on his face. That man, did he discover me? He was Enel, the self-proclaimed god who ruled Sky Island. Having consumed the thunder fruit, he had greatly enhanced his mind network, his observation haki, allowing him to observe every move of everyone on Sky Island, even their emotions. Just now, Goku and Luffy had entered his range of perception, and he naturally began observing their every move. Eavesdropping on their inner thoughts? Unexpectedly, as soon as he'd heard Goku's thoughts, his consciousness had barely entered Goku's mind when, like a sledgehammer, it struck him head-on. So much so that when Goku turned to look at him, his gaze met his, seemingly piercing through a spatial barrier, startling him. I'm a god, and I won't tolerate mortals defying me. Though he couldn't quite grasp the reason, he felt deeply angered at being startled by an outsider. If a god wanted to observe mortals, then mortals should submit to his observation. How dare they disobey? Come, he shouted, and one of his men immediately ran in from outside the palace, bowing their heads respectfully. Respected god, what are your orders? Raise the crime level of the 9 individuals previously reported by Amazon to level 2. Enel scratched his ear, his face expressionless. Even though Goku had only offended him, he didn't care. He increased the offenses of everyone with Goku. 2. God, what are their offenses? The subordinate looked up in surprise. They had just received a message from the Amazon and classified those people as level 11. So, it hadn't been that long, and they'd jumped so many levels? They've blasphemed God. Ernalu looked at him expressionlessly. His gaze sent a chill down his spine, and he realized he'd spoken too much. Pa, he slapped himself hurriedly, then bowed his head respectfully and said, I understand. I'll convey God's instructions to all the priests and the white berets on Angel Island, SHH. The clouds here are so soft, they won't sink. Luffy, Usopp, and the others jumped and danced on the beach, awash in pristine white clouds. It really is. Goku also jumped off the boat, surprised by the softness beneath his feet. He'd tried stepping on these clouds before, back at the White Sea, but his feet had sunk in. He hadn't expected the clouds here to be so solid. Sky Island. If it weren't for you, Boss Wukong, I might never have come to a place like this in my lifetime. Pual surveyed the beautiful, dreamy surroundings, a wave of emotion welling up in his heart. Just then, a beautiful woman in a red miniskirt approached from a distance, holding a white fox. When she saw Wukong and the others looking at her, she smiled sweetly and said, Hasso. Wukong and the others were confused, not understanding what she was talking about. Hey. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong, and I'm here for a tour. Wukong blinked and waved with a smile. My name is Canis, and welcome to Angel Beach. You're from the Blue Sea, right? Canis approached, glanced at Wukong and the others, and said with a smile. Right, Goku replied, pointing to the white wings on her back and asking curiously, by the way, you have those on your backs. Are you angels? He'd wanted to ask the Amazons this question before, but unfortunately, he hadn't given them the chance. Seeing Canis also sporting wings, he asked. The others were equally intrigued, their gazes fixed on Canis, eager to hear her answer. Haha, no. Canis was stunned by the question, then covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. We Sky Islanders here all have those on our backs. We're not angels, are we? Is that so? But to me, you're just as beautiful as an angel. Sanji flashed in front of Canis, his eyes sparkling. Beautiful lady, I don't know, smack. Before he could finish his words, Nami slapped him away. Go play, we still have a lot of questions. Having cleared the obstacle, Nami put on a sweet smile. Canis, I have a question. As she was asking Canis a question, Luffy and Goku almost simultaneously noticed a flat, purple fruit lying on the beach. Whoosh, Luffy, knowing Goku was also a foodie, immediately reached out, grabbed the fruit, and began to bite into it. Crunch! Ouch! Why is it so hard? Unexpectedly, the fruit's shell was as hard as iron. He bit into it, feeling like his teeth were about to break. Haha, seeing this, Goku couldn't help but laugh. Luckily, he didn't grab it this time, or he would have gotten a tooth stuck. Well, you can't bite this fruit directly. You have to eat it this way. Kines noticed this and smiled as she explained. It turns out the fruit stem is soft, so you can cut a small hole with a knife, insert a straw, and drink the delicious juice. Sigh. So delicious, Goku found another fruit and tried it in the same way. He immediately drank the juice and exclaimed in amazement. I'm feeling a bit hungry. After drinking a small portion and passing it to Robin and Pugil, he rubbed his shrunken stomach and smacked his lips. Speaking of which, they'd been planning on grabbing lunch while fishing on the boat, but since they'd discovered Sky Island and traveled all the way here, they'd never had a chance to enjoy it. Gurgle at his mention, Luffy's stomach actually made a noise. I am hungry too, Sanji. I want to eat. Click. Sanji flicked open his lighter, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Luffy, let's go to the island and buy some food. We're running low on the ship. Wait, I remember you made a lot of the delicious food last time we were in Alabasta, Goku interjected. He still remembered the banquet in Alabasta. Besides the local specialties, there were also many delicacies prepared by Sanji, and the taste was so delicious that he couldn't stop eating. Yeah, that's right. What's wrong? Then you don't have to buy anything now. We caught a lot of fish earlier, and with your supplies, there should be more than enough for us. Goku patted his head and smiled. Is that so? Can I see what kind of fish they are? Of course, I'd like you to help us cook. Haha, that's no problem, I'll take care of it. Soon, Sanji followed Goku to the boat. His eyes widened when he saw the many large fish in the bucket. This is blue-tail tuna, and deep-sea dragonfish. And, he listed many of them by name. Soon, after counting all the large fish, his face was filled with shock. While half were common fish, the other half were exquisite delicacies with excellent meat, and many of them he had only heard of but had never seen in person. Goku, how did you get all these fish? His eyes sparkled. Oh, I caught them. Goku blinked. Caught them? Sanji's eyes widened. They fished all the time, so how could they not catch these? Was Goku just cheating? Hey, Kines, come and eat with us later. After Sanji finished preparing the food on the Mary, Goku returned to Angel Beach and invited Kines. Well, is that okay? Kines was a little shy, considering they hadn't known each other long. Of course, Nami put her arm around her shoulders, beaming. You just helped us so much. What's wrong with the meal? Yeah, let me tell you, Sanji's cooking is delicious. Luffy bared his teeth in invitation. With everyone's enthusiastic invitation, Kines finally agreed and joined them on the Mary to share the meal. It's really delicious. After taking a sip of the fish, Kines was stunned, feeling it was the best fish she'd ever tasted. Really? It tastes even better than usual. Sanji, your cooking has improved again. Nami's eyes lit up after tasting a piece. Nami-san, as shamelessly as I want to admit it, I have to say that the reason you enjoyed it so well this time is all thanks to the ingredients Goku and the others provided. Sanji brought a freshly prepared dish to the table, shaking his head and denying any improvement in his cooking. The fish you just ate is called blue-tail tuna. It's a rare and exquisite fish with excellent texture. Simply cooking it makes it incredibly delicious, and Goku and the others provided a lot of similar fish today. We're all in for a treat this time. Really? Nami, Usopp, and the others looked up in surprise. Thank you, Goku. No, we should thank the chef too. We could just grill it up, not make such a complicated dish. Since Goku was busy feasting, Robin replied with a faint smile to Nami. They're all very nice people. Kines sat beside Nami, savoring the food and listening to the conversation. A thought suddenly occurred to her. She decided to treat them to a delicious meal tonight as a token of her gratitude. While they were enjoying the food aboard the Mary, elsewhere on Angel Island, the White Berets were solemnly announcing 9 wanted posters on the streets. Please be careful, everyone. 9 illegals have entered our country and committed blasphemy. They are second-degree death row prisoners. Report them to us if you see them. What? Blasphemy? The residents on the street didn't react much to the first half of the sentence, but at the word blasphemy, their faces dropped into a state of terror. Immediately, they hurried home in a panic. The god was omnipotent and supreme on the island, and no one dared to cross him. The few who had shown such stubbornness had been utterly destroyed after the god's judgment. Therefore, when they heard someone dare to blaspheme the god, they just wanted to hide in their homes to avoid any possible contact with a person. As for reporting it, to hell with it. They didn't even want to see the other person's face. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Wukong, Save Us. On the merry, everyone enjoyed their meals and chatted. Kines, knowing Goku, Luffy, and the others wanted to explore Sky Island, introduced its unique features. After her introduction, her smile faded, a serious expression forming. Everyone, you can do whatever you want on Angel Island, but you must not leave and go to the other islands nearby. Everyone looked at her in confusion. Is there a second Sky Island here, Kines? Nami asked curiously. Yes, we call it the Sanctuary, and its name is Arkyard, the Island of the Gods. Kinese's expression was serious. That's a place we must never set foot on, because it's where the gods reside. Anyone who sets foot there will be punished by the gods. Gods, everyone was stunned. You mean gods? Some powerful gods, Luffy, surprisingly, forgot to eat and looked at her in amazement. Are there really gods in this world? Chopper rubbed his furry face, his mouth hanging open. Yes, the god's name is Anel, an omnipotent deity. He watches every move of everyone on our island. Huh? You mean he's watching us all the time? Then aren't we being watched by him now, too? Usopp was startled, his hair standing on end. Nami was also a little incredulous. Is there really such a god? Everyone in the group was astonished by this so-called god. Meanwhile, Pual and Robin glanced at Goku, who was feasting heartily, then at each other. So, the one who spied on us earlier must have been this so-called god, Robin mused. HMPH, what god? Did he retreat in disgrace after encountering Goku? Pual said with disdain. Their conversation was not concealed, so Luffy and the others heard it all. What? What are you talking about? Usopp's face was filled with astonishment. Have you already known about the god? We didn't, but when we first arrived here, Goku noticed someone spying on us, Robin whispered. And now, based on what Kines said, I think that person is this place's god. Luffy and the others all stared wide-eyed. Really? Goku already noticed the god, so why didn't we notice? Luffy asked in astonishment. Stupid. Before Robin could respond, Nami spoke up. Do we have Goku's strength? Only Goku is so powerful that he could detect it. How could we possibly do that? Her nervousness settled after learning that Goku could detect the supposed god's spying. Tisk. What god? It must be someone powerful, playing dirty. With Goku by their side, they're not afraid of him. Tisk. Although he knew Nami was telling the truth, Luffy pouted in displeasure. One day I'll be stronger than him. Yes, yes, Nami replied perfunctorily. Then, noticing Kinese's face turning pale and sweating, she asked with concern, Kines, what's wrong? Why do you look so grim? Kines clenched her fists tightly, lowered her head, and didn't answer. Nami's expression faltered, and she remembered the awe-filled look Kines had worn when she'd introduced the god to them. She instantly guessed what she was afraid of. Don't worry, Kines. The god you're talking about is probably just a powerful human. You don't have anything to fear right now. He probably isn't paying attention to us right now, right, Goku? She asked, looking at the man's thigh. Huh? Goku, who had been concentrating on his meal without interrupting, looked up and blinked, then nodded. If you're talking about that person from before, then he's definitely not here now. See, after receiving confirmation, Nami put her arm around Kines. So don't worry. He doesn't know you're with us. Kines remained silent. Nami sighed helplessly, saying nothing more. It looked like after this meal, this new friend would stay away from them. The meal soon came to a close. Arkyard, the island of the gods. Hey, let's go check it out. Luffy rubbed his hands, a smile of eagerness on his face. A place forbidden to mortals sounded intriguing. He had to explore it. Hey, Luffy, that's where the gods reside. Don't let your imagination run wild. Although Goku's influence had diminished the mysterious aura of this unknown god, Usopp, far from feeling reassured, instead grew even more terrified of it. Originally, Kines had only heard about it, and they weren't sure if this god could observe them at all times. But with Goku's testimony, It was clear that the god possessed this ability. And here, no one except Goku could sense it. He didn't know Puao could sense it at all, so, if Goku were to separate from them, wouldn't they be under the constant scrutiny of the god? Who knows what might happen then? Not to mention that the god's island is a forbidden place, and who knows what horrors lie there. Usopp's right, we should stay out of trouble, Nami agreed. Even with Goku's powerful support, they couldn't take the locals' taboos lightly. Regardless of whether the so-called god was a god or a human, since Kenice had said that ordinary people couldn't enter there, they should abide by the rules and not deliberately cross them. But Luffy wasn't one to listen to advice. The more he was told not to go, the more he wanted to go. I don't care. I'm going. We came here to see those interesting places. That place is so mysterious, how could we miss it? Luffy crossed his arms, stubborn as a bull, and refused to listen to advice. Don't be so stubborn, okay? Nami rolled her eyes at him, wanting to grab his ears and have a good talk. But then, she caught a glimpse of something and instinctively looked in its direction. Who are those people? A group of people had appeared on Angel Beach out of nowhere, their postures strange, crawling on the ground. Not far in front of them, Kenice, who had disembarked earlier, stood there, as if waiting for them to pass. Those people are so strange. Why are they lying on the ground? Luffy turned his head and noticed the scene, tilting his head in confusion. I don't know, they look like they have something to do with Kenice, Nami instinctively guessed as she saw the group approach Kenice, stand up, and the leader communicate with Kenice. But why are they looking at us? Kenice spoke to the man, glancing at them a few times, a feeling of wonder in her heart. I have a feeling those people are coming for us. Zoro had arrived at some point, half-closed eyes observing the scene. No way? If they're looking for us, wouldn't they just come directly? Usopp asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, McKinley, captain of the White Berets, addressed Kenice sternly. Remember, they're second-level death row prisoners for blasphemy. Although you've had contact with them before, if you fulfill your duty and lead them to the place of divine judgment, God will forgive your sins, but they're all good people. How could this be? Kenice was filled with despair. She had known something was amiss when she'd heard Puao, Nami, and the others discussing God on the ship. God was omnipotent. After 6 years of being ruled by the god Enel, this realization had become deeply ingrained in her mind. So even if Pugil and the others claimed that Goku had sensed the god's gaze and frightened them away, she refused to believe it, believing their actions and words were blasphemy. For this reason, no matter how much Nami tried to persuade her, she hadn't listened. Her silence was also due to conflict within her. As a citizen of the kingdom of God, she had an obligation to lead those who blaspheme the gods to the place of divine judgment. But she didn't want to send these new friends to their deaths. She also believed that if the White Berets hadn't come looking for her, Goku and his men might have been spared such crimes. And now, when White Berets Captain McKinley spoke these words to her personally, she knew the outcome was sealed. If she didn't lead Goku, Luffy, and the others to the place of divine judgment, she would face divine judgment, which meant death. Shut up. Kenice, you have to fulfill your duty now. Don't do anything stupid. After receiving a low bark from McKinley, Kenice turned and, bewildered, headed towards the Mary. Soon, she arrived below the ship and stood there, a troubled look on her face. Kenice, is there something wrong? Nami, who had been watching her, asked with a smile as she leaped from the boat. Behind her, curious Luffy and Usopp also jumped down. Kenice twirled her fingers, her eyes evasive, as if she was about to speak but hesitated. What's wrong? What did those people say to you? No, not me. Kenice's face was agonizing, as if she were going through a great mental struggle. If Goku and Luffy were villains, she wouldn't have hesitated or resisted guiding them to heaven's judgment now. But after this brief encounter, she felt they were very kind and friendly people, treating her like a friend and inviting her to delicacies she had never tasted before. She was a kind person, and under such circumstances, she felt she couldn't bring herself to send them to their deaths. Faced with a choice between letting her friend die and herself, she couldn't do either. She collapsed to her knees, tears dripping down her face. What's wrong, Kenice? Nami's heart tightened at her expression, and she quickly knelt down to hug her. Tell us what's wrong, and we'll help you. Feeling Nami's warmth, Kenice sobbed softly, then gritted her teeth and said with determination, You guys should leave now. Leave this place and head east to the end of the clouds. Huh? Nami, along with Luffy and Usopp behind her, were all stunned. What's wrong? What happened? Nami didn't think it was nothing. Kines would let them go. Kines, why are you so stupid? Before Kines could speak, McKinley, who had somehow arrived a short distance behind them, cried out in grief. He stared at Kines's back, his eyes filled with anger, a hint of sadness, and helplessness. Have you made up your mind, Kines? You'll be punished by God for disobeying him, he said as he stepped back. He knew God's judgment was imminent. God's judgment? What's going on, Kines? Nami frowned at his voice. Stop talking. Get out of here. Kines pushed Nami aside and tried to get up and leave. But before she could stand, countless blue dots of light suddenly appeared in the sky, then quickly condensed with a buzzing sound. Too late. God's judgment has arrived. McKinley, who had retreated a considerable distance, muttered with a complex expression. What's this? Zoro, aboard the ship, felt his hair stand on end as he stared intently at the scene in the sky. He sensed a strong sense of danger. Luffy, get out of the way, he shouted. Not far away, Puile, idling on the ship, also sensed the danger. Without a word, he immediately grabbed Robin's waist, then with a powerful kick of his legs, leaped from the ship. What a powerful energy, he thought gravely. Buzz! A blinding light burst from the sky, causing everyone on the ground to squint. Luffy, sensing the situation, kicked Usopp away, then grabbed Nami with one hand and Kines with the other, attempting to run. Unbeknownst to him, God's judgment had a lock-on feature, remaining pinpoint correct no matter how the target moved. And now, its target was Kines, and unless he let go of her, he would be affected. Boom! In an instant, a thick blue beam of light, emitting a destructive aura, blasted towards Luffy and the other two below. Luffy, Zoro's face paled. He hadn't expected the beam to change direction, and even if he had wanted to intervene, it would have been too late. Are we going to die? Nami, held in Luffy's arms, looked up at the attack coming down from above, a thought that involuntarily crossed her mind. Then, another thought followed. Goku, save us, boom. In the blink of an eye, a pillar of destructive light engulfed them. A powerful wave of energy whipped up a raging wind, causing the surrounding sea of clouds to ripple violently. Zoro, swaying on the ship, clutched the railing tightly, staring in disbelief at the area engulfed by thick smoke. Luffy, what happened? Sanji, who had been cleaning the kitchen in the cabin, felt a violent jolt of the ship and rushed out. After glancing around to confirm that Usopp and Chopper were there, he fixed his gaze on the cloud of smoke. Luffy. Nami-san, hey. What's wrong with him? Tell me. He grabbed Zoro by the collar, his face red and pale, and shouted. Zoro, who should have retaliated for such an offense, remained silent, staring at the smoke. Seeing him like this, Sanji's heart sank, and he quickly turned back to staring at the smoke. He then jumped off the boat and ran towards the place. Luffy. Nami-san. Get out now, whoosh. Gaffel, who had come flying in on a giant bird to rescue them, stopped dead in his tracks and sighed silently. Alice, am I too late? Chapter 258, When is Goku at his most vulnerable? Shortly after finishing his feast, Goku suddenly felt a churning pain in his stomach. Then, his butt cracked, and he covered it with his hands. Anxiously, he asked Nami, Hey, Nami, where's the restroom here? It's just inside. Following Nami's instructions, he rushed into the cabin and quickly found the toilet. He lifted the toilet lid with one hand, pulled down his pants with the other, and quickly sat down. HMPH, he frowned, pushing hard. After an indeterminate amount of time, there was a plop. His frown instantly softened, a look of relief on his face. That feels good, he smiled, and prepared to stand up to wipe his butt. But then, his expression suddenly changed. Is that guy spying on Luffy and the others again? He could sense a strange presence lingering nearby, the same one he'd caught him spying on before. God? Never mind, who cares? He thought of how the gods on Earth used to like to stand by the Temple of Heaven and spy on the human world. Maybe that was just their preference? He didn't bother to think about it anymore. After all, the god had been considerate enough to avoid him this time, not intending to spy on him. He was happily wiping his butt, but as he was wiping, his butt tightened, and he slunk back onto the toilet with a thud. Hiss, why is there more? He frowned, and with all his might, he released another cloud of filth. Should that be it? Feeling his body relax again, he let out a long breath and tried to stand up to continue wiping. But, at that moment, he suddenly looked up. Although the ceiling blocked the view above, his vision seemed to penetrate it, perceiving what was happening outside. What's that guy trying to do? He sensed that the being called a god suddenly unleashed a surge of energy, seemingly about to attack. Oh no, he frowned, sensing the attack was locked onto Kanis and, beside her, Luffy and Nami. If any of these three were to take the direct hit, the worst hit would likely be killed. Damn it, he pulled out paper again and again, wiping his buttocks with gusto. This was probably his most vulnerable moment of the day, as he couldn't do anything else except wipe his buttocks. Of course, this was also due to the etiquette he'd been instilled with over the decades. If he'd been a child living in Baozi Mountain, he would have jumped out bare buttocks by now. I have to make it in time, he wiped his buttocks quickly, sensing the attack from outside. Then, as a bright light streamed in through the gap in the curtain window, he suddenly pulled up his pants, fastened his belt, and vanished into the toilet, leaving behind him a pile of paper and unflushed filth, awaiting the next person. Angel Beach was now thick with smoke, and vast clouds, lifted by the surge of energy, obscured everyone's view. Luffy, Nami, Kanis, Usopp, sent flying by Luffy's kick, sat on the ground, stunned for a few seconds before shouting in fear. No way, are the three of them dead? As the thought struck him, his body trembled uncontrollably. They hadn't even reached halfway through the Grand Line, how could they fail here? Luffy, Nami, Chopper clung to the railing, tears and snot streaming. He had witnessed almost the entire process, and his heart was filled with fear. To him, Nami and Luffy were both cherished companions. The former was the first to invite him aboard, and the latter solidified his resolve to embark and set sail. Without them, he would still be stuck on Drum Island, yearning for the sea but lacking the courage to do so. Damn it! How could I have been so careless? At this moment, Zoro felt the most guilty. He had clearly had the opportunity to attack. Even if he couldn't block the attack, he could still help Luffy and the others absorb some of the damage. But in the end, he missed the opportunity because he assumed Luffy and the others could escape, that the attack wouldn't deflect. Thinking of his carelessness, he felt a surge of self-blame. Luffy, Nami-san, Sanji approached the smoke with an anxious look on his face, one hand covering his nose, the other waving and shouting. Cough, cough, cough. He accidentally inhaled a little smoke, choking and coughing. But he continued to wave his arms, trying to disperse the smoke faster. Soon, with his meager contribution and a few gentle breezes, the thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the scene within. The first thing he saw was a small, unfathomable cave entrance. The sight of this terrifying scene made Sanji's heart sink. A glimpse of the whole picture reveals just how vast a cave's entrance is, and this alone indicates the terrifying power of the attack just now. The thought of Luffy and the others being under such an attack terrifies them. Whoosh, whoosh, another gust of wind blew, completely dispersing the remaining smoke. Sanji and the others watched intently, their faces filled with nervous anxiety. Suddenly, their pupils dilated, and a look of astonishment crossed their faces. Before them lay a dark, deep cavern over 10 meters in diameter, resembling the gaping maw of a giant beast, a terrifying sight. Yet, at its center, a slender pillar of cloud stood alone, a truly bizarre sight. Of course, Sanji and the others weren't focused on this, but rather on the situation atop the cloud pillar. There, Goku stood tall and proud, like a pillar supporting the heavens. Behind them, Luffy, Nami, and Kanis sat on the ground, coughing repeatedly from their hands, faces filled with uncertainty. Ahem. What's this? After the smoke cleared, the three men stopped coughing and opened their eyes wide to take in the sight. Suddenly, they spotted Goku standing before them. Goku, Nami exclaimed in surprise. She quickly tried to stand. What? Just as she was about to push herself up, she noticed her surroundings. Was this the attack just now? Seeing the unfathomable black hole half a meter away, her pupils constricted, a look of horror on her face. They just suffered such a horrific attack. So much ground had been reduced to ash, and yet they were still alive. Swoosh. She looked at Goku again, her eyes thick with gratitude. She knew they'd survived this time because Goku had protected them. Alive, alive, Kanis was the most incredulous person at the moment. She'd thought she was dead, and that she'd dragged two friends down with her, feeling a surge of guilt. But she hadn't expected to see this upon opening her eyes. Had God's judgment been blocked? Were they saved? Her mouth dropped open, a look of disbelief as she gazed at the suddenly towering Goku before her. Pual's words suddenly popped into her mind. What god? Did he retreat in disgrace after encountering Goku? In mid-air, Gamful stared at Goku in astonishment, his mind blank for a moment. That young man, the one who took Enel's lightning bolt head-on? Nami-san. I'm so glad you're all okay, after the shock faded. Sanji's face turned to ecstasy. He couldn't imagine the depth of his grief if anything had happened to Nami and the others. He saved them. Zoro breathed a sigh of relief, his heart suddenly at ease. Looking at Goku standing before Luffy and the others, he felt nothing but gratitude. Usopp and Chopper, beaming with joy, one leaped from the ground, the other leaped directly from the ship, crying out with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Woo woo woo. Luffy, I'm so glad you're all okay. Goku, you saved me again this time, thank you." Luffy, finally understanding the situation, stood up, clutching his straw hat, and thanked Goku earnestly. "I'm glad you're all okay." Goku turned back and smiled faintly, then turned serious. "So what just happened? Why did that god attack you?" "It was him," Luffy muttered, his face determined. "I don't know, but I'm going to find him and beat him to the ground." "How is that possible? Did the god fail?" In the distance, the white berets stared in disbelief at the unharmed Luffy and his companions, some even unconsciously saying that the god had failed. "Shut up," McKinley, though also in a trance, snapped to his senses upon hearing the god's outrageous words and rebuked the member. Even if the god's punishment seemed to have been an accident this time, the god was not something they could discuss. Besides, God's abilities aren't limited to this. Those people are so excited. Thinking of the other abilities he'd once accidentally witnessed, a chill ran down his spine, and his gaze at Goku and the others was filled with pity. After leaving the pit where they could easily fall into the deep hole, Nami placed her hands on Kinesa's shoulders and looked at her seriously. "Kiness, now it's time for you to tell us what's going on." Kiness pursed her lips. Seeing Goku and the others staring at her, she sighed and said, "You, for blaspheming God earlier, have been charged with a second-degree crime." "Huh?" Everyone was stunned, and Nami's eyes widened. "Blaspheming God? A crime?" "Yes, a second-degree crime means you're all labeled a death row inmate. Any citizen who encounters you must lead you to the place of divine judgment. This is every citizen's duty," Kiness continued. "And if we fail to fulfill this obligation, we will suffer divine punishment, death, just like we just did." She pointed at the unfathomable black hole. "Huh?" Nami burst into laughter. "What kind of god is that? He slaughters his own people just for a small matter. What kind of god is he?" After angrily scolding the so-called god, she asked, puzzled, "Where's heaven's judgment? Why are they leading us there? They clearly have the ability to launch the attack just now. Since they are all death row inmates, they could just kill them with that attack. Why would they lead them somewhere else for no apparent reason?" She couldn't understand this. Heaven's judgment is on Arpeado, the island of the gods. It's said that anyone who reaches there must undergo a divine trial. If they pass, they are spared a death penalty. Kiness paused, a look of fear on her face. "But it's said that almost no one can pass the trial, they all die in it." "Oh, this pretentious guy is up to something like that." Pual, who was also listening nearby, scoffed. "Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, let's go." Luffy, who had been listening expressionlessly, suddenly spoke up. Yes, the five of them nodded in understanding. They all knew that Luffy meant heading to Arpeado, the island of the gods. Even Nami and Usopp, who had previously tried to stop Luffy, no longer objected. Kiness had been targeted by the so-called god for saving them, and since that was the case, they had to meet this god no matter what. "Wait, Luffy, what are you doing?" Kiness was the only one confused. As they walked towards the Mary, she asked hurriedly. "Of course, we're going to Arpeado, as you said. We don't need you to guide us, we were planning to go there anyway," Luffy replied without even turning. "But it's dangerous up there. Besides the gods, there are the 4 great priests and dozens of gods' soldiers. They're all very powerful," Kiness shouted anxiously. "Then let's defeat them all." Luffy leaped onto the ship, turned around, and looked at her firmly. Then, the boat slowly began to move, swiftly heading towards the god island Kiness had mentioned earlier. "Huh? Why are they leaving without even asking us?" Goku, belatedly realizing, scratched his head, wondering. He was here for sightseeing, so naturally, he was interested in a supposedly mysterious place like the God Island. Furthermore, he was now somewhat fascinated by the supposed gods themselves. After all, Being able to attack from over 10 kilometers away and then appear in the blink of an eye was something not ordinary people could accomplish. Boss Goku, let's go on our own. There's no need to join them. Well, that's the only way, Goku nodded, glancing at Angel Island ahead. He hadn't yet explored the island, and he would have to visit again after his trip to the God Island. In that case, he turned to Pugil and Robin. Why don't we just skip the boat? What do you think? The two were startled by his words, then placed their hands on his shoulders in tacit agreement. Boss Goku, everything is up to you, I'm all for it, Goku, then let's go. Goku grinned and tried to teleport away. But then, Ganfowl, who had been lost in thought in the air, landed right in front of him, stopping him for a moment. Young men, you all understand now what the people of this country are burdened with. I am powerless, unable to save them from their suffering. If possible, I would like to ask you to help our country and help us defeat Enel, the god who has ruled us for 6 years. At the end, he bowed deeply. God-sama, Kinis looked at him with a complicated expression. The people knew that the previous god was Ganfowl, transformed into the Sky Knight. To protect the people, he had not left after being defeated by Enel, but had silently watched over them. And they all hoped that this god, who cared deeply about his people, would return. Ah! Old man, please get up. Goku helped Ganfowl to his feet. I've got a rough idea of what's going on. I just want to go find him. Would you like to come with us, really? I'll go with you, and then, whoosh! The four figures vanished like bubbles. Only Kinis, bewildered, was left standing there, and the white berets stood there in astonishment. They? Why were they gone? Chapter 259, Enel is dumbfounded. On Arpeado, the island of the gods, within a vast palace, Enel sat on a sofa, fingers laced together, eyes half closed, a cold expression that kept strangers at bay. After a while, he quirked his lips slightly. Interesting. Did you block the attack? After defeating the invincible and living as a god for so many years, he'd been bored for a long time. He hadn't expected to meet a human who piqued his interest. Before he journeyed to the Infinite Land, meeting this human to kill time seemed like a good idea. It would be even better if they could become his followers and join him in the dream world. Yahoo-ha-ha-ha! He suddenly burst into laughter. The sound echoed through the palace, where he was alone, like a personal rivalry. At that moment, four figures appeared out of nowhere. Tisk, is this what you call a god? Why do you look like fools? Pugil raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with sarcasm. PFFT, that's what I feel. Robin covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. The two men, watching Enel laugh to himself, unexpectedly joined in. Ha ha ha! Oh, Enel's laughter abruptly died, as if something had grabbed his neck. He snapped his eyes open, feeling a surge of shame he'd never felt before. At the same time, a wave of anxiety surged within him. What was going on? How had they suddenly appeared here? Hey! You must be the god here, right? My name is Son Goku. Before he could process, Goku raised his hand and greeted him. Then, with a faint smile, he looked at him and said, "You seem quite capable. How about a fight with me?" Enel's words brought him back to reality, his earlier surprise suppressed, his expression returning to its composure. Huh? You want to challenge a god? He casually picked up an orange from the table beside him and tossed it in his hand. I have to say you're quite courageous. He raised his chin slightly, his lips curled up. Although he was sitting, Goku and the others were standing, making him seem inferior. But from his tone and his posture, one could sense an overwhelming sense of superiority and contempt. You? You dare to call yourself a god in front of Goku? Puao wasn't going to tolerate him, and immediately taunted him with disdain. In his mind, if there was a god in this world, it was Goku. Enel was nothing. Hearing this taunt, the muscles at the corners of Enel's eyes twitched involuntarily, and the smile on his lips turned dangerous. 4 years, no one had dared to speak like that in his presence. The feeling of being mocked so directly in the face was truly infuriating. Swish, his body suddenly transformed into blue lightning, appearing in front of Pual in the blink of an eye, and kicking him hard. So fast. Pual's pupils shrank, and he barely raised his arm before being kicked back. Boom boom boom. In an instant, he smashed through several walls, until he had shattered several palaces, and only then stopped. Pual? Robin's heart tightened, having not expected such a sudden turn of events. She couldn't help but look in the direction Pual had struck. Enel's attack had been so swift that she hadn't seen him clearly. and the noise Pual made after he flew out was enough to demonstrate the incredible power of the attack. She thought she would have been seriously injured by now. And what about Pual? Don't worry, he's fine, Goku said with a faint smile, noticing the worry on her face. Pual has a tough skin, so this kind of attack won't do much harm to him, as expected. Just as he finished speaking. Crash! Hundreds of meters away, Pual rose from the rubble, dusted himself off, and grinned. Nice speed, but are you even scratching my head with this kind of force? You see, as a former pirate, he commanded a bounty of 90 million berries, but he wasn't a devil fruit user, so he didn't possess any unusual abilities. The reason for his high bounty, besides his immense strength, was his tough, durable physique. Ordinary attacks were completely harmless to him. Anel, who had returned to his seat on the sofa after delivering that kick, blinked again. He'd thought that kick would demonstrate his divine majesty, but it had no effect. Yet, ha, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Interesting, truly interesting. This deity has been bored here for so many years, and I never expected to encounter so much fun today. His laughter died down, and he glanced at Wukong and the others with a cold, scornful gaze. He pinched his chin and said, well, you want to challenge me, don't you? Don't say I won't give you a chance. I'll allow all four of you to come at me together. Ganfowl, you old fellow have been waiting for a long time, haven't you? How are you? Are you grateful to me now? He quipped at Ganfowl, who had remained silent since arriving. He knew full well that this old fellow had been hiding around Angel Island, protecting the people, since he had seized his throne 6 years ago. But he hadn't considered killing him. Why? Because he wanted to have fun. There was so little fun on Angel Island, and watching Ganfowl constantly toiling to protect the people was a great source of joy for him. Moreover, he looked forward to the moment when he would challenge him, and then he would once again throw him into the abyss. Anel, what have you done with those guards? They haven't even returned home in all these years. Do you know how worried their families are about them? Ganfowl's piercing gaze fixed on him. When he was the god here, he commanded hundreds of guards. But after his defeat by Anel, these guards surrendered and became his servants. Since then, they haven't left the island of gods again, as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. He once infiltrated the island, but was stopped by the priests. They're carrying out a grand project, Anel said frivolously, scratching his ear. What project requires their 6-year absence? Ganfowl pressed. You're so long-winded, old man. This time, Anel didn't answer him. Instead, he raised his arm, pointed at him, and said in a cold tone, they're all my subordinates, not yours. They must do whatever I tell them to do. If you have what it takes, defeat me now, or shut up. He then turned to Goku and said, you're quite good. If you can hold out in my hands for 5 minutes, I will allow you to follow me to the Infinite Land, where gods belong. Goku blinked. He didn't quite understand what the Infinite Land meant. But he did understand the other party's agreement to fight him. Well, I'll fight you alone, he said, pointing at himself. Oh? You look very confident. Anel chuckled softly, and his body suddenly transformed into lightning and flew out of the palace. You can't use your full power inside. Follow me, young man. Anel is very strong. The 4 of us, or 2 of us, working together, are better than you fighting alone. Goku was about to follow when Ganfowl beside him grabbed his arm and said solemnly. While he was pinning his hopes on Goku, that didn't mean he thought Goku could easily defeat Anel. Anel's permission for them to attack together was great news for him. He wanted to suggest a 4-way attack, but realizing he didn't know Robin and Pugel's strengths and that might harm them, he simply said Goku and him would join forces. Goku blinked, then smiled and said, no, old man. This is my fight. Without waiting for Ganfowl's reply, he strode out of the palace. Ganfowl was stunned, but he didn't know what to say. Don't worry, old man. Goku is very strong. Robin smiled at him, and then he and Pugel, who had returned, walked out together. Outside the palace, Anel's subordinates, 50 divine soldiers, surrounded Goku and his companions, glaring intently. You won't have to fight here. This god wants to have some fun with them. Anel waved at them. This was the reason he'd previously stated that Goku and the other 4 were allowed to challenge him. Under normal circumstances, these divine soldiers would have beaten the so-called challengers to pulp without him having to make a move. Yes, we will obey the god's will, nodded the leader of the divine soldiers, Ashen. Anel said something to them and then ignored them. He glanced at Robin, Pugil, and Gafowl standing nearby, then at Goku, who had come alone. A look of interest crossed his face. "Oh? This god said you four can come together. Do you want to go alone?" Goku smiled faintly. "Of course, I prefer a one-on-one fight, haha." Anel laughed, then half-closed his eyes, revealing a cold and cruel look. "Sparring? Perhaps you misunderstood what I said earlier. If you can hold out for 5 minutes, I will spare your life and allow you to follow me to the Infinite Land, but if you can't hold out for 5 minutes, your fate will be, and that's death." Undisguised murderous might emanated from him, crashing down upon Goku like a mighty ocean wave. Yet, facing this terrifying might that would have made most people shudder, Goku smiled as if a gentle breeze had touched him. "Oh, okay, I get it." Anel's smile faltered, then revived. "Since you understand, then," with a swish, his body suddenly transformed into blue lightning, appearing before Goku in an instant and delivering a kick, just as he had with Puile. Bang! Goku shielded himself with his hands, taking the blow firmly. "You're really fast, but lacking in power," he commented solemnly, feeling the force of the blow. His opponent's speed rivaled, even surpassed, six-path Madara's, but unfortunately, his strength was far inferior. Anel's eyes twitched, feeling his divine dignity challenged, and a rage welled up within him. He swung the golden staff, his signature weapon, in his right hand, fiercely, stirring up a sharp gust of wind as it struck Goku's crown with a fierce blow. Bang! Another heavy, muffled thud echoed across the field. Goku raised his arm, unexpectedly blocking the golden staff's blow with his forearm. But at that moment, Anel's lips curled into a cruel smile. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A burst of blue lightning suddenly erupted from his arm holding the golden staff. Thanks to the staff's excellent conductivity, it instantly spread to Goku's arm and throughout his body. Sizzle! A torrent of blue lightning danced across Goku's body, instantly making his hair even more frizzy. The hair hanging down his forehead blew up, making him look like he'd gotten a haircut like Vegeta's. Wah! He felt he'd held back too much in his attack, and the opponent's physical fitness was probably good, so he wasn't hurt. So, he quickly retreated, slamming the golden rod into the thunder drum on his back. Boom! In an instant, lightning, far more powerful than before, erupted from the drum. 30 million volt thunder beast, roar. Thunder transformed into a ferocious-looking giant wolf in midair, lunging at Goku with bared fangs and claws. Such power made Robin and the other two standing nearby look nervous. Lightning? What a terrifying attack, Robin said solemnly. She felt she'd be defeated in a single blow. How interesting, Puile, though somewhat dignified, was more eager to give it a try. If Goku hadn't wanted to spar with Anel, he would have engaged him long ago. After all, he'd been learning about Ki for so long, yet he still hadn't had a proper duel with a formidable opponent. The two young men looked grave, but they weren't worried about Goku. Gaffel, however, was different. He had already decided, the moment he realized the situation was dire, he would rush to Goku's rescue. He wouldn't let Goku die here. Roar! As the three thought about it, the Thunder Beast had already pounced on Goku, intending to electrocute him. Well, it doesn't hurt, but it's a bit numb and uncomfortable. At that moment, Goku smiled faintly, and as a white aura emanated from his body, he delivered a powerful blow to the Thunder Beast with his right fist. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Beast transformed into a cloud of lightning, swirling around him. But this time, the lightning was completely blocked by the white aura, not even striking Goku's hair. Huh? Seeing his usually omnipotent Thunder Beast being directly blocked by Goku, Anel's eyes bulged, his mouth dropped open, his face filled with disbelief. This is impossible. He roared inwardly. Immediately, the thunder drum struck twice more in quick succession. 60 million volt thunder dragon, roar. A thunder dragon, several meters long and flashing with an even more terrifying aura of lightning, appeared from nowhere, also bearing its fangs and claws as it lunged at Wukong. This time, Wukong didn't even wait for it to get close. As soon as it reached the center, he launched a simple, unpretentious straight punch. Roar! The fist whirled with the wind, transforming into a translucent white dragon, which also pounced on the thunder dragon with bared fangs and claws. Boom! The two dragons entangled, instantly erupting with astonishing power. Countless waves of energy erupted, rushing in all directions like a tidal wave. Who the hell is that guy? He can even fight a god. Not far away, The divine soldiers watched in amazement, unable to imagine ever witnessing such a scene. In their minds, gods were omnipotent, and no one could rival them. Chapter 260 No One Can Hurt Me. 100 million volts. As the two dragons dissipated after their clash, Enel instantly appeared above Goku and aimed his palm at him below. Boom! Instantly, a massive, powerful pillar of lightning erupted from his palm, engulfing Goku with lightning-fast speed. After delivering the blow, he stepped back, staring intently at the area shrouded in thick smoke. This time, the enemy must be injured, he thought. However, when the smoke cleared, Goku's intact body reappeared before him, leaving him dumbfounded once more. This is impossible. Across from him, Goku dispersed the white aura, rubbed his chin, and nodded. That was quite a strike just now. Lightning, if not for the protection of his chi, could actually cause some paralysis. While this paralysis wouldn't harm him physically, it would be very useful in combat. If you were fighting an evenly matched opponent, this slight numbness would put him at a disadvantage, even severely wounded. By this time, Enel had recovered from his shock. Calm down, he kept repeating to himself. Even if he's unaffected by lightning, it doesn't matter. I can just use physical attacks, besides, I'm invincible. No one can hurt me. Why should I panic? After some mental adjustment, he regained his composure. He was a god who controlled lightning, his body capable of transforming into it at any moment. Even if he stood still, that guy wouldn't be able to harm him at all. As he thought this, he heard Goku say, "Huh? You're not attacking anymore? Then it's my turn this time." Blinking, he kicked off with his legs, appearing in front of Enel like a flash of lightning. Immediately afterwards, his fist, now shrouded in white aura, struck the opponent's abdomen with a forceful force. Enel watched Goku's attack calmly, a vision of Goku's surprise at his own ineffective attack imminent. But instead of the expected scene, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, causing his eyes to widen. Then, whoosh! His body, like a fully drawn bowstring, flew out in a C shape, slamming into dozens of trees behind him. Huh? With this speed, he shouldn't be too slow to react, right? Goku retracted his fist, scratching his face in confusion. His speed was roughly the same as Goku's, so how could he not react? It was truly bizarre. Unbeknownst to him, Enel had grown up on Sky Island. After consuming the Thunder Fruit, he relied on his elemental powers to become invincible, and no one had ever truly been able to harm him. This was why he considered himself the world's greatest expert, arrogant and self-proclaimed a god. And now, still unaware of his own flaws, he completely abandoned his defenses, suffering his first Waterloo. God? The god was sent flying. Nearby, the divine soldiers stood there, stunned even more than before. Many were paralyzed, mumbling, unable to utter a single word. How is this possible? How could he possibly hit me? In the woods, Enel lay on the ground, his eyes fixed on the sky. He'd clearly used the elemental transformation, so how could Goku hit him? This didn't make sense. After a long pause, he couldn't figure it out. He stood up, rubbed his aching stomach, and gritted his teeth. I just don't believe it. Whoosh! His body transformed into lightning once again, spanning hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, reaching the edge of the woods. Thunder metallurgy, a torrent of lightning erupted from his palms. The intense heat released by these lightnings melted the golden rod in his hand. Then, under his control, the golden rod was instantly forged into a trident. I am invincible. No one can defeat me. He suddenly appeared behind Goku, thrusting his trident at him. Swish! However, his strike missed. What? He stared in disbelief as Goku slowly vanished like a bubble. At the same moment, Goku appeared behind him, grinning at him. Well, you're fast, but I'm not far behind, either. Enel spun around, his eyes filled with wonder. Can this guy be as fast as me? Impossible. He transformed into lightning once again, approaching Goku and thrusting his trident at him with swift force. Swish! Swish! Goku didn't resist, merely standing still, doubling left, right, causing his trident thrusts, dozens in a matter of seconds, to miss. Suddenly, Goku launched a powerful kick, landing on his abdomen with unerring precision. Suddenly, his eyes bulged again. As foam flew from his mouth, he flew back in the same direction he had flown from before. Gaffer, already uneasy, was now completely unnerved. God, Enel was kicked away again? The god who had ruled this place for so many years was being so easily crushed by this young man today? Oh my god, this wasn't hope, this was an incredibly strong thigh. In the woods, many trees had already been crushed, so Enel flew even further, knocking down more trees in the distance before finally stopping and landing. On the ground, he stared blankly at the sky again, feeling that his life had never been so dark. Ever since he ate the thunder fruit, he had been invincible. Anyone who provoked him, he was killed. Anyone who disobeyed him, he was killed. Even if they resisted with all their might, his lightning would only reduce them to charred corpses, making no difference to him. But today, he encountered someone who completely controlled him. His vaunted lightning proved ineffective against him. His speed was unmatched, as fast as his, perhaps even faster. Even his elemental form, which no one had ever managed to reach, was inexplicably ineffective against him. What went wrong? He muttered involuntarily. Then his eyes flickered. Is the arc proverb finished? Through his telepathic network, he sensed that the arc was already built in his secret base. Building this arc had been the purpose of his 6 years of rule. He would write it to the world of dreams, the infinite land. On the field, Goku, waiting for Enel to return, scratched his head in confusion. Where is he going? From his perception, Enel was drifting further and further away, clearly not intending to return. What's wrong, Goku-sama? Pugil asked, noticing his strange expression. Robin and Ganfor also looked over. So Goku informed them of the situation. Upon hearing this news, all three were stunned. This guy, seeing he couldn't defeat you, Boss Goku, just ran away. Puel offered a mocking smile. Escaped? Ganfor's mind went blank. While he knew Enel was likely to be defeated by Goku today, he had never expected him to flee. After all, he was a god who had ruled this place for 6 years. How could he just flee so undignifiedly? Well, he went somewhere crowded, Goku said, raising an eyebrow. A lot of people? Ganfor was stunned at first, then his face changed. He asked anxiously, how many? Hundreds. At Goku's answer, his lips trembled, his eyes moistening. Of course, it must be those of my men. He knew exactly how many men Enel had. Besides the 50 divine soldiers here, there were only the 4 great priests scattered around the island. If that was the case, these hundreds of people could only be his men who had disappeared for 6 years. Young man, could you take me there? I want to confirm if it's them, and I'm worried about them. Enel must have some motive for going there, he pleaded earnestly, looking at Goku. No problem, old man, Goku readily agreed. In a vast secret base hidden within the mountain, Enel gazed upon the fully constructed arc proverb, a satisfied smile on his face. This is the magnificent creation that will allow me to reach the infinite land. It took 6 years, and it's finally finished. He waved at the hundreds of grimy figures beneath the ship. Get out. You're useless now. He had only wanted Ganfor's guards to build the ark, and now that it was complete, he no longer needed them. The men were stunned. Enel had let them go? After all, for 6 years, they had never been allowed to leave. Anyone who tried to escape would have been slain by a divine salvo from Enelus. And now, they were free? Enel paid no attention to their thoughts. He swiftly arrived on the ship and placed his hands on his golden ark's launcher. Max 200 million volts, boom. Countless violent lightning bolts emerged from his hands and rapidly channeled into the launcher. Immediately afterwards, the electrically powered ark shook, lifted off the ground, and headed for the cave entrance above. Yahaha, Infinite Earth, here I come. Seeing the ark successfully launched, Enel's mood brightened, even the bad mood from Goku's previous beating dissipated. After all, reaching Infinite Earth on the ark was his ultimate dream, and now that his dream was about to come true, he could ignore all other unpleasant things. Just then, swish. 4 figures suddenly appeared. Pasa. Rado. Gom. All of you, looking at the hundreds of familiar yet unfamiliar figures before him, Ganfor burst into tears. His men were still alive. Lord God, his subordinates were gazing up at the ark. After all, they had labored for 6 years to build it, and now they must finally witness its final flight. Unexpectedly, they heard a familiar voice they hadn't heard in years. Seeing it was their former Lord God, their eyes welled with tears. What a huge ship! Goku marveled at the massive ark that had already reached the cave entrance. Boss Goku, is Enel on it? Goku nodded. Yes, how strange. Is this the great project this guy was talking about? Building such a spaceship, where's he going? Puel looked puzzled. Did he mention something before? The infinite land, Robin whispered. What a place, the infinite land. Could it be the Red Earth continent? Pual frowned. Thinking about it, he could only think of the Red Earth continent beneath them. After all, the Red Earth continent was the largest landmass on this planet, the rest were just islands, far less comparable. Then I don't know, Robin shook her head. There was too little information, and it was difficult for her to speculate anything. Well, so it means he's leaving here, right? Goku pinched his chin thoughtfully. He had been thinking about asking the other party to stop harming the people here after the sparring, but he didn't expect that the other party would leave here on his own initiative before the sparring was over. In this case, it seemed that he didn't need to waste his breath. At this time, the Ark had flown out of the cave and into the sky outside. On the Ark, Enel glanced down sharply. That guy actually caught up here so quickly. Immersed in joy, his mood turned a little bad. After all, he now looked like a chased dog. His expression shifted for a moment, and he gritted his teeth, muttering to himself as if to advise himself, let this blasphemer stay in this barren land. I only want the infinite land, why bother with him? It looked as if his dream was about to come true, and he didn't bother with Goku anymore. In reality, he was fearing that if he provoked Goku again, his dream of reaching the infinite land would be shattered. Therefore, he had originally planned to use his Thunderbolt to destroy Angel Island in Arkyard, the island of the gods, before leaving, but now he had abandoned the idea. After all, Goku was truly Goku's weakest opponent, capable of crushing him. Unlike in the original story, Luffy wasn't afraid of electricity and could still defeat him, but Luffy was weaker, so he completely ignored him. Shortly after arriving at the island of the gods, Luffy, who had just walked a short distance around the island, suddenly sneezed. That's weird. Why are you sneezing? He wiped his nose in confusion. He'd never had a cold since childhood, so this sudden sneeze was truly baffling. Look, what's that? Nami suddenly shouted, pointing upward. Through the unobstructed opening in the leaves, a gigantic ship could be seen soaring through the sky. It was Enel's Ark. A flying ship. Usopp and Chopper were stunned, rubbing their eyes, thinking they were seeing things. Where did this spaceship come from? Zoro and Sanji frowned. The ship looked like it was coming from deep within the island. Could it be piloted by someone like? God's Ark is complete. Not far from them, the priest sure stared at the Ark in the sky with a look of shock. As Enel's core subordinates, the four priests all knew he was building the Ark and that he would eventually leave. But why was it so sudden? Even if the Ark was complete and ready to leave, Enel would have given them a heads up. No, I must catch up with the Lord God. After a few seconds of hesitation, he made his decision. While it was reasonable that after Enel's departure, the four priests would rule this place, none of them submitted to the others, and expecting one to lead the others was completely impossible. If the four of them fought, and enemies like the Shandians and the previous generation of gods took advantage of the opportunity to infiltrate, one could imagine what would happen. In that case, it would be better to stay with Enel. Another priest shared his opinion, including Jedaz. Both of them possessed the ability to fly, allowing them to catch up with the Ark. The other two priests, who lacked the ability to fly, decided after careful consideration to stay and compete for the throne left vacant by Enel's departure. Meanwhile, the Hidden Cloud Village. Yes, that was the name. The Shandians who lived there, the village they inhabited, had the same name as the village ruled by the Raikage in the Naruto world. Moreover, the place where the Shandians lived clearly aptly bore the name Kumagakure, for beneath their feet lay a sea of clouds, above their heads clouds, and all around them was mist, the entire village completely hidden within the clouds. Even the Raikage couldn't help but sigh that their village, compared to the others, truly didn't deserve the name Kumagakure. At that moment, Wappa, the captain of the Shandian guerrillas, stood before the Shandian warriors. His fierce tone and ferocious expression exuded a terrifying aura unmatched by ordinary men. Aisha said that Enel has left Arkyard. This is the perfect time for us to retake Arkyard. This time, no matter what, we must fulfill our ancestors' wish and rekindle the lamp of Shandora. Chapter 261 Wukong's Conjecture. He really left here? Goku raised an eyebrow, sensing Enel's aura had already left. Goku, can you sense which direction he's leaving? Pual asked curiously, eager to know where in the infinite land Enel was heading. Up there, Goku pointed his index finger at the sky. Huh? Not only Pual, but even Robin was stunned. Leaving in the air? They were already 10,000 meters above the ground. Even higher? Could this guy be trying to escape the atmosphere and reach outer space? What a strange guy. Gadfer, after reuniting with his subordinates and catching up, came over and was also puzzled when he heard these words. Anel had been here for 6 years, and had a spaceship built just to fly into space? He found himself increasingly confused about this guy. But whatever. Now that he was gone, their country could finally return to normal, and the people could finally stop living in fear. But before that, there were still some people to deal with. Those were Anel's minions. Young man, thank you so much for this. I and the entire nation will remember your great kindness. Once I've captured and eliminated Anel's minions, I'll be sure to entertain you. Please stay on the island for a while, Gadfer said, looking at Wukong with gratitude. Then, turning quickly, he addressed his minions solemnly. Everyone, I know you've suffered a lot these past few years, and it's all my responsibility. But now, I beg you to join me in repelling Anel's minions and restoring our country to its former peace and tranquility. God, there's no need for this. Each of us has waited all these years for this day. Please give the order. We will drive the enemy out. Though exhausted before, his hundreds of minions were now filled with a surge of energy, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. After all, Anel's departure meant the fading of darkness and the arrival of light. Now, they needed to dispel the lingering darkness, and naturally, they were full of courage. Soon, Gadfer and his men left, and Wukong and the other two began to wander aimlessly around the island. What is this? Robin's pupils widened slightly as they emerged from the forest and took in the sight ahead. Ahead lay a magnificent ancient site, weathered by the ravages of time. Ancient buildings constructed of grayish-white brick and stone were scattered throughout the site in an orderly fashion. Moss covered the cracked, mottled walls, as if time had stood still. Sunlight streamed down, a gentle breeze blew, and the sound of footsteps echoed through the space. Robin paused for a second, then quickly stepped forward and carefully touched the wall of the nearest building. Why is there such an ancient site here? She muttered to herself. In fact, the island had already struck her as full of mystery since she arrived. The ground wasn't a cloud, but the same earthy ground as the islands at 10,000 meters. This was quite strange. While the idea of a sky island being made of clouds and mist is fantastic, it's logical. After all, the sky is full of clouds. But it's impossible for a ground made of mud to exist in the air. So much mud couldn't possibly have appeared out of thin air. What's so strange about it? It's just an ordinary ancient monument, perhaps left behind by the inhabitants of Sky Island. Puao was a little surprised, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with the monument. Don't you think it's strange that this island is here? Robin asked without turning back. Stroking the monument. We're standing on mud, not some island cloud like on Angel Island. How could there be an island made of mud in the sky? Puao was stunned. He had never considered this question. That's a question. Upon hearing Robin's question, Wukong, who had been looking around curiously, blinked and answered without hesitation. Isn't that a simple question? This island must have been washed ashore by the same current we saw earlier. While the idea of an island being washed ashore by a current was bizarre and not something most people would consider, Wukong was no ordinary person. He had seen many strange things and his thinking was not limited by conventional ideas. He believed that the immense force of the previous surge of current was enough to propel an island into the air. As for whether it was reasonable or how the island could be supported by a sea of clouds, he didn't consider it that way. Robin's hand, stroking the ancient ruins, suddenly froze, her expression incredulous. Washed ashore by a surge of current, without the complete map of Gaia Island and the side of half of Kirikat's house on Gaia Island, as in the original novel, she naturally couldn't, through various clues, deduce that Arpe-Ado was the missing half of Gaia Island. There's no way to conclude that Arpe-Ado was swept up by the powerful current. Therefore, upon hearing Goku's wild idea, she was stunned. Could it be possible? Could this really be the truth? Suddenly intrigued, she stood up, turned back to Goku, and said, Goku, I want to explore this ancient site and see if I can find any information. Okay, we're here for a tour, Goku said with a grin, holding his head. As they leisurely strolled through the ruins, Luffy and his crew were exploring the surrounding forest. What's going on? Is there no one on this island? Luffy used his rubber arms to climb onto a branch and looked around. Apart from them, there was no one else around, and it was utterly silent. The only movement they'd noticed since arriving on the island was Anel's arc passing through the sky, and they had no idea what that meant. That's a bit odd, Luffy. Didn't you say you were going to give us a trial? Could this be considered a trial? Nami took a breath and looked around with a puzzled expression. Although she was somewhat apprehensive about the unknown trials, the lack of any sign of them now only exacerbated her concerns. Ahem, I think that so-called God must have been frightened by a mighty sea warrior like me, so he fled in that ship. Usopp cleared his throat and boasted pompously from his perch on the rock. God is always watching you, Usopp, Nami suddenly said, looking at him sinisterly. Usopp could no longer pretend. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and said hurriedly, Great God, respected God, I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it personally. After a long silence, he quietly opened one eye. The God hadn't brought down his earlier punishment. Did he truly forgive him, or? He opened both eyes fully and noticed everyone's expressions were a bit strange. Even from such a distance, this God could observe Konoha's words and bring down divine punishment on her. Now that we're on his island, he should be watching our every move even more closely, Nami muttered, frowning. Well, Usopp hasn't been punished, which means the God isn't paying attention to us right now. Which also means, Zoro added, then met her gaze. It means the God isn't on the island right now. They were all stunned by this conclusion. Although they had previously speculated that the spaceship's pilot was a God, they hadn't fully grasped it. After all, the God wanted them to come to the island, so how could they have just arrived and then slipped away? But now, this highly unlikely assumption seemed closer to the truth. Hey, Luffy, what if that God left on that spaceship? Nami asked, looking ahead at Luffy, who seemed oblivious to them. Of course, we'll keep going inside. Whether he's there or not, I'm going to take a good look inside. Luffy turned around and said with a determined look. Elsewhere, Wappa arrived at Arpado, leading a heavily armed Shandian guerrilla force. Our goal is to eliminate all enemies who have invaded our homeland, find Shandora, light the Shandora lamp, and fulfill the wishes of our ancestors, Wappa shouted, leading the charge onto the island. Behind him, dozens of determined Shandian warriors followed closely, charging into the island. HMPH, this vacant divine seat must be mine. How can those three rival me? In the forest, the spherical priest Shadley hurried on. He was going to find the divine arms. After all, their two deputy commanders were his younger brothers. With his brother's help, he could easily command the divine arms. What would the other three priests have to offer? Unbeknownst to him, there was only one priest left, and that priest was already heading for the divine arms. That Shadley guy will definitely go find his brother, but he probably doesn't know that Ashan and I have a close relationship. With Ashan here, I should be able to control the divine weapons, Priest Om thought to himself as he hurried on. The four great priests were all roughly equal in strength, so if they were to succeed in their quest for divine status, they needed the divine weapons' help. It could be said that whoever had a divine weapons support would be closest to achieving divine status. However, neither of them knew that after witnessing Enel being beaten to the ground by Goku and then fleeing in disgrace on the Ark, the divine weapons had completely broken down. When Ganfor arrived with his men, they, still sitting there with their eyes vacant, immediately surrendered. After all, they had witnessed with their own eyes that the man who had defeated the god was with Ganfor. What if they resisted and that man came and beat them up, or even killed them? At this moment, if one looked down from above the Island of Gods, one could see that Luffy and his crew, the Shandia gorillas, and the two great priests, though in different locations, were all heading deeper into the island. Their paths would all lead to the same spot, the ancient ruins where Goku and his companions were, and also the location of the Golden Land, Shandora. Hey, Luffy. Can you please stop running so fast? Nami shouted in the forest, watching Luffy swinging from a branch like a monkey. However, by the time she finished her call, Luffy had completely vanished from her sight, evidently oblivious to her cries. Really? This guy isn't afraid of danger. She clutched her hand to her forehead and sighed helplessly. Don't worry, Nami-san. No matter what dangers come, I will protect you. Sanji suddenly glided in front of her, announcing a nonsensical oath. Yes, thank you very much, Nami, accustomed to his occasional courtesy, replied in a formulaic manner. Suddenly, something caught his eye and he yelled frantically, Hey, Zoro! That's not the direction we're going. Zoro, who was following them, seemed to have lost his sight and turned 90 degrees, heading to their left. Hearing Nami's yell, he turned around and said calmly, What? Did we go the wrong way? Why didn't you tell me earlier? A vein popped in Nami's forehead. You're the idiot, aren't you? You're following us and you're still going the wrong way. She felt exhausted. A reckless person who had dashed off on his own, separated from the group, a person with a terrible sense of direction who could get lost at any moment. How could their group have so many eccentrics? Was it too late for her to return to her East Sea? Yahoo! Luffy, swinging from the branches, was filled with joy. Only when the energy subsided a little did he realize something was amiss. Hey! Where are Nami and the others? He landed on a branch and turned around, blinking in confusion when he saw none of his friends were around. What happened? Did his friends catch up? He tilted his head. Should I wait for them? He muttered to himself, chin in his hand. After 2 seconds, he thought, never mind. With Zoro and Sanji here, nothing will happen to them. Having made his decision, he didn't linger and swung forward again. After a while, he swung out of the forest and landed on the ground, his eyes widening at the magnificent ancient ruins before him. What is this place? Whoosh! Just as he was curiously observing, a huge figure suddenly shot out from the forest to his left. Oh? Are you all here already? It was the priest riding his beloved dog, Holy, looking down at Luffy with a thoughtful look. He knew that Luffy and his crew, having committed crimes, would be sent to the Island of Gods for trials. He had been waiting to see if Luffy and his crew would choose him for the trials. However, due to the sudden incident of Enel's departure, he had forgotten about it. He hadn't expected to run into Luffy there. Who are you? Are you the god? Luffy asked curiously. Not before, but soon. Ohm's lip curled slightly. You think you can become a god? That's hilarious. Ha ha ha. Before Luffy could reply, a figure leaped out of the forest to the right, his tone taunting. It was none other than Shadley, another priest aspiring to claim the throne. HMPH, Shadley, I'll definitely be the next god. Ohm narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from him. Oh? Then give it a try. Shadley refused to back down, a fierce grin forming on his face. Luffy, standing between the two, looked at Ohm to the left, then at Shadley to the right, then picked his nose and asked in a puzzled tone, so who are you guys anyway? Also, where is that god? I'm going to beat him up, swish. With this, he successfully gained Ohm and Shadley's attention. How about we get rid of this annoying guy first? That's what I was thinking. The two stared at Luffy, both smiling maliciously. Chapter 262 No. Luffy and two strangers are outside, maybe fighting. Goku raised an eyebrow. Fighting? Robin was stunned for a moment, then her face turned serious. This ancient site is full of invaluable artifacts. We can't let them fight here. During her previous exploration, she had discovered that this ancient site was called the Golden City of Shandora, an ancient city that must have existed hundreds of years ago. As an archaeologist, she would never allow such precious artifacts to be destroyed. Is that so? Then I'll go out and take a look. Goku blinked thoughtfully. While he wasn't sure what was so precious about this building, Robin was her friend, so he would naturally help her protect anything she wanted. Goku, boss, I'll go out with you too, Pual said hurriedly, rubbing his hands. At first, he'd found it interesting to wander around and see the ancient buildings, but after a while, he started to get bored. Especially now. He was getting bored inside the building and just wanted to get some fresh air. Thank you, I might stay a little longer. Seeing them preparing to leave to help her protect the ruins, Robin smiled gently. Well, it's okay. We've got plenty of time. Take your time, Goku said with a grin, then teleported away with Pugil. Outside the ruins. Rubber pistol, bang. Luffy stretched his arm out over 10 meters and punched the ancient building. Too slow, Shadley appeared beside him out of nowhere, his palm pointed at him. Boom. As the impact from his palm unleashed, a devastating surge erupted, catching Luffy off guard once again. Wah. Wah. The priests are Enel's subordinates, Boss Goku, Pual explained. He then scoffed at the two condescending priests. What a lousy god. You sound like you know Enel escaped, but do you know why, escaped? Shadley and Ohm, glaring at each other, were stunned. Then he sneered, what escape? The god left because the ark was built and he wanted to reach the infinite land, Pual, upon hearing their response, scoffed, tisk, tisk, what ignorant people. I tell you, Enel fled because Boss Goku beat him up. As for that ark, I think he just happened to be there. He looked at the two with pity. Enel had escaped alone, leaving all his subordinates behind. And these people still didn't know the truth. How pitiful. What are you talking about? The gods were driven away, Shadley and Om burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs as if they'd just heard something hilarious. Ha ha ha, they laughed until tears welled up in their eyes. After they finished laughing, they shook their heads and said sarcastically, "You only dare to say that because you know the gods have left. Otherwise, the gods would have brought down punishment and annihilated you long ago." Now, they finally understood why these people dared to blaspheme the gods. They were mentally ill, and it was only natural for them to behave strangely. "Shadley, we don't have time to waste here. If Shura and Jedaz wanted to become gods, they'd definitely be at the god's shrine by now," Om said grimly, dismounting from his mount and holding his long sword. "Hey. Got it. Let's kill them and get out of here," Shadley said with a wicked smile. Neither of them took the new arrivals, Pual and Wukong, seriously. After all, they were both confident in their own abilities. "A fight? I've been itching to do it for a long time." Pual clenched his fists, a grin of eagerness playing on his face. He'd already been itching to fight Anel before, and now these two guys were right there at his doorstep. Perfect timing. "I hope you two will give me a good fight." He lunged forward, his massive frame barely slowing him down. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Shadley, the closest to him, and launched a punch. However, the other easily dodged the blow. "I saw every one of your attacks." Hey, Shadley dodged the punch with a sideways movement, then unknowingly aimed his left palm at Pual's abdomen. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted from the impact of Barry, sending Pual flying backwards in an instant. But unlike Luffy, after flying a distance, he stomped his feet onto the ground, leaving 2 scratches on the ground before abruptly stopping himself. "What the hell is that?" He touched his abdomen, feeling only a faint tremor on the surface of his skin. Luckily, he was physically strong, so the shockwave didn't cause much damage. And at feelings back again, he felt goosebumps rising again, just like when Anel had spied on him when he first arrived on Sky Island. "If I'm right, this must be observation haki. I can't believe so many people on this tiny Sky Island possess it," he thought to himself, narrowing his eyes. Because he had never seen observation haki before, and because Anel's spying abilities were so outrageous at first, he dismissed them. But then, after careful consideration, he concluded that Anel was only human and couldn't possess any superhuman abilities. Therefore, his spying abilities must have come from observation haki. As for the wide range of his observation haki, he could only attribute it to his exceptional talent. And now, seeing that Shadley also possessed observation haki, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. When did observation haki become so commonplace, so ubiquitous? "Hey, you can't beat me. Just prepare to die." Shadley was secretly shocked to see Pual appear unfazed despite the blow, but he didn't show it and quickly attacked again. If one blow didn't work, then 2 or 3. He just didn't believe Pual's body could be strong enough to withstand so many blows and remain unscathed. Elsewhere, "Hey, Goku, did you really defeat that god?" Luffy stared at Goku with wide eyes. Yeah," Goku nodded, confused. "When? We clearly got here before you. We came after you left. Have you forgotten I have the ability to teleport?" Seeing Goku's grinning face, Luffy's heart sank. No way. That's the person he wanted to beat to the ground. Why had Goku snatched him away again? He was filled with grief. No wonder he'd felt so empty when he saw that spaceship. It turned out it was because his opponent had truly escaped on board. "Let me liberate you. I hope you won't talk nonsense again once you reach paradise." As the two exchanged words, Om swung his long sword. Suddenly, an incredible scene unfolded. From the tip of his long sword, a gleaming iron saw emerged. As if infinitely extended, the saw shot toward Luffy's back at lightning speed. A sharp, piercing sound rang out from behind him, and Luffy's hair stood on end. Without a second thought, he dove to the side, narrowly missing the saw. After missing its first target, the saw continued its speed, darting towards its second target, Goku, who was standing in front of Luffy. Clang. Goku remained motionless, reaching out to grab the saw as it reached him, firmly grasping it. "What a strange weapon. Can it grow like my old Ruai Bang?" he asked curiously, eyeing the saw. Across from him, Om was stunned by the sight. His previously composed expression was gone. His eyes widened, and he stood there in a state of shock. "What? How is this possible?" His sunglasses slipped down his face in shock, revealing his pea-sized eyes. Oh no, now wide open, his eyes were normal size. In that case, he had Wukong to thank. After a moment of shock and speechlessness, tugged at the long sword, attempting to retract the saw. However, no matter how hard he pulled, the saw seemed to be attached to Wukong's hand, and no matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge. "Do you want to retract it?" Wukong, who had been observing the saw, suddenly let go after sensing the force in his hand. In an instant, bang! Gritting his teeth as he tugged at the long sword, was thrown back uncontrollably, colliding headfirst into his beloved dog behind him. From the impact, both he and his dog rolled their eyes and fainted. Such a hilarious scene made Luffy, hiding to the side, burst out laughing. "No, is this the end of the fight?" Bang! After punching Shadley back, knocking him unconscious against a tree, Pual retracted his fist, his white aura suddenly receding, a grin spreading across his face. After many experiments, he finally figured out how to block his enemy's observation haki. It's truly amazing. He turned around and looked at Goku in the distance, his eyes filled with deep admiration and gratitude. Boss Goku has truly changed his life. He's truly blessed to be able to follow Boss Goku. In the forest, Walpa led a group of Shandia warriors forward. They all wore skates, allowing them to move at a lightning speed, looking like birds darting through the trees. "Wappa, how strange. Why haven't we seen a single priest along the way?" After advancing for a long time without seeing any priests to stop them, a Shandian warrior finally couldn't help but ask Wappa. They had attacked this place many times before, only to be stopped by the priests each time. This time, they had long been prepared to fight the priests, but to their surprise, they hadn't even seen a single trace of them yet. Wappa frowned, puzzled by the situation. But he quickly stopped dwelling on it and said in a cold voice, "Don't worry about them. They will definitely appear. If not, we will reach Shandora and relight the Shandora lamp." No matter what happened on the island, lighting the Shandora lamp and fulfilling the ancestors' wish remained his primary goal. "Okay, I understand," the Shandian warrior nodded, saying nothing more. As they advanced through the forest at a breakneck pace, they quickly overtook Nami and the others, who were heading inland from another direction, and successfully arrived at the home of their ancestors, the golden city of Shandora. "We've finally arrived, where our ancestors once lived." Gazing at the magnificent ancient buildings before him, Wappa couldn't help but feel lost. As a child, he'd heard the chief tell him stories of how his ancestors protected Shandora, only to be taken away by the enemy. The chief had inspired him to fight for his homeland and light the lamp of Shandora, a goal he'd long strived for. Now, he was finally one step away from lighting the lamp of Shandora. "Wappa, look over there." Just then, a Shandia warrior whispered, pointing in a certain direction. Wappa snapped back to his senses, the gentle touch that had graced his face at the sight of his homeland vanishing in an instant, replaced by his usual fierce expression. "Those guys," he narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction his companion pointed. The next second, without a word, he aimed his shoulder-slung rifle at the target and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Chapter 263, The Attack of the Shandians. "That's it, but I don't know where the remaining two priests are." Pual clapped his hands after extracting a bundle of rope from Shadley and using it to tie him and together. He'd thought he'd have his fun, but he'd collapsed with a single thrust. The other priest, even more so, had been knocked unconscious by his own mount. It was sheer chuckle. "Oh, how boring." Luffy lay on the ground, a piece of dog-tail grass in his mouth, suddenly feeling life was dull. The god he'd tried to beat had fled, and even the two priests who had attacked him had been instantly dispatched by Pual and Goku. All his previous motivation had vanished. Perhaps he should just get some sleep. As he thought this, his eyes slipped shut, and then he began to snore. Wow, so sleepy. Influenced by his actions, Goku yawned loudly, and then he too wanted to find a place to sleep. After all, he hadn't even taken his nap yet. But, at that moment, a cannonball suddenly launched from afar, hurtling straight towards them. Huh? Before Goku could react, Pual, who had also noticed the situation, stepped in front of the cannonball and slapped it. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, popping Luffy's snoring bubbles and jolting him awake instantly. Huh? What happened? He rubbed his hazy eyes, looking around blankly before his gaze settled on a cloud of black smoke rising not far away. Within the smoke, Pual looked down at his fan-sized hand, an awkward grin forming on his face. He'd used too much force, intending to smack the cannonball away, but instead, it exploded. He shook his head and smiled, his expression turning fierce. He dared to attack them by surprise. He wanted to see who had the audacity to do so. Gudong, when the smoke cleared, revealing the scene inside, many of the Shandia warriors couldn't help but swallow. He was hit head-on by a cannonball. How come he's not even hurt? Seeing Puil unharmed, their faces were filled with fear. That was a specially crafted cannonball, incredibly lethal. This was the first time they'd seen one so ineffective against its target. Wappa. That guy too. A Shandian warrior from the back suddenly squeezed out, approached Wappa, pointed at Wukong behind Puil, and exclaimed in horror, "That's the guy I told you about last time." It was Rudo, the Shandian warrior who had fired a cannonball into Wukong's face when Wukong and his companions first arrived at the White Sea, only to find Wukong unharmed. But when he returned to his tribe and told everyone about it, no one believed him, believing his cannon had simply exploded. Otherwise, how could it have shattered? Now, with the confirmation of what had just happened, he could finally declare his earlier conclusion without a doubt. Someone truly could survive a direct cannonball explosion unscathed. Unlike most Shandian warriors, Wappa's face was devoid of fear, only a gloomy expression at the ineffectiveness of his shells. He hadn't encountered the four great priests, but instead these seemingly more formidable foes. But he wouldn't retreat. His ancestral homeland lay before him. How could he give up at this moment? "Looks like I might have to use this." He gazed at his bandaged right arm, his eyes filled with determination. Hidden within his right arm lay a powerful weapon called the repulsor shell. Even more powerful than the shock shell, it released a shockwave 10 times greater. However, its immense power also placed a heavy burden on the user. Most would be severely injured or even killed instantly after just one use. "Hey, who are you guys? Are you in league with the priests?" Although Puao wanted to teach these unreasonably taunting individuals a lesson, he hesitated to engage in direct combat. "Major General, we're being lumped in with those shameless thieves," Wappa replied coldly. "That's odd. If we're not on the same side as them, why are you attacking us?" Pual narrowed his eyes. "HMPH. Stop pretending. Aren't you Blue Sea people here for the gold?" Wappa snorted. This was precisely why he'd attacked Goku and his companions without a second thought. Their homeland was known as the Golden Country. Over the years, they'd witnessed many Blue Sea people, coveting the gold, come to Sky Island in search of the Golden Country, seeking their fortune. They considered these actions despicable acts of destroying their homeland, and thus, in their eyes, the Blue Sea people and Enel and the others were equally deserving of death. Gold. Goku and the other two were baffled by this. "Well, you might be mistaken. We're here for a trip," Goku said, scratching his face. Puao, however, didn't share his gentle tone. He frowned and said sternly, "Never mind the fact that there's any gold here. Even if there was, we'd be looking for it. What does it have to do with you?" "Of course there is. This is," a Shandian warrior was about to shout back when Wappa raised his arm and stopped him. "Why waste so much time talking to them? The Blue Sea people are always treacherous and cunning." His ferocious expression shocked his companions. "Whoever seeks to harm our homeland is our enemy. As long as they're enemies, we kill them." With that, he rushed forward, firing another shot from the rifle slung over his shoulder at Puao. Boom. This time, Puao controlled the force perfectly, sending the cannonball flying with a single blow, exploding into the nearby forest. HMPH, just in case the previous battle wasn't enough, Puao rubbed his fists, a fierce grin on his face. Then, in a flash, he was in front of Wappa and delivered a powerful punch. But Wappa, clad in skates, was incredibly fast, nimbly dodging the blow. He quickly turned and fired another round at Puao's back. Bang! This time, at extremely short range, the round struck Puao's back with pinpoint accuracy, sending him stumbling forward several steps. At that moment, several of the other Shandian warriors gathered around him, unleashing a barrage of attacks, whether with cannonballs, flaming swords, or flash guns. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, he was engulfed in a barrage of attacks, and thick black smoke billowed from his surroundings. Rubber, pistol, bang. After hammering away a Sandian warrior who hadn't reacted, Luffy turned around and looked at Goku, who stood motionless, and asked, "Hey, aren't you going to help? Your friend's under attack." Goku, who had crossed his arms and watched with rapt interest, blinked. I don't think I need to help. Puao can handle it alone." As he finished speaking, Puao finally appeared on the field. He held his hands in front of him in a defensive stance. Aside from a few ripped clothes and scratches on his skin, He showed no other signs of damage. Finally, something interesting, he lowered his arms and surveyed the Sandian warriors around him, a grin spreading across his face. It was the exhilarating smile of someone spotting prey. How could it be? It's taken so many hits and still managed to stay alive? What kind of monster is this? Many Sandian warriors stared in shock, disbelief. What's there to fear? We carry the fighting blood of our great warrior ancestors, Sakura. No enemy, no one can intimidate us, Wappa glared, roaring before firing another cannon at Pual. Bang! As expected, Pual deflected the cannonball once again. Wappa paid no attention. As Pual deflected the cannonball, he approached him and aimed his right palm, equipped with a repelling shell, at him. Then, with a glare, Wappa glared. Bang! A deafening roar echoed from his palm. Accompanied by this, an invisible, massive shockwave erupted from his palm, slamming into Pual in front of him, sending him flying. Whoosh! The overwhelming force carried him across dozens of meters in an instant, on the verge of crashing into an ancient building behind him. At that moment, Wukong suddenly appeared behind him. With a gentle touch of his right hand, he spun in place, mitigating the immense force. Phew, thank goodness, I didn't hit you. Looking at the ancient building less than 2 meters behind him, Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. They had promised Robin to protect this ancient building. If Pual had really crashed into it, with the force of that impact, it would have likely collapsed. Huff. Huff. Sorry, Boss Wukong, I was careless, Pual gasped several times before the tightness in his chest gradually dissipated. He hadn't expected the shockwave from Wappa's hand to be so powerful. This one, unlike Shadley's, had caused some internal damage. This was because Wukong had absorbed most of the impact. If he had really crashed into the ancient building, the damage would have been much more severe. Huff. Huff. Like him, Wappa was also panting heavily, clutching his right hand. After all, using the repulsion bead had taken a heavy toll on him. But he wasn't focused on himself at the moment. Instead, he stared intently at Pual and Wukong, who had calmly taken it. For the first time, shock crossed his face. He'd taken a repulsion bead and still be fine. That man had actually managed to absorb that blow with one hand. This unimaginable sight left his mind blank. Not to mention his companions and the rest of the Shandia warriors, who stood there speechless in shock. Damn it! I don't believe this. Wappa snapped back to reality, gritted his teeth, and veins bulged in his face. If one attack didn't work, he'd try a second time. He didn't believe anyone could withstand 2 repulsion beads. He didn't care about the damage he'd inflict by using it twice. Remember, in the original story, he even used it 3 times without a flicker of expression. However, before he could launch an attack, Wukong suddenly appeared before him, looking at his arm sternly. I don't know how you launched that attack just now, but your arm muscles are clearly overloaded. Stop. If you keep going like that, not only will your arm be crippled, but your life will be in danger. Stop talking nonsense. Wappa's face darkened, and he raised his arm to use the Pai Ji Bei again. But, snap. Wukong suddenly grabbed his wrist, preventing his palm from facing upwards, thus preventing him from using the Pai Ji Bei shockwave. His face paled, and he immediately tried to break free. But no matter how hard he struggled, Wukong's grip was like an iron clamp, holding him still. Stop. We're not here for the gold. There's no reason to fight. Wukong said again sternly. He had originally thought that with Pual's strength, he could easily defeat him without causing much damage, and could just treat it as a normal sparring match. But now, with the enemy unleashing a lethal attack that could harm both sides, or even lead to their demise, he had no choice but to intervene. Damn it. Let go of Wappa. The other Shandia warriors, previously stunned, now seeing their captain imprisoned, abandoned their fear and charged forward with fury. At this moment, Wukong glared at them. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from him, charging towards them with overwhelming force. Under his control, the force stiffened the opponents, halting their attacks, but preventing them from being sent flying or falling unconscious. At the same moment, he released Wappa's hand, staring at him for the 3rd time. Stop. You are no match for us, but we have no intention of harming you. He's right. Suddenly, an old voice echoed from nearby. Gadfer led his men out of the forest and solemnly addressed the Shandian warriors. This young man has come here to help us defeat Anel. It was not long ago that Anel fled in panic after being defeated by him. So, Wappa, and fellow Shandian warriors, You should not consider him an enemy. There's no more information. Deep within the ruins, Robin emerged from an ancient building and frowned slightly as she surveyed her surroundings. I've seen everything else, but there's no sign of this guarded bell tower. Where did it go? From the text left within the building, she discovered that the inhabitants of this ancient city were guarding a bell tower, or rather, a historical text within it. She, deeply interested in historical texts, naturally wanted to find it, but no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find it. Could it be? A flash of inspiration struck her mind. She suddenly looked up, gazing at a massive green vine rising from the center of the ruins into the sky, and a thought occurred to her. If, as Wukong said, this island was pushed up by the ocean current, then was this bell tower lifted into the air by this green vine when the island washed over here? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. With this thought, she decided to go back and find Wukong. After all, the visible part of the green vine must be hundreds of meters high, and who knows how much further it extends into the sky. She felt that aside from Wukong, who possessed the ability to fly, no one else could reach that height. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 The Bell Ringing Through Heaven and Earth. So, this is the situation. This was once the homeland of the Shandians, but 400 years ago, our ancestors seized this land from their ancestors for this very land. For the next 400 years, we Sky Islanders have occupied this land, and the Shandians have been constantly attacking us to reclaim it. Outside the ruins, Gadfer recounted the history of our yard. So, old man, your ancestors did something wrong. How could they take away someone else's home? Wukong commented, rubbing his chin. You're right. This was definitely a mistake. When I was a god, I also considered reconciliation between the two tribes, but, Gadfer said, glancing at Wappa and sighing. When he had previously negotiated a settlement with the other chief, Wappa had strongly opposed allowing the Sky Islanders to continue living on Arpayard, so the settlement fell through. In that case, why did you attack us before? We have no grudge against you, right? Nami asked, frowning as she looked at Wappa and the others. Earlier, while they were traveling through the forest, they heard noises ahead and sped over. They arrived shortly after Ganfor arrived, listening intently to his story. So, she couldn't understand why the Shandians attacked them so soon after they reached the White Sea. Because of gold, Nami's eyes suddenly sparkled. Yes, this city is called the Golden City because all its buildings are covered in gold, Gadfer said, glancing back at the ancient ruins behind them. But now, all that gold has been taken by Enel. My subordinates told me he used it all to build his ark, Golden City. Nami and the others were stunned by the name. Hey, isn't he talking about the Golden City? Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. He remembered that the diamond-faced man, Kurikit, who had helped them reach Sky Island, had been searching for the so-called Golden Land. Are you referring to Shandora by the Golden Land? Huh? Shandora? Gadfer was stunned. He only knew the ancient city was called the Golden Land, he didn't know its true name. How do you know it's called Shandora? A voice called from the side. Wappa, who had been lost in thought, turned his gaze to Nami and the others. The diamond-faced man told us, Luffy said casually, holding his head. He's been searching for this Golden Land to prove his ancestors weren't deceiving the world. His ancestor's name was, what was it? Rolando, idiot, Nami added with disdain. What did you say? Upon hearing the name, Wappa's expression suddenly changed, and he stared at Nami and Luffy. You were talking about Rolando. A huge wave of fear surged within him. He was the only one among the Shandian warriors present who knew that their ancestors had long sought to light the lamp of Shandora because of a pact between the great warrior Kalgora and their clan's benefactor, Rolando. It was precisely because of this pact that they had persisted for centuries in their quest to reclaim their former homeland. Yes, it's Rolando, Nami nodded curiously. So, you say his descendants are searching for the Golden Land? What's their name? Wappa's expression was agitated. Mont Blanc Kurikit, I guess. Surprisingly, Wappa clenched his fists, his heart pounding. 400 years had passed, and not only them, but Rolando's descendants also remembered this pact. What a miracle. Alice, the gold has been taken away, and the name of the Golden Land is no longer there. Nami ignored his reaction and sighed as she gazed at the ancient ruins. A city covered in gold, what a dazzling brilliance it must have been, she had never seen before. Hateful Anel. She gritted her teeth and cursed the shameless thief who had stolen the gold. He hadn't even thought of leaving her any. Wappa, still excited, felt as if a cold shower had been poured over her. Gold, yes, the gold was gone. These buildings were fine, just the gold decorations on the surface, but the promised golden bell was made entirely of gold. Anel took all the gold, so didn't that mean he'd taken the golden bell too? No, a voice rang out from the ruins. Robin strode gracefully out, smiled at Nami, and said, "If my guess is correct, there's still quite a bit of gold left in this golden city, Sister Robin." Nami was startled, then her eyes lit up. "What did you say? There's still gold here?" "Yes," Robin nodded, then looked at Wukong. "Wukong, can you take me up there? If my guess is correct, there should be the most important thing in this golden city up there." She pointed to the top of the monument, above the giant green vine that soared into the sky. "You mean the golden bell is up there?" Wappa asked, staring at her intently. "The most important thing, surely, is the golden bell?" Robin glanced at him in surprise, then said thoughtfully, "Yes, there's no sign of the golden bell in the ruins. If it's still on this island, then the only possible place is up there." With that confirmation, Wappa turned without a word and rushed into the ruins. He wanted to see for himself whether the golden bell, carrying the ancestral promise, was truly atop the vines. Whoosh, in mid-air, Wukong wrapped his arm around Robin's waist and soared rapidly into the sky. After a while, after they passed through a layer of mist, the top of the green vine finally came into view. "It's really high. Without Wukong, I wouldn't have been able to reach this place alone," Robin thought to herself, observing the green vines still hundreds of meters high after passing through the mist. Soon, as they reached the top, a shimmering golden object suddenly appeared before their eyes. "It's here." Robin's pupils dilated slightly, a look of delight on her face. Before them, a massive golden bell tower rested quietly on a green vine. At its base, a historical text, immaculate despite the passage of time, was inlaid. "Wow, so much gold?" Wukong marveled at the bell tower as they landed. Even though he had little idea of money, he knew that so much gold could be exchanged for countless sums. Seeking, Robin, however, paid no attention to the gold. She moved to the historical text and quickly scanned the information. Disappointed, she found no blank space for the historical record she was looking for, only information about Seeking, one of the three great ancient weapons. "Looks like this historical text isn't what I'm looking for either," she sighed softly. Bang, bang. At that moment, Wukong entered the bell tower, approached the golden bell, and gently tapped it with his fingers. "That sound is quite nice," he said, raising an eyebrow. He grinned and clenched his fist. "Yoshi, let me try ringing it." He stepped back with his right leg, striking a fist. Then, fixing his gaze on a specific point on the golden bell, he struck it with his right fist like a dragon. Dang! Instantly, the immensely heavy bell swung backwards. Simultaneously, a clear, resonant, and melodious sound, as if traversing 400 years of time, echoed through the sky once again. "What?" Wappa, still struggling to climb the vines, paused for a moment, his expression awestruck as he gazed upwards at the source of the sound. "Is this the lamp of Shandora?" Tears welled up in his eyes, streaming down like a waterfall. He, always a stoic and tough man, was now shedding tears that shocked everyone. "Ancestor, our pact with Rolando has finally been fulfilled." His descendants must have heard it too. Dang! When the sacred voice, as clear as spring water and as profound as history, rang out once again, Luffy, Gaffer, and the Shandian warriors finally confirmed that the bell ringing was no illusion. What a beautiful sound! Nami clutched her cheeks, eyes closed, feeling her soul cleansed by the melodious sound. "It's actually up there." What a beautiful sound! Gaffer's face was filled with shock, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. With that sound, he finally understood the Shandian centuries-long insistence on reclaiming this land. "The Lantern of Shandora, the Lantern of Shandor has been lit. Ancestors, we have finally succeeded." The Shandian warriors smiled with tears in their eyes, some even weeping bitterly. After 400 years of perseverance, 400 years of fighting, they had finally made the Lantern of Shandor ring loudly across this land once again. On Angel Island, everyone held their breath. They didn't know where the bell rang from, but a strange awe welled up in their hearts. The shock of this moment made them subconsciously stop their movements, silently absorbing the beauty and sacredness of the bell's sound. On Gaia Island, Kurkit, exhausted after another fruitless search in the sea, lay on the shore. As the melodious sound of the bell, echoing across tens of thousands of meters, reached his ears, he sat up with a jerk, his eyes fixed on the sky. The sound continued, and he finally confirmed that he wasn't hallucinating. Could this be? He leaped to his feet, his face filled with excitement. No doubt, such a beautiful sound must be the golden bell our ancestors spoke of. Our ancestors didn't lie to us. The golden land truly exists. Tears welled up like a dam, blurring his vision, but he didn't bother to wipe them away, only muttering to himself with immense joy. After so many years, he could finally declare to everyone with certainty, his ancestor Rolando wasn't a liar. The Golden Land, Shandora, truly exists. 2 days later. Dad, is this the lamp of Shandora that the chief told us about? A young Shandia child asked curiously in the Shandora ruins, pointing to the gleaming golden bell before him. Yes, Songpa, remember this. This is a treasure of our tribe that our ancestors have always protected. It was lost for some reason, but now we've found it again. From now on, we must always protect it, including you, Songpa. When you have children one day, you must tell them that this is something we must protect. His father squatted down, looking at him solemnly. Yes, I understand, Dad. The child nodded emphatically and pointed to 2 statues next to the bell tower, asking, Dad, who are these 2 statues? His father stood up and looked at the 2 statues, his face full of respect. Songpa, remember this. These 2 are our tribe's great benefactors. The one on the left is Rolando. He assisted our ancestors greatly 400 years ago. The one on the right. He helped us return to our homeland and rediscovered the lamp of Shandora. As the Shandian man spoke, he recalled the astonishing scene 2 days earlier of the powerful man descending from the sky like a god, holding a massive bell tower in his hand. His face lit up with reverence. Remember this, Songpa. This benefactor's name is Sun Wukong. Wukong, thank you so much for this time. From now on, you are friends of all of us on Angel Island. We welcome you back anytime. On Angel Beach, Gatfer, having removed his knight's armor and once again become the god ruling over the people of Angel Island, solemnly addressed Wukong and his companions as they departed. That's right, Wukong, and us too. You are our great benefactor. We, the Shandians, welcome you and your friends to visit us in the future, the Shandian chieftain said with equal solemnity. After this incident, he and Genfer reconciled, finally bringing the 400-year conflict between the 2 tribes to an end and ushering in a new era of peaceful coexistence. Wukong undoubtedly played a significant role in their successful reconciliation. Haha, you're so polite, Wukong said, rubbing his head and grinning. After the incident a few days ago, he'd been strolling around Angel Island with Pugil and Robin, enjoying the food. Today, he felt he'd had enough of the sightseeing and eating, and was thinking of leaving. We'll come back if we have the chance, he said with a grin. He waved to Canis, the Angel Island residents, and the Shandians who had come to see them off. Then he, Pugil, and Robin leaped onto the boat. Goodbye, Wukong. You must come again, Canis waved vigorously, her eyes red. She had just said goodbye to a group of new friends 2 days ago, and today she had to say goodbye to them again. She felt truly sad. Bye, Canis, and everyone else. Goku waved again from the side of the ship. As Pual reeled in the anchor, a red, super-fast shrimp emerged from the sea of clouds, its 2 enormous claws grasping the ship's hull. And then, whoosh, it swam away, clutching the ship. Thus ended Goku's journey to Sky Island. Mini Theater, time, Luffy and his crew had just left Sky Island and returned to the Grand Line. Ugh, who didn't flush the shit? A sudden, earth-shattering scream erupted from the Mary, steaming across the sea. It startled the ship so much that it jumped 3 times. Luffy. Is that you? Nami stormed out of the cabin, pointing at Luffy on the bow. Huh? What? It wasn't me. Luffy turned back, bewildered. You're still saying no. You did it once before. Who else on this ship would forget to flush besides you? But this time I really won't do that. It must be you. Go clean the toilet right now. Otherwise, you won't be allowed to eat today. Do you hear me? Nami grabbed Luffy's ears and threw him into the cabin, saying viciously like a tigress. Chapter 265 Sparks. At dawn, the fallen bronze bells of the ruined palace sighed long and deep. The guillotine's blade had been transformed into a pancake griddle, the sizzling batter constantly flipped by the chef, quickly forming into fragrant egg pancakes. The queue of people, stepping over the still dry blood on the ground, took their pancakes in an orderly manner. They were covered in dust, their faces weary yet vibrant. As they accepted the pancakes, their lingering smiles widened. And these smiles were happiness. Not far away, several children played together, picking up broken helmets from the ground. They ran from one end of the street to the other, their crisp, lively sounds echoing throughout, making the world seem even more vibrant. Great, Sabo. This country is alive again. Kurla, a slightly bedraggled woman, observed the scene with delight, a sweet smile spreading across her face. 2 years ago, when they arrived in this country, the people had numb expressions and hollow eyes. Everywhere they went, there was a dead, gloomy atmosphere. Back then, she couldn't imagine what kind of life could bring such a gloomy country. Even children, supposedly lively and energetic, were languid, like octogenarians nearing the grave. Later, after their investigation, they learned that the king was tyrannical and capricious. He had enacted many harsh laws, such as the dress code, which prohibited civilians from wearing anything other than black or gray. Anyone caught wearing other colors would either pay a hefty ransom or be forced into slavery, forced to work day and night, and often dying from exhaustion. He also developed many brutal royal games, such as the monthly house-burning game. Within a randomly selected area designated by the king, royal members would randomly select a civilian's house and simultaneously launch fireballs into it, betting on whose chosen house would be reduced to ash the fastest. Civilians whose homes were burned down were also required to pay a fire tax to the royal family. Failure to pay was met by the arena, where they were injected with potent yet damaging drugs designed to stimulate human potential and fight ferocious beasts procured by the royal family through various means. Ultimately, they were either devoured by the beasts amidst the royal family's cheers, or managed to slay the beasts amidst their curses and escape the arena, only to die violently within a few years. In short, the lives of the people of this country were once tragic beyond description. Yes, the green shoots of life are beginning to sprout, and now it's time for them to flourish. Sabo, his face still stained with blood, a hose slung over his shoulder, smiled with relief at this peaceful scene. The Revolutionary Army's mission was to rescue this suffering nation and bring its people a life of happiness and peace. Over the past 2 years, under their leadership and propaganda, the local people have developed new ideas, and many have chosen to join their Revolutionary Army, contributing their insignificant strength to overthrow this corrupt world. In a word, it's like a spark of fire, unnoticed, being continuously sown by their Revolutionary Army, waiting for the day when this filthy, decaying world will be completely ignited. No news on that guy yet. In the office, Kizaru lounged in his old chair as usual, his lazy gaze lingering through his sunglasses as he gazed inquiringly at his newly arrived subordinate. After arriving at the sea area where Goku had last appeared and searching fruitlessly for days, with no new news, he had retreated to a nearby naval base, leisurely awaiting intelligence. No, Admiral Kizaru, his subordinate shook his head, perplexed. Judging by that guy's past behavior, despite his erratic movements, he'd never concealed his whereabouts, often lurking within the reach of world government intelligence agents. But now so much time has passed, more than a week, and there is still no new trace of the other party. This is very strange. Could it be that the other party has started to cover up his whereabouts? As his superior, Kizaru naturally thought of this. He cracked his nails and said in a strange tone, "Oh my, this is troublesome. This guy is not hiding from us, with his ability. If he doesn't want us to find him, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find his whereabouts. Why does such a thankless task fall on me? It's really troublesome." If the situation did not allow it and he was lazy, he really wanted to run to the 5 elders and slam the table to demand, such a good job, should it be given to someone like Sasuke who is full of energy every day? Why give it to someone like him who just wants to slack off? The morning of Southport was opened by the sound of people bustling with activity. Scalding steam curled from the iron plates, the exploding bubbles of oil like shockwaves, the scorched aroma of pancakes wafting across the harbor, attracting long lines to buy. Fishermen nibbled their pancakes, exchanged greetings, and walked along creaking wooden planks toward the fishing boats moored at the harbor, painted golden by the early sun, beaming with smiles as they prepared for a new day of work. 3 flagged merchant ships were loading cargo, sailors carrying baskets of volcanic sweet oranges back and forth. Farmers licked their fingers and counted their banknotes, their wrinkled faces radiating with smiles. "Hey, give me one, please." At the pancake stall, after the line had dispersed, a new customer arrived. Inside, the owner stretched with stiff wrists, a slight smile on his lips betraying his joy. Though tired, he relished the fatigue now, compared to the exhaustion and fear of his past. "Okay, sir, what toppings would you like?" Hearing the voice in front of him, he reached for the batter, scooped up a handful, and poured it onto the iron plate, asking with expert skill. "What toppings are available, young man?" He gently rubbed the spatula a few times, and a pancake, thicker than those from other vendors, began to take shape on the iron plate. "Sir, there's a board to your right with instructions on it," he said, glancing up at the customer in front of him. Then his eyes shifted downward, ready to focus on the pancake again. However, less than 2 seconds after he shifted them downward, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly returned his gaze to the customer in front of him. No, to be more precise, to his face. "Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't notice your eyes." Looking at the customer's closed eyes, the scars on his eyelids running from his forehead to his cheeks, he felt a surge of guilt. The customer was clearly blind, yet he still asked him to look at the topping board himself. Would that make him think he was teasing him? "It's okay, young man. Now, could you recommend some good toppings?" Fortunately, the customer didn't seem to mind, or perhaps his apology had persuaded him, as his tone remained incredibly gentle. Okay, let me tell you, sir, my best meat topping is volcanic wild boar. Almost every customer who comes here orders it," he said rapidly as he flipped the pancake over. "And then, eggs are also a must-try, they enhance the flavor, and then there's my special pickles. I'm telling you, just a little bit of them makes my pancakes 10 times more delicious. That's why so many people come to me," confidence shone on his face. "So it doesn't matter if you add anything else, but you absolutely must add these 3. You'll definitely be satisfied." "Haha, okay, young man, all up to you," the customer replied without hesitation. "Okay, sir, I'll take care of it," he replied, picking up a piece of already roasted volcanic wild boar from the bucket and heating it on the iron plate. Just as he was about to lower his tongs to crack the egg, he glanced at the customer in front of him. After a moment's thought, he picked up another piece of wild boar meat and placed it on the iron plate. Sizzle! As the golden egg and pancake blended, the aroma grew even more fragrant. He placed 2 pieces of warm wild boar meat on the pancake, then sprinkled some shredded special pickles on top. Then, using a spatula, he folded the pancake in half, then in half again, finally completing a deliciously fragrant pancake. "Sir, this is your first time here, isn't it? As a token of my welcome, I'm giving you this pancake." He wrapped the pancake in a bag and handed it to the customer in front of him with a smile. Unexpectedly, the customer shook his head, smiled faintly, and said, "Young man, I appreciate your warm welcome. Thank you, but I have to pay." Seeing that the customer refused to pay and took the pancake, he also shook his head and smiled. "Okay, then. The wild boar meat is 400 berries apiece, the eggs are 75 berries each, the pickles are the same, and the pancake is 50 berries. That's 600 berries in total, sir." "Okay, young man." A 1,000 yuan bill was held out before him. He reached out and took it, intending to exchange it for 400 berries to return. However, when he looked up after finding the change, he was surprised to find that the customer had already walked some distance away. "Hey, squire, here's your 400 berries, he shouted, holding up the bill, and tried to get out of the stall to catch up. But unexpectedly, the customer turned his head and held up the pancake with a crescent-shaped bite in it. The wild boar meat is indeed delicious. The 2 pieces together are very chewy. He paused as he rushed out of the stall. After a while, he scratched his face and turned back to his stall. Strange, how did he find out? Snap! 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 On the street, a tall, middle-aged blind man in a purple kimono and wooden clogs nibbled a pancake in one hand, leaning on his staff with the other, constantly exploring the path ahead, making short, eye-catching noises. Ahead of him, many residents looked over, some pulling their children out of the way, some moving their fruit carts back, their faces painted with friendly smiles. Some even approached, greeting him enthusiastically. "Hey, uncle, where are you going? Can I show you the way?" "Thank you, but not for now." The blind man was none other than Fujitora Ichisho, the man from the original story who, after the Battle of Marineford, was exceptionally promoted to admiral through the world draft. Currently, he was just a hidden master, unknown to the world. Therefore, he didn't even have the nickname Fujitora, his name was simply Ichisho. He smiled back at the enthusiastic young man and continued strolling through the streets, eating his pancakes. What makes this country so welcoming and vibrant? Although he couldn't see the smiles on the faces of the people around him, he could sense their genuine joy and the vibrant energy emanating from them. This was something he had felt since he set foot in this country. The air still lingers with a lingering smell of blood and gunpowder. What happened in this country before? He was filled with curiosity. Yes, that's right. You've mastered the technique. On the boat, Wukong, hands on his hips, praised Robin, who hovered half a meter above him. It had been 2 days since they left Sky Island and returned to the Grand Line. Upon their return, Wukong offered his full knowledge to Robin and Puel, both of whom were particularly interested in flying, and taught them the air dance technique in a few words. Puel, who already had a good grasp of his chi, though he stumbled a bit, quickly mastered the basics of the air dance technique. Robin, unfamiliar with ki, was naturally stunned by Wukong's cryptic instructions, nearly losing her mind. But thankfully, she was incredibly clever and managed to figure out the trick. After 5 or 6 attempts, she actually managed to levitate. Snap! Whoosh! Landing on the ground, Robin breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Wukong's delighted face, she couldn't help but quip, "Wukong, I see you have a lot of room for improvement in teaching, huh? Really? Ha ha ha." Wukong rubbed his head and grinned, completely unfazed by the criticism. Even though he wasn't very good at teaching, every disciple managed to learn, didn't they? Half a day later. SHHH. Smells so good. Boss, give us 3 pancakes, please. At the pancake stall, Wukong examined the toppings tray to his right for a moment, then, hands on his hips, grinned. "I'll add volcanic boar meat, glazed chicken, and grouper." He listed most of the meat ingredients in one breath. Here, the boss's hand, smearing the batter, froze. He looked up and gave an awkward smile. "Guests, a maximum of 2 servings of meat can be added to a pancake. Any more and it won't fit, is that so?" "Then add volcanic boar meat and glazed chicken," Wukong said, pinching his chin. "Then I'll add grouper, egg, and crispy sauce." Mine is the same as Wukong's, volcanic boar meat and glazed chicken. Robin and Puao beside him followed suit. "Okay. 3 guests. Please wait a moment." The boss skillfully prepared the pancakes and added the meat. Finally, he asked, "By the way, guests, would you like some of my special pickles? Let me tell you, just a little bit of my pickles makes this pancake 10 times more delicious." Chapter 266 Encounter in the town of Verona. The boss is right. The pickles perfectly balanced the sweetness of the pancake, making it even better. On the street, Robin nibbled at the pancake and commented on it. "I don't quite understand it, haha, but it does taste good." Wukong swallowed the last bite of the pancake and casually tossed the pancake bag into the street trash can. He didn't care about the details. To him, food was either good or bad, and this pancake was definitely good. "I'm so hungry. Let's find a restaurant and then go meet a friend of mine who's also on this island." After finishing a huge pancake, Wukong's shriveled belly still showed no sign of swelling. He patted his stomach and suggested to the 2 of them. "No problem, Boss Wukong," Puel agreed immediately. With a larger than average appetite, 1 pancake wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. Robin, on the other hand, felt satisfied with a pancake, so she focused on the rest of Wukong's words. "Friend," she looked at Wukong with curiosity. Throughout their journey, she honestly hadn't seen Goku mention any other friends. "Yes, she's a very good friend of mine. It's a pity the other one isn't here," Goku replied with a smile, his hands behind his head. "I told you before that you could follow my friends with confidence. I was talking about them." Hearing this, Robin paused her bite of the pancake, then continued. What kind of people could Goku trust so confidently? She wondered curiously, a hint of anticipation building up in her meeting. In the town of Verona, the girl at the fruit stall darted forward and shoved a nearly peeled volcanic tangerine into his pocket. The peel had been specially formed into petals to enclose the flesh, protecting it from dust. "Uncle, this volcanic tangerine is delicious. I'll peel it for you, you can try it." The girl smiled brightly, hands behind her back, and stepped back toward the fruit stall. A smile touched the bluestone slab with his cane and sword, then paused. "Thank you, young lady." He didn't offer to pay, as that would have ruined the girl's kindness. But, unnoticed, he manipulated a coin into her wallet. Touching his pockets, bulging with several volcanic tangerines, he sighed heartily, if only I had come to this country sooner. Then, with my still blind eyes, I could have truly seen this country filled with kindness. Since arriving in this country, he had felt the overwhelming kindness of its people. Furthermore, the joy of everyone around him filled him with a sense of unreality. When had the lower classes of a nation truly been so filled with such joy? This was something he had never experienced in the dozens of countries he had visited over the decades. Look out! Everyone, get out of the way. A street nearby sloped upwards, its surface quite steeply. At the top of the slope, a middle-aged man panted heavily, clearly having struggled to get up from the other side. Perhaps from exhaustion, or perhaps carelessness, his grip on the transporter's handle suddenly loosened. In an instant, the truck, laden with fruit, became a wild beast, hurtling down the slope. The wheels clattered like a broken lute, their rustling scraping against the uneven bluestone, causing the vehicle to tremble. Fruit leaped from the turbulence, scattering like deserters. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The middle-aged man, not even catching his breath, desperately chased after the truck. But the road was descending, and a mere mortal could not possibly keep up with the ever-accelerating speed of the truck. He could only watch helplessly as it shrank from view. His shouting alerted the people ahead, who noticed the truck charging like a wild boar behind them. Their faces paled, and they transformed into ungainly dancers, narrowly avoiding it with a startled dodge. Oh my God! I'm so scared. A young man's face paled as he watched a transport truck rumble past less than half a meter away. He'd tripped over his left foot while trying to avoid it, falling flat on his face. Luckily, his companions reacted quickly and pulled him aside, preventing him from being crushed by the truck. Meanwhile, the truck had already rushed down the slope. Even after reaching a flatter surface, its inertia kept its speed unabated, continuing to ram into anything in its path. Ah! Look out! The girl at the fruit stall saw Yixio, who was tearing off a volcano tangerine in front of the truck and chewing it carefully, and her face paled with fear. She tried to rush over and pull Yixio away. But at her current distance, there was no way she could pull him away before the truck hit him. Danger! Get out of the way, uncle, she cried anxiously as she ran. At that moment, Yixio was near a crowd of people, so those who were farther away and wanted to help him watched helplessly. The most panicked person was the owner of the transport truck. He accidentally stepped on a fallen fruit, and red juice spurted out, coating the sole of his shoe and the ground. He slipped and fell to the ground, his pupils constricted as he watched the transport truck crash into Yixio. No, if someone died, his guilt would be grave. Yixio stood in front of the transport truck and popped the last slice of the volcano tangerine into his mouth. Even blind, he could sense the danger ahead and the anxious fear of the people around him who were about to be hit by the transport truck. Don't panic, just let me stop it, he muttered to himself, placing his hand on his staff and sword. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his observation haki, like a black dot on a blank page. It's dangerous, my friend, a voice echoed in his ears. Wukong suddenly appeared in front of the ramming truck, raising one hand and pressing it against the front, bringing it to a steady stop. Thank you for your help, sir. After a moment's pause, the gravity wave gathered at Yixio's fingertips slowly dissipated. He smiled and nodded in gratitude. Well, it's just a small matter, haha. Wukong picked up the few fallen fruits and placed them back on the truck. At this moment, the girl at the fruit stall finally ran over to Yixio, patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, uncle, you almost got hit. With that, she sprinted forward again, repeatedly bending down to pick up the scattered fruit. Thank you so much. The middle-aged man, still trembling, approached Wukong, bowing repeatedly to express his gratitude. If it weren't for Wukong, his truck would have injured or even killed someone. He already considered Wukong a great benefactor. It's okay, haha. By the way, are you selling this fruit? It looks delicious. Wukong picked up a few more pieces of fruit, scratching his head and grinning. Selling? The middle-aged man was stunned at first, then quickly waved his hand. No, I'm not selling it. I'll give you as many as you want. He was overjoyed. He had been thinking about how to repay Wukong, and now he didn't have to think about it anymore. Is that so? Then I want all of it. Unexpectedly, Wukong's answer froze his smile. What? How much did you say you wanted? His eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he was hallucinating. All of it. Wukong raised his index finger and shook it. I want this whole cartload. This, the middle-aged man stuttered. Ha, just kidding. This is enough. Wukong lifted a red fruit from his arms and placed the rest onto the transport cart. He waved goodbye to the middle-aged man. Thank you, I'll take this. He then took a delighted bite. Delicious. Hey, Robin, Pugil, would you like to try some? He continued forward, holding up a third of the fruit and gesturing towards the two men stationed at the top of the slope. No, Robin said expressionlessly. Really? Boss Wukong. Pugil's face lit up with excitement, his heart shouting, Boss Wukong is sharing his delicious fruit with me. I'm so honored. What an interesting man. Yixiao stood there, leaning on his staff and sword, listening to Wukong's voice fading away, a faint smile crossing his face. And with strength, really? I'm all grown up now. I even made a great contribution in the last battle. Why can't I join? In an alley, a girl who looked about 13 or 14 pouted and sulked. Beside her were 3 other boys of similar or older age. The oldest, who looked about 16 or 17, smiled gently and caressed the girl, whose cheeks were puffy like a hamster, lovingly. Miayu, last time, it was a battle that required the entire nation and its people to fight, so Sister Kurla didn't stop you. But now, if you join the Revolutionary Army, we won't just be fighting for this country, we'll be fighting for all the nations of the world. The two can't be compared, I know. To overthrow the corrupt and filthy world government, to eliminate the stinking aristocracy, to liberate all oppressed people, and to build a new world of harmony, freedom, equality, and dreams. I know the Revolutionary Army's ideals and goals by heart, and I've long been prepared to fight for them. Dongli, don't underestimate my determination. Miayu clasped her hands in anger. She couldn't understand why Dongli, only 3 years her senior, could join the Revolutionary Army while she couldn't. I know you're very determined, Miayu, Dongli patiently counseled, still smiling. But think about it. You're only 13, still in the process of growing and developing. What you need to do now is learn more and equip yourself with knowledge. Have you forgotten? The last time you read the newspaper, there were quite a few words you didn't recognize. He winked teasingly at this. Shut up, Dongli. Miayu's face flushed red. She turned around and punched Dongli with her little fists. Seeing the girl's ears flushed, Dongli stopped teasing her. He placed his hands on her shoulders and looked at her seriously. So, just listen to Sister Kurla. She said that in 2 years, if you're still as determined as you are now, she'll definitely welcome you to join our Revolutionary Army. Miayu's pounding gradually slowed. She lowered her head, bit her lower lip, and fell silent. After a moment, she suddenly raised her head and raised her fist at Dongli, her eyes filled with determination. HMPH. Just wait for me, Dongli. In 2 years, I'll definitely join the Revolutionary Army. With that, she spun around, her ponytail swirling in the air. Eat. I'm starving. Dongli, didn't you say you'd treat me? I'm going to rip you off. Okay, walk slower. Seeing that he had finally persuaded the other party, Dongli breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally completed his first mission after joining the Revolutionary Army, given to him by Sister Kurla. Let's go too. I'm really hungry. He smiled at his 2 companions. Boss Wukong, you might not have needed to attack just now. That guy seemed quite strong, Pual said on the street as he tossed a fruit core into the trash can. Well, I didn't think too much about it, haha. He's blind, Wukong replied with a smile. Suddenly, his nose twitched, and a restaurant in front of him lit up. That's it. Let's go eat there. The moment the door opened, Wukong was enveloped by the tangy aroma of delicious food. He took a deep breath, and every cell in his body groaned with pleasure. Boss, could you please serve all your delicious food? He reached the front desk and said to a middle-aged man inside with a smile. All of it. The middle-aged man, named Galen, was the owner of the restaurant. He wore glasses and looked very gentle. Upon hearing Wukong's shocking words, he couldn't help but let out a long, puzzled sound. That's right, boss. Besides me, they're both big eaters. Don't worry about the money, we're rich. Robin smiled softly beside Wukong, glancing at Pual, who was standing on his other side. With a click, Pual placed his handbag on the counter in perfect sync, then unzipped it with a click. Suddenly, Countless green Baileys in the handbag caught Garen's eye. His eyes widened instantly. Oh my god, how many Baileys are there? He saw that the denominations were all 10,000. Each stack was 1,000,000, and there must be at least dozens of them. He didn't dare to think any further. After swallowing, he nodded quickly. Okay, guests, please wait a moment. All our dishes will not disappoint you, thank you, boss, Wukong said with a smile, and then he, Robin, and Puao walked to a vacant table in the corner of the right wall and sat down. At this moment, on the other side of them, it was the restaurant's left wall. In front of Mei was a bowl of steaming noodle soup, filled with her favorite fresh shrimp. But she didn't care about the shrimp she had just picked up with her chopsticks, nor about the noodles she had half slurped up, with the other half still hanging out. Her eyes were fixed on the direction where Wukong and the others were. That person couldn't be. Chapter 267, The crowd is excited. Mei, why aren't you eating? Is it because you don't like it? A young man asked, perplexed, seeing Mei's expression. Dongli also noticed this, but he keenly realized that Mei had stopped eating not because she had lost her appetite, but because she had seen something. So, following her gaze, he also looked over, wanting to see what Mei had noticed. Look, is that someone? Mei finally came to her senses. Hearing her companion's question, she raised her left hand and pointed in a direction, asking uncertainly. She had once lived in dire straits in this country, but only after the arrival of the Revolutionary Army did things begin to improve. Because of this, she had a deep admiration for the Revolutionary Army, often hanging around with soldiers, listening to their stories of revolutionary experiences and news. One of them once told her about a brave and courageous man who had bravely confronted the celestial dragons and rescued their abused slaves, earning the respect of the entire Revolutionary Army. Naturally, she also remembered this person she also admired. However, since she had only seen the wanted poster and hadn't seen the person's face, she wasn't completely sure it was him. Dong Li had already spotted the person Mei Yu was pointing at. He narrowed his eyes, feeling uncertain. There was no way around it, the person's back was facing him, and without a clear view of their face, he couldn't confirm their identity. Well, I'll go over and take a look. If it's really that person, Dong Li said slowly after a few seconds of hesitation, a subtle flash of excitement in his eyes. If they ran into him here, they would be incredibly lucky. After all, having joined the Revolutionary Army, he knew more about him than Mei Yu did. He knew that Sister Kurla and Sabo were his friends. I want to go too, Mei Yu said, puffing up her face as she slurped down her noodles and slammed her chopsticks on the table. Ding-ling-ling, at that moment, the restaurant's glass door was pushed open, and the wind chimes hanging on it emitted a crisp, melodious sound. Snap, 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 snap. Yixio walked in, leaning on his sword and staff. Mei, who had just stood up, saw a blind man entering and, without hesitation, changed direction and ran towards him. Uncle, are you coming to eat? Let me hold you. Reaching Yixio's side, she naturally took his arm, her voice light and cheerful. Yixio wasn't surprised at all. After all, he had already sensed this through his observation haki. Thank you, little girl. I want to eat there, he smiled faintly, then raised the sword and staff in his right hand and pointed to the right. Huh? That's where? Mei was stunned when she realized he was pointing to the place she had just wanted to go. It must be just a coincidence. She shook her head and smiled inwardly, then helped Yixio towards the place. Uncle, we're here. There's an empty table. After walking about 10 steps, she stopped and prepared to help Yixio to the dining chair in front of them. However, Yixio shook his head and said, Little girl, please take me a little further. Mei was stunned for a moment, and saw that further ahead was the dining table of Wukong and others, but there was an empty table in the corner further inside where Wukong and others were. She felt puzzled. Did the uncle want to eat at the table in the corner, but he was blind, so how did he know there was an empty table there? She couldn't help but look up at Yixio and saw that his eyes were still tightly closed. Maybe this uncle didn't know there was an empty table there, he just wanted to sit further inside? She blinked, smiled and said, Okay, uncle, then you come with me, be careful. She supported Yixio and continued to walk forward. When they reached the table where Wukong and the other two were, she suppressed her curiosity and prepared to help Yixio to sit down at the table in front. Unexpectedly, Yixio suddenly stopped in his tracks and offered her a faint smile. Thank you, young lady. I'm here. While she was stunned, He turned around, looked at Wukong, and said, "Sir, may I have lunch with you?" Wukong, who was sitting in a chair, boredly waiting for the food to be delivered, blinked in surprise. He then gave a bright smile. "Sure, haha." He immediately stood up and moved to a seat against the wall, giving up the spot he had been sitting in. "Thank you, sir." Yixio nodded slightly, and without hesitation, plopped down in the seat Wukong had vacated. Miayu's mouth dropped open, a cloud of questions running through her head. "No, uncle, aren't you blind? How did you know someone was here?" But her attention quickly drifted to something else. Without Yixio's obstruction, she could now see Wukong's face clearly. Instantly, she covered her cherry lips, her long eyelashes fluttering. Are you Sun Wukong?" She felt her heart pounding. The next second, her excitement reached a peak, her face flushing crimson. "Yes, I'm Sun Wukong. Do you know me? It really is. It's really him." Miayu felt her breath catch, her hands clasped together, her words incoherent with excitement. "Wu-mr. Wukong, I. Of course you know me." "Oh no. I mean, of course I know you." She was so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Fortunately, Dongli and the other two companions came over, distracting her. "Mr. Wukong. It's really you, Mr. Wukong. I can't believe I see you here, Mr. Wukong." Seeing the four boys and girls so excited, Wukong blinked and scratched his head. "Huh? What's wrong with you?" He'd been recognized before, but never with the reactions of the young men and women before him. Robin rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head, watching the scene with interest. It seemed Goku had met someone different this time. Son Goku. Yixio had been silent since he sat down. He'd naturally sensed Miayu's excitement. He'd been wondering what the girl was so excited about. Now, hearing the man's name beside him, he was deeply surprised, yet still puzzled. He was surprised that the man who had captivated him, the one who had done something so earth-shattering 2 months prior, was the one responsible. He was puzzled as to why Miayu and the three young men were so excited upon seeing Goku. From what he'd seen before, while Goku's actions were just, most ordinary people, under the threat of the world government, would simply fear and reject him, even reporting his whereabouts to them. These young men, however, had a completely different reaction. So what exactly caused these starkly different reactions? Mr. Wukong, it's an honor to meet you here. Dongli, the calmest of all, calmed his excitement. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Wukong with a burning gaze. "We all admire your previous feat." Though excited, he spoke subtly, his voice low and reserved, so that the others in the restaurant wouldn't notice. He was confident that even with his subtlety, Wukong would understand. Yes. Miayu took a few deep breaths, finally calming her pounding heart and slowing it down. "You defeated the evil celestial dragons and rescued the suffering slaves. I admire you so much." A clear, excited voice echoed throughout the restaurant. Dongli's face paled, and he tried to stop her, but it was too late. Such explicit words, spoken in public, could easily put Miayu in danger if overheard by someone with ulterior motives. Swish. When Miayu's voice rang out, the bustling restaurant suddenly fell silent. Whether they were talking, whispering, or quietly enjoying their food, everyone's eyes turned to Wukong and his companions. For a moment, Dongli's heart dropped. "Little kid, don't say things like that. You'll lose your head." A white-haired old man sitting nearby put down his teacup and said solemnly, "The celestial dragons represent the world government. We can't talk about them casually, let alone such outrageous words as yours. If they find out, not just you, but your entire family will probably lose their heads." His tone was heavy. "Yes, take back what you said. Never say it again." Next to him, an equally white-haired old woman followed suit with a serious tone. Miayu turned around angrily and was about to retort, but Dongli stopped her with a look, causing her to bite her lip in frustration. HMPH. Bet Dongli, stinky Dongli, isn't that what they were saying? Exactly what you want to say? She mentally hammered at the little doll that resembled Dongli. Huh? Dongli took a deep breath, his mind racing, thinking of ways to cover this up. Everyone, bang. Just as he had thought of a solution and was about to speak, a sudden noise stopped him instinctively. "Don't say that bullshit." In the middle of the restaurant, a young man slammed the table and stood up, his face thick with indignation. "What celestial dragons? What world government? They're nothing but birds of a feather. The world government claims to protect the people of the member states, but in reality, they were only protecting the royals, while completely ignoring us ordinary civilians. Our country pays them so much celestial gold every year, most of which is taken by the Tenal royal family through various means of exploiting us. Tell me, isn't this birds of a feather? Bang! The young man's words were like pressing a detonator, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Many young people of the same age as him also showed indignation on their faces. They stood up and shouted, "That's right. If the Revolutionary Army hadn't helped us, we would still be living in fear every day, afraid that one day we would accidentally make a mistake, or accidentally be spotted by the royal family and be captured as a slave, or even have a more miserable end." Yes, yes, yes. My father was captured as a slave because he accidentally made a mistake when I was a child. He worked 16 hours a day and was exhausted to death in the mines. And my mother was also captured as a slave by the royal family on trumped-up charges not long ago. If the Revolutionary Army hadn't led us to liberate this country, my mother would have been tortured to death by the royal family, and me. When I was a child, our house was burned down by the royal family as a toy. Our family didn't have enough money to pay the fire tax, so my father was captured and taken to the Colosseum, where he was eaten alive by wild beasts. I will never forget this. The world government calls the Revolutionary Army an evil organization endangering the world, yet they rescued us from the flames. And the world government claims to be an organization of justice, yet they watch us live in hell. Don't you think the world government and the royal family are the same, and the celestial dragons, who dominate the world government, needless to say, are they just as bad as each other? These young people passionately denounced the world government and the celestial dragons, unconcerned with the prospect of personal destruction. In reality, their actions were driven not only by deep disappointment and hatred for the world government, but also by a shared motive, to protect Mizuki. The first young man to rise up and denounce the world government and the celestial dragons, seeing many of his peers joining him in the condemnation, a subtle flicker of relief and joy flashed in his eyes. He knew that the young people of his country shared his own courage. If these people were to denounce the world government and the celestial dragons even more openly and vigorously, even if the world government learned of today's events, they would likely ignore Miyu, who was only a little over 10 years old, and focus all their attention on them. Dong Li watched the scene in shock. He had never imagined that Miyu's fleeting words would cause such a commotion. Now, even if he wanted to end it, it would be difficult to do so. As these young people were speaking passionately, some middle-aged and elderly people, their faces tense, their butts on fire, rose from their seats, not even bothering to finish their unfinished meals, and hurriedly pushed the door open to leave. As they opened the door, the noise inside was heard by many people passing by on the street. Some, unsure of what was going on, came closer out of curiosity. After hearing the shocking statements, some left in fear, while others expressed approval and applauded. Suddenly, more and more people gathered outside. "Guest, your meal." At this time, Garen came out of the kitchen pushing a food cart and told the waiter to serve the food on the cart to the table where Goku and the others were. Then he looked at the movements inside and outside the restaurant and sighed in his heart. This time, it was really exposed. I hope that what happened here will not be known by the world government. He actually agreed with what these young people said, but he knew that some things can only be known in the heart and cannot be brought to the table. Just like the Revolutionary Army, although they came to their country to help them 2 years ago, they did not dare to do it openly and could only help in secret. It was not until recently that they revealed their identities to them in order to help them overthrow the tyranny and absorb fresh blood in one fell swoop. Even as powerful as the Revolutionary Army can only be cautious under the deterrence of the world government, what about ordinary civilians like them? Chapter 268. This kind of thinking must be eradicated. Well said. Well said. Amidst the throng outside the restaurant, an unremarkable man in a gray hat joined the crowd, clapping along. His expression matched the indignant crowd around him, his eyes scanning the area around him and those within the restaurant. "I've long felt that the world government and the celestial dragons aren't fit to rule this world. Don't you agree?" he asked passionately, scanning his surroundings. "Yes. Your Excellency is absolutely right. They and the royal family are nothing but evil people who exploit our people. It's just that they're so far away from us that we don't feel their true feelings as much." "That's right. I've also heard that the celestial dragons love to capture slaves and torture them in every way. What's the difference between them and the Tenal royal family? It's only because we live so far away that we haven't suffered at their hands, When I think about this, I get chills all over my body. Those who rule this world. So, out of sight, haven't many people already fallen prey to their cruelty? Perhaps one day, we'll be like them, many around him echoed. Yes, but what can we do? The man in the gray hat sighed dejectedly, then shook his head. Well, let's go. My child's waiting for me to buy them some milk powder. As he spoke, he slowly squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the far end of the street without looking back, his expression still heavy. After walking a few hundred meters, he suddenly changed direction and turned into a nearby alley. Then his slow pace suddenly quickened, twisting and turning through the alley, his head constantly tilted to check behind him. Finally, after a long circuit, he emerged from another alley not far off the street. His attire had transformed. His round gray velvet hat had been replaced by a black peaked cap, and he wore black framed glasses, with a wisp of fine mustache growing around his lips. Even strangers, not to mention acquaintances, would have had to study him carefully before recognizing him. The heaviness on his face had transformed into a faint smile, like a passerby. "Boss, 2 pounds of volcanic sweet oranges, please." He walked at a leisurely pace, calmly purchasing a bag of fruit on the street, like an ordinary resident. After a leisurely half-hour stroll, carrying the fruit, he turned into a deserted alley, then, after 2 more turns, emerged into a small courtyard. Bang! Only after the courtyard door was firmly shut did the faint smile on his face fade, his expression turning cold. This country has indeed been infiltrated by the Revolutionary Army, he thought to himself. As an intelligence investigator for the world government, he had recently received a mission from his superiors to investigate a coup d'état in the Kingdom of North. After several days of investigation, he had vaguely sensed the presence of the Revolutionary Army in this country. Only just now had he fully confirmed its presence and its profound impact on many of its people. And I didn't expect that guy to be here, either. He'd been gone for so many days. He must have some motive. Thinking of the familiar figure in the restaurant, which had been etched in his mind, his expression grew serious. I must report the situation here to my superiors immediately. Inside the delicious restaurant, the young man who first stepped forward saw that the food was almost ready and glanced around at his fellow strangers who had also stepped forward. Seeing this look, everyone understood and tacitly stopped talking. Those with companions called out to their friends to leave, while those without called out to the boss for the bill, placed it on the table, and then left the restaurant on their own. Those gathered outside, seeing the matter concluded, also dispersed, returning to their previous tasks. "You, remember, they're all helping you today," Dongli said with a complicated expression, noticing these people glancing at him discreetly, their eyes a hint of a smile. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Yeyu blinked, somewhat confused by what he was saying. "But they're all really nice people, exactly like me. Unlike you, HMPH, being so bashful and refusing to let me speak." Yeyu folded her hands, pouting and humming. Dongli smiled bitterly. "This little girl, I really don't know what to say. I hope she'll mature a little in 2 years, otherwise joining the Revolutionary Army might just end up hurting her. I'm sorry, Mr. Goku. I didn't anticipate such a commotion. We probably can't stay here much longer," he said, looking at Goku again with an apologetic expression. With such a commotion, if the world government had intelligence agents planted here, they'd surely arrive to investigate. In that case, neither he, a member of the Revolutionary Army, nor Goku and the others, who were wanted, could linger here any longer. Goku thought, resting his chin on his hand. After so many days in this world, he knew that the world government and the celestial dragons were a threat, something ordinary people couldn't discuss. So, he wasn't surprised that Zhongli and the others wanted to leave. "How about this? I'll take you to a friend of mine later. I think she'd be eager to meet you." He thought of Kurla. Kurla and Sabo had previously mentioned, in an effort to recruit him, that the Revolutionary Army was in need of like-minded allies. So, after seeing Dongli and Miyu's performance just now, he felt that Kurla and the others would probably want them to join. "Friend," Dongli was stunned for a moment, then asked uncertainly, "Are you talking about Sister Kurla?" "Huh?" Now it was Wukong's turn to be stunned. "Do you know Kurla?" Dongli nodded. "Yeah, to be honest, I was thinking of taking you to find her, and I didn't expect you knew she was here." He had thought Wukong had just happened to come to this island, but now it seemed he was here for Kurla. "I see," Wukong nodded thoughtfully. "If that was the case, These young men before him were probably also members of the Revolutionary Army, which would save him the trouble. Then you guys go find her first. I'll be there after dinner, Wukong said with a smile, pointing to the uneaten food on the table. Mr. Goku, aren't you leaving with us? If the world government's intelligence agents find you here, your whereabouts will be exposed. Don't worry, little brother. Our boss Goku isn't afraid of those world government scumbags. Our boss Goku is always above board, never hiding where he goes. If his whereabouts are exposed, then so be it. Before Goku could reply, Pual raised his head and began to flatter him, leaving Dongli a little stunned. That's how it should be. Miyu's eyes lit up at Pual's words, and her admiration for Goku grew even stronger as she looked at him. Just do it. Why should we be afraid of him? Mr. Goku, no, Boss Goku. I admire you more and more. She put her hands on the table, her eyes blazing as she gazed at Goku, even imitating Puala and calling him boss. Bang! Ouch! Dongli's mouth twitched, and he couldn't bear it any longer and smacked her with a chestnut. Sorry, Mr. Goku, that's just her nature. He stepped back, holding Miyu's head, causing her short arms to thrash the air. Then we'll be leaving. We'll meet you at Sister Kurla's. With a slight nod, he quickly grasped Miyu's hands and led her out of the restaurant. The other two boys said goodbye to Goku and quickly followed. Puchy, what a cute little girl. Seeing Miyu squealing as Dongli pulled her away, Robin smiled, her chin in her hand. Meanwhile, she thought to herself, Kurla? The Revolutionary Army? Her brilliant mind raced, drawing on previous events and various rumors. She vaguely deduced that the friend Goku was about to take them to was definitely a member of the Revolutionary Army. This would explain Goku's earlier claim that he would protect her. I'm so hungry. Let's eat. Wukong quickly grabbed a roasted leg and took a huge bite. As he chewed, he looked at Yixio and asked, you should eat too. Oh, by the way, I don't know your name yet. Yixio nodded gently. That was my oversight. I'm sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier. My name is Yixio. Oh, hello Yixio. I'm Sun Wukong. Badgie, I just heard you, Master Wukong. I didn't expect to see you here, Badgie. Hearing Wukong's incessant chewing, Yixio raised an eyebrow and swallowed what he wanted to say. Well, he had already disturbed him, saying anything more now would be rude. Thinking of this, he smiled, picked up his chopsticks, and quietly began to eat. An indeterminate amount of time passed, and after several tables had been filled, Wukong, the last one to finish his meal, finally paused. He rubbed his bulging belly and smiled contentedly. Ha, I'm so full, boss. Check. Pual saw that he was full and called out to Garen to pay. This meal is on me, Garen said unexpectedly as he approached. He glanced around the restaurant, then leaned forward and whispered, I admire you, Mr. Sun Wukong, but there's only so much I can do. He had heard Wukong's name before, and he felt like he had heard it before. He searched through newspapers and finally found a news item published by Morgan's a month earlier that featured Wukong's image and name, connecting it to the news about the Sabaody Archipelago incident published 2 months earlier. Only then did he realize that such a remarkable figure had arrived at his restaurant. The only thing he could do, the only way to show his respect, was to treat Wukong to a meal. Huh? Really? You're treating us to dinner? That's so embarrassing, haha. Wukong blinked, patting his head and grinning. Of course it's true, Mr. Son Goku, Garen smiled back, his eyes darting around the restaurant. Let's get going. This isn't a place to stay for long. Well, there's a secret passage in the back kitchen. I'll take you there. You can leave from there, thank you, but we won't bother you, Wukong replied with a smile. Ignoring his puzzled expression, he turned to Yixio. Yixio, are you coming with us? Yixio raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid I'll leak your whereabouts to the world government? They had only met once before, and they'd had dinner together. He knew Wukong a little better because he was a celebrity, while Wukong knew nothing about him beyond his name. Under these circumstances, the other party actually invited him to come along, which was quite unexpected. Well, I get the feeling you're a good person. You wouldn't do that. Wukong pinched his chin and tilted his head, instantly flashing the nice guy card. Oh, he was stunned by the smile he'd received. Feeling? Should? It's fine if this guy's basis is subjective, but there's so much uncertainty involved. A thought flashed through his mind, and he pondered for a few seconds before slowly shaking his head. I won't be going with you. I want to see the country on my own. He stood up, a faint smile on his face. Besides, I think we'll meet again. I hope we'll have enough time to chat next time. Oh, and thank you for letting me eat here and enjoy the boss's free service." He nodded slightly and turned to leave. "Is that so? See you next time then." Wukong also stood up. As Robin and Pugil approached, placing their hands on his shoulders, he waved to Garen. "Thank you for your hospitality. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them vanished from the scene. Having taken just 2 steps, Yixiao paused with his staff and sword, his expression a touch of surprise. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing a glint of white. A space-based devil fruit ability? No wonder he was able to leave the Sabaody archipelago unharmed. In the holy land of Marijoa, within a vast palace, the 5 elders gathered once again. "Topman Vouchery, why are you summoning us so urgently?" "What happened?" one of the 5 elders asked the mustachioed Topman Vouchery. "Well, listen to this first." Topman Vouchery, expressionless, sat down at the round table, pulled a den mushi from his pocket, placed it on the table, and flicked the switch. "The world government, the celestial dragons, and the royal family are all the same." A passionate voice boomed from the den mushi, causing the other 4-5 elders to sit up straight and their expressions to turn serious. "That's right. If the Revolutionary Army hadn't helped us, we'd still be in dire straits. The Revolutionary Army is the light of justice. If my mother weren't so old and couldn't get away, I would have joined them. What's wrong with scolding the celestial dragons?" A cacophony of voices continued to emanate from the den mushi, causing the 5 elders to frown. But none of them spoke, instead continuing to listen quietly to the voices emanating from the den mushi. After an indeterminate amount of time, when the den mushi closed its mouth and no more sound came out, one of the 5 elders slammed the table and stood up with a furious look on his face. "Lawless, truly lawless. This kind of thinking, no, this country, must be eradicated." Chapter 269 Goodbye Kurla. Inside the Marine Branch base, Kizaru leaned back on the sofa, his hands on the back of his head, his feet propped up on the table in front of him, looking relaxed and content. Suddenly, bang bang bang. Several rapid knocks sounded outside the door. "Come in." He glanced at the door and responded slowly. Squeak. The door handle turned instantly, and the adjutant, whose expression could not hide his excitement, pushed open the door and strode in. "Admiral Kizaru. The target has appeared." Upon entering the room, the adjutant looked at Kizaru and said excitedly. "Oh." Kizaru stretched out the words, still leaning back on the sofa without moving, but the laziness in his eyes had faded. The adjutant didn't hesitate, speaking rapidly. "We've just received news that Son Goku, Devil Child Nico Robin, and Ripper Pual have all appeared in the Kingdom of North. The Kingdom of North is 2 days sailing distance from us, so Admiral Kizaru, we should set off immediately." Kizaru smacked his lips, a look of amusement in his eyes. "The Kingdom of North? They actually went there? I hope I won't return empty-handed this time, otherwise, I don't know how long I'll have to catch them." He sat up straight, then stood up again, preparing to set off. However, before he had taken 2 steps, a strange voice suddenly rang from his arms. "Baloo Baloo. Baloo Baloo, huh? Who's calling me?" He raised an eyebrow, stopped, and began to rummage in his arms, quickly pulling out a den mushi. "Hello, hello, hello." He casually flipped the switch on it and held it to his mouth. Yet, the den mushi continued to go boo boo doo. Boo boo boo, He tilted his head in confusion, then carefully pressed the switch again. "Hello, hello, hello? Can you talk? Boo boo boo. Boo boo boo." The incoming den mushi continued to ring. In front of him, the lieutenant's mouth twitched as he watched the scene in silence. Seeing Kizaru still looking confused, he finally couldn't help but speak up. "Admiral Kizaru, you've got the wrong den mushi. This is the tapping den mushi." "Oh? Is that so? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" No wonder there's been no sound. Looking at the black den mushi in his hand, Kizaru finally understood. He put it in his arms, felt around, and pulled out a communicating den mushi clinging to a white den mushi. Suddenly, the boo 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 sounds grew louder. "Borsellino, what are you doing? What took you so long to answer?" After pressing the connect button, a sullen voice, unmistakably furious, emanated from above. Kizaru was taken aback, for the caller was somewhat unexpected. After a moment's pause, he regained his composure and replied in a vehement tone, "Oops, my apologies. I accidentally picked up the wrong den mushi. Your Excellency the 5 elders, may I know what you need from me now?" I'm in a hurry to complete my previous mission." Indeed, the caller was none other than Topman Vouchery, one of the 5 elders. He had assumed it was Marshal Sengoku or another naval commander, but he had never expected it to be a 5 elder. HMPH, Topman Vouchery snorted, but he didn't continue his rebuke. After all, he had a serious business to attend to. "Borsellino, you're leaving for the Kingdom of North now, right?" "Yes," Kizaru replied, still leisurely. But then, upon hearing the other party's words, his languid expression suddenly changed, a rare sternness and seriousness appearing on his face. "Are you serious?" Seeing this expression, the lieutenant's heart began to sink. After all his years with Kizaru, he had only seen him look like this a few times, and each time it signaled a major event. As expected, after a while, Kizaru hung up the dendenmushi and sighed solemnly. The Demon Slayer order. What on earth has happened in the Kingdom of North that the 5 elders have personally issued it? Then, his expression returned to his usual calm demeanor, and looking at the shocked man, he said slowly, "What a hassle. Jace, let's go and rendezvous with the Demon Slayer Order battleship, Holy Land Merrywickine." Topman Vorkuli set down his dendenmushi and looked around at the other 5 elders, who nodded. "With Borsellino at the helm, this time we'll be absolutely safe." Destroying an ordinary nation would normally require 5 vice-admirals leading a fleet, but the nation they sought to destroy contained a powerful man. His name was Son Goku. They wondered if Goku's beam wave attack, similar to Kizaru's, would be powerful enough to destroy even the sturdiest of the Demon Slayer Order warships. After all, the Demon Slayer Order warships were built by the 7 water cities' finest shipbuilders, each one a labor of countless hours and a fortune. The loss of any one would be heartbreaking. So, just in case, and logically enough, they specifically instructed Kizaru to lead this Demon Slayer Order mission. After all, Kizaru was also going to capture Son Goku. Well, according to the intelligence, Sun Wukong is likely connected to those rats of the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disappeared for so many days and then reappeared right where the Revolutionary Army was, said Saint Marcus Maz, stroking his long beard. It'll take some time for the Demon Slayer Order to arrive, and during that time, he'll likely remain on the island. That way, when Borsellino and the Demon Slayer Order arrive, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, destroy this country that harbors evil thoughts, and bring back the guy who committed such heinous crimes. Snap. Shepherd Tenpit Saint put down his empty teacup, his eyes filled with coldness and ruthlessness. If that's the case, it would be perfect. Furthermore, I think we should intensify our efforts to capture the Revolutionary Army, especially Monkey D. Dragon, the wicked man who built it. Otherwise, the Revolutionary Army will cause us more and more trouble in the future. Previously, because the Revolutionary Army was weak and forced to hide from their world government's suppression, while they respected them, they hadn't considered them a force capable of competing. But now, they realized they were wrong. Although they were weak, they had been quietly accumulating strength. The intelligence from the Kingdom of North sent a chill through their hearts. While not many people had issued a declaration of protest in the town of Valona, a single instance revealed the whole situation. Even among those passing through, many shared this same sentiment. What if this were expanded to encompass the entire town? And then to the entire country? There's no doubt the Revolutionary Army has sown the seeds of new ideas there, and they've blossomed. If left unchecked, this country will become a breeding ground for the Revolutionary Army, providing a steady supply of future talent. It's for this reason that they've decided to use the Demon Slayer Order. Simply and directly wiping out a country and intimidating all who have joined the Revolutionary Army. In the unremarkable Black House of the Kingdom of Norris, the capital of St. Martin, Kurla was busy at her desk. Rhino, male, 19, both parents orphaned, calm and composed. Based on previous performance, he could become a combat member. Beulah, female, 18, parents still alive, skilled in medicine, attentive, and capable of serving as a medical professional. To her left lay a stack of personal information sheets, which she reviewed and noted in a small notebook. Over a week had passed since they liberated the country, and during that time, she had remained here, along with some Revolutionary Army soldiers, recruiting new blood to strengthen their ranks. To date, they have recruited over 600 qualified individuals, and this isn't the end, many more will join. It can be said that their Revolutionary Army has grown steadily through the process of liberating suffering nations. Just as a grain of sand makes a tower, so too does a collection of feathers. They firmly believe that with this continuous accumulation of strength, They will one day possess the formidable power to rival, or even overthrow, the world government. Kurla, Dongli and the others are back, and that clingy little Miayu is with them. Just then, the door opened, and a smartly dressed young man stood at the doorway, his face a helpless smile. Every time Miayu arrived, she pestered them to tell her about the outside world. Faced with such a lovely girl who had helped them so much before, they naturally couldn't refuse, and they took turns offering vivid descriptions. However, their repertoire would always run out, and after racking their brains and finding nothing new to say, Miayu would cling to them again, demanding they repeat what they had said before, leaving them thirsty and with a headache. Really? Haha, don't look so bitter and resentful. Miayu is a good child, and so cute. Kurla stopped what she was doing and looked up, a smile on her face. I know. I like her too, but, the young man hesitated. Oh, never mind. I'd better go make some tea so I don't get thirsty later. He shook his head and smiled helplessly, then turned and left. After a while, a voice as clear as an oriole rang from outside the door. Kurla. Kurla. Guess who we just saw? Stop. Don't disturb Sister Kurla from working, a male voice softly scolded, and the sound of running feet came from outside the door, approaching from a distance, and soon reached the door. Kurla looked up and saw a delicate figure appear at the door, running in with a bright smile. Kurla. You'll never guess who we just met. Yayu trotted over to Kurla's desk, her hands resting on the surface as she slyly gazed at her, her long lashes fluttering. Kurla, with a smile on her face, quickly gave her a smack on the head. What did I tell you last time? Call me sister. Ouch. That hurts. The pained Yayu took a step back, clutching her forehead and pouting. Why are you just like Dongli? You both like to hit me on the head. Sorry, Sister Kurla, I didn't hold her back, and she disturbed you. Just then, another figure walked in. It was Dongli. He looked at Kurla and apologized. It's okay. I was waiting for you. Kurla blinked at him, a look of deep meaning in her eyes. Dongli was stunned for a moment, then realized she was asking about the progress of the task she had previously assigned him, and nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Kurla's smile widened, and she gave him a look that said, You're quite good. Immediately, she stood up and walked out from behind her desk. With one hand, she pulled up the pouting Yayu, and with the other, she gently rubbed her forehead. Her eyes curved as she said, No way, our little Yayu can't handle this little pain. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Yayu suddenly calmed down like a kitten with its fur standing on end, the pain gone from her face. A little pain is nothing. I'm not afraid. Okay, our little Yayu is really strong. Kurla comforted Yayu with a few words, pulling her to sit on the sofa and motioning Dongli to sit down as well. So, what's the matter with you coming to see me now? Who did little Yayu just say she saw? She crossed her legs, her posture dignified and elegant, a bright and gentle smile on her face that startled both of them. I want to be like Kurla in the future, Miayu cried inwardly. Sister Kurla is as gentle and intelligent as ever, Dongli thought. Ahem, Sister Kurla, we are looking for you to discuss this. We just ran into your friend, and he's here looking for you. You should know who he is, right, my friend? Looking for me? Kurla blinked, a wave of questions forming in her head. Only members of the Revolutionary Army could come here to see her, but if they were, Dongli wouldn't have explained it that way. For a moment, she was deeply puzzled. Seeing her bewildered, Dongli too became puzzled. He must have said it clearly, so why did she look so puzzled? He shook his head, ready to reveal the name without further suspense. Just then, swish. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the room. Startled, Dongli was about to shout for help. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he froze in shock, a strange gurgling sound emanating from his throat. Hey! Kurla, long time no see. Ha 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 ha, a voice called from the front. Wukong raised his hand and greeted Kurla with a grin. Wukong, Kurla's pupils dilated, a look of disbelief filing her face. She had thought she'd just seen something, but Wukong's voice disproved that idea. Wukong, confirming it was Wukong, she leaped to her feet, excitedly rushing forward and hugging him tightly. Wukong, why are you here? After a few seconds, she released him, her face filled with joy. After all, one of life's 4 greatest joys is meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Haha, I just happened to be here, and saw you, so I came to see you, Wukong said with a smile, rubbing his nose. And just now, I met your friends, He pointed at Dongli and the other two behind Kurla. So that's how it is. Kurla also turned around and looked. Suddenly, she understood that the friend Dongli was talking about was Wukong. This really made her unexpected. Chapter 270 The Demon Slayer Order arrives. Wow. Boss Goku. Weren't you eating? How did you get here so soon? In the office, Miayu, stunned by the sudden appearance of Goku and the other two, finally came to her senses, her eyes sparkling. It took them over an hour to walk from the town of Valona to the capital, San Martin, and Goku had just finished his meal. There was no way he could have arrived at the same time as them. Dongli's mouth twitched at her address. It seemed she hadn't listened to a word of his earnest advice along the way. Oh, he sighed inwardly, no longer bothering to correct her. Never mind, let her call him whatever she wanted. Puile's mouth twitched like his. Seeing the little girl imitate him and call him Boss Goku made him feel as if a piece of his heart had been cut out. Clearly, this title belonged to him alone. Only to him. Ow. Meanwhile, upon hearing Mitsuki's question, Goku put his hands on his hips and chuckled. Well, because I can teleport, haha. He raised his sword finger to his forehead and said, with just a thought, I can get from the restaurant to here. Mitsuki's jaw dropped. Kurla and Dongli were also stunned. Did Goku eat a devil fruit? Kurla wondered. She couldn't imagine what kind of devil fruit could teleport, but she knew it must be a very powerful one. No wonder Mr. Goku isn't afraid of the world government's pursuit. It's because of this ability. Dongli was shocked. He remembered what Puile had said before about Goku not being afraid of being exposed. He hadn't quite understood it before, but now it made sense. With that ability, of course he wasn't afraid of being exposed. After all, even if he was, he could just run away. Sister Kurla, I need to report something to you. After some pleasantries, Goku and the other two took their seats. Miayu peppered Goku with questions, while Dongli approached Kurla to report on what had happened in Valrona. What? Something like this actually happened. Kurla's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding. Although they hadn't seen any trace of world government intelligence agents since they liberated the country, they knew they would not remain silent upon learning of the overthrow of the Tenno royal family and would undoubtedly send forces to investigate. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army had remained largely secluded for some time. Even when recruiting new members, they did so covertly, leading most citizens to believe they had long since departed. At the same time, they remained tight-lipped about the Revolutionary Army. As a result, even if world government intelligence agents were to investigate, they would be hard-pressed to uncover any useful information. At best, they would learn that the Revolutionary Army was involved in the overthrow of the Tenno royal family. In this situation, the world government would only pay more attention to the Revolutionary Army and less to this country. After all, in their view, it was nothing more than a new king. But if the events in Valona were discovered by world government intelligence, or even if their agents were hidden there, they would know that the people of this country, influenced by the Revolutionary Army, had gradually changed their mindsets to the very ideals the world government abhorred. In that case, the world government would undoubtedly take this country seriously, likely sending its navy to conduct a sweep, rounding up those deemed rebellious. Sister Kurla, I'm sorry, seeing Kurla's solemn expression. Dongli knew this was just as troublesome as he'd imagined. Feeling guilty, he wanted to apologize. Ultimately, he hadn't trusted Miayu. He knew she was a spontaneous person who spoke her mind, but he hadn't considered what shocking things she might say upon meeting her idol. However, Kurla raised her hand to stop his apology. It's not your fault. After a pause, she said, go find Lazo, and then go with him to Bushes. Explain everything to Bushes and have him send reliable men to the harbor to keep a close eye on the sea. Lazo was a highly reliable revolutionary soldier, while Bushes was the new king elected unanimously by the people after the overthrow of the Tenno royal family. And then tell them, she continued, giving Dongli so many instructions that he quickly took out his small notebook to write down everything so he wouldn't forget. That's about it. The situation may not be that bad. Tell Bushes not to worry too much. Kurla smiled faintly, calming Dongli's somewhat uneasy heart. I understand, Sister Kurla. Dongli nodded solemnly. I will convey everything you said to him word for word. With that, he carefully put the notebook away and dragged Miayu, who was beaming beside him, out of the office. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't finished asking. Bang. The office door closed, muffling Mizuki's complaints. Goku wiped the sweat from his forehead, sighing with relief. This was the first time he'd ever encountered such a child with so many questions, they nearly stifled his brain. Kurla, let me introduce you. She's a friend I used to know, Robin. Seeing Kurla looking over, he pointed at Robin and said with a grin. No need for you to tell me, Goku. I've heard of her for a long time. Kurla smiled back, looking at Robin and extending a friendly hand. Hello, Robin, my name is Kurla. Nice to meet you. Robin smiled back and took her hand. Hello, Kurla, nice to meet you too, Robin. We in the Revolutionary Army have been looking for you for a long time, but unfortunately, we couldn't find you. I didn't expect Goku to find you. Retracting her hand, Kurla took out some tea leaves, scooped some into the teapot, and said with a smile. Hey, are you looking for Robin? Goku spoke before Robin could reply. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, looking at Robin, then at Kurla. Come to think of it, I was originally planning on having Robin come with you, but she wanted to travel with us, so she didn't come looking for you, huh? That's the truth. Kurla was also a little surprised. Yeah, ha. If we'd known you were looking for Robin, we would have come to see you sooner, Wukong said with a grin, stroking his head. You looking for me? Robin was a little confused. She had heard of the Revolutionary Army before, but she didn't know much about them, so she didn't know what their purpose was in looking for her. However, she glanced at Wukong subtly, thinking to herself, if someone Wukong can trust, they probably don't have bad intentions, and based on the previous comments from the residents of Varona, she also had a clearer understanding of the Revolutionary Army's general image. Woohoo! Kurla lifted the kettle and rinsed the tea leaves with boiling water, then rinsed a teacup. Then, she picked up the teapot and poured tea, the fragrant aroma instantly filling the air. After motioning for Goku and the other two to drink their tea, she turned to Robin and smiled faintly, saying, Ryu told us you're the light of revolution, Ryu? The light of revolution? Robin was stunned. Kerala continued, Ryu is the leader of our revolutionary army. Our goal is to overthrow the corrupt world government ruled by the celestial dragons and establish a new world of freedom for the people. We call you the light of revolution because you're the only one in the world who can decipher the true text of history. You can help the world understand the truth left blank 800 years ago, thus helping us better overthrow the world government. She looked at Robin with a solemn gaze. Overthrow the world government and establish a new world. Robin's fingers clenched, a complex expression on her face. Although she had heard of this before, hearing a member of the Revolutionary Army explain this goal to her in person still shook her heart. This is truly a great goal, she replied with equal solemnity, regaining her composure. She then continued, I've also been searching for the truth behind the blank historical record from 800 years ago, but after all these years, I've still found it. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps this will be a distant goal. After her disappointment in Alabasta, she still held an interest in uncovering the truth, but it had diminished considerably. Now, traveling with Goku, she adopted a casual approach, observing whenever she encountered it. If not, she wouldn't expend the same energy searching she once did. We'll definitely find the truth, Kurla, unaware of her tortuous journey, spoke with unwavering determination, undeterred. The two chatted briefly on this topic before changing the subject. Goku, how have you been these days? Are you all safe? Kurla looked at them with concern. How could Goku, boss, be hurt? Pual spoke before Goku could reply. Boss, Kurla blinked in surprise as she heard Pual address Goku that way for the first time. She recalled how Mitsuki had called Goku that way before, and wondered why such a sweet little girl like Mitsuki would call him that. Seeing her puzzlement, Pual recounted how he'd followed Goku around since catching up that day. He then went on to boast about Goku's prowess in every aspect, saying how much he'd learned from following him. You don't know, those 7 warlords of the sea? Boss Goku wiped them out with a single blow. Drinking water is easier than that, he exclaimed, his saliva flying, a look of pride on his face. If you ask me, even the 4 emperors wouldn't last long against Boss Goku. By the end, he had already touted Goku as the world's unrivaled warrior. Ha ha ha, Kurla covered her mouth and laughed, knowing that Goku was grateful for saving her from the celestial dragons, and that Goku's strength was indeed formidable, hence his admiration. She simply thought his last words of admiration were a joke. Little did she know that, though Pual's admiration was blinding, he had inadvertently hit the nail on the head. She wondered if she would still think of today's events after she saw Goku's true strength. The 4 of them chatted for a long time, changing tea leaves twice, before finally pausing with a sense of unfulfilled desire. It's a pity Sabo left a few days ago for something, otherwise you would have seen him. He's been thinking about you, Goku. Kurla smiled faintly, then her expression turned serious again. What are your plans now? With what happened in Valona, the Navy might come to search. And your whereabouts would likely be discovered. Staying here would be quite risky. Her implication was that Goku and the others should leave before the Navy arrived. After all, they had stumbled upon intelligence that Kizaru had reached the middle of the paradise and appeared to be still there. While the enemy's purpose was unclear, if they knew Goku was here, they, who were not far away, might come and capture him personally. It's okay, let's stay here. If anything goes wrong, I can help, Goku said with a faint smile. He had heard some of Kurla's warnings to Dongli and knew that Kurla and the others might be in trouble. As their friend, he naturally wouldn't leave without a care in the world. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. At first, Kurla and the Revolutionary Army were a little nervous, constantly on the lookout for the Navy's arrival. But unexpectedly, for 2 or 3 days, the surroundings remained calm. According to the intelligence they received, the naval bases, less than a day's sail from the Kingdom of North, remained completely silent, as if they were completely unaware of their situation. They concluded that they had been lucky that day, avoiding the attention of world government intelligence agents, and that their subsequent emergency measures had been effective, preventing the news from spreading. Everyone's hearts suddenly settled. Dongli even joked that Miayu, despite being a troublemaker, was actually quite lucky, which infuriated Miayu to the point of screaming. It seems your information here hasn't leaked, Goku. Otherwise, the Navy wouldn't have taken any action. Kurla crossed her legs, her slender legs swaying in the air, clearly in high spirits. Goku and the other two hadn't left their homes for the past few days to coordinate emergency measures, proving that the Navy hadn't learned of their presence in Valona that day. So, can we go out now? Goku blinked. He hadn't really traveled since arriving in this country. Of course, but Goku, you might have to disguise yourself, Kurla said with a bright smile, tilting her head. That's no problem, Goku readily agreed. Meanwhile, 20 miles off the coast of North, 11 naval warships braved the wind and waves, steaming menacingly towards the kingdom. On the leading warship, Kizaru stood at the bow, his hands in his pockets, his white navy cape emblazoned with the word justice fluttering behind him. His lazy gaze gazed into the distance, as if gazing through the vast distance, at the Kingdom of North, 20 miles away. We're finally there, the Kingdom of North. A flicker of pity flashed in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. Sun Wukong, you should still be on this island, right? Don't run away. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Have you ever been kicked by light speed? 11 warships lined up in a row on the azure ocean, like 11 enormous beasts, barreling forward with a mighty force. Seabirds foraging on the surface, frightened by the approaching might of these behemoths, fluttered their wings and scattered. On the decks of each warship, nearly 1,000 well-equipped, sturdy elite soldiers stood ready, their faces solemnly fixed. The dozen or so cold muzzles atop the ship's hulls, like predatory beasts, awaited the command to devour their prey. The port of Saw was bustling as usual. Hard-working fishermen carried basket after basket of fish onto the extended wooden planks. Occasionally, a couple of fluttering silverfish leaped from the baskets, landing on the scorching wood with a sizzling sound. Restaurant owners and headscarfed women, arriving just in time, flocked to the scene, deciding who would get the catch in a few words, bringing smiles to the wrinkled faces of the fishermen. At the pancake stand, the crowds continued unabated. The owner's hands flew, barely wiping the sweat from his forehead. He found time to help an elderly woman who had fallen to the side of the stall, bringing her a chair to rest. This newly born nation was a scene of peace and joy. The people, having escaped hardship, cherished everything they had. Yet, today, this beauty was about to be shattered by an institution that claimed to be just, the Navy. Huh? What's that? At the harbor, a fisherman, having just finished counting his banknotes, glanced out to sea and saw the shadows of many ships in the distance. He raised the binoculars hanging from his belt, hoping to get a closer look. Is that the Navy? Why are there so many of them all of a sudden? After seeing the ships clearly, he lowered his binoculars with a puzzled look on his face, wondering why so many warships were there. Nearby, overhearing his muttering, several other fishermen noticed the scene and exclaimed in wonder, "Hey! Look! There are so many Navy ships coming our way." "Yes, yes! What's the wind blowing them here? Why are there so many all of a sudden? No way!" The fishermen exchanged glances, each speculating, are they here to capture the revolutionaries? But the revolutionaries had been gone for so long, so why would these Navy ships be arriving now? They were baffled. Soon, as the warships drew closer, more and more people noticed them, flocking to the harbor to observe and discuss them. "Mom, look! So many ships," a little girl exclaimed happily, blinking her bright eyes. She took a woman's hand and pointed at the sea. Having never seen so many large ships before, she was filled with wonder. "Yeah, the woman agreed with a smile, but a subtle glint of worry flickered in her eyes. Their country had never seen so many naval forces arrive before, and now with so many suddenly arriving, something must be happening. I hope nothing bad happens." As an ordinary civilian, she could only pray silently in her heart, praying that their country, newly recovered from its illness, would not suffer another terrible disaster. Did they stop? Just then, a sharp-eyed civilian suddenly shouted. The warships, which had been constantly enlarging before their eyes, suddenly stopped and remained motionless when they were within 200 or 300 meters of them. Everyone was bewildered by this scene, wondering why these naval forces had stopped there. They also didn't know that at this moment, the cannons on these warships were unknowingly trained on them, on everything on the island, ready to burn down their nests and destroy every living thing. And this was the demon-slaying order. In the observation tower, a Revolutionary Army soldier emerged from the restroom with a satisfied look on his face. He leisurely approached the observation post for a routine observation. Although the events of the past 2 days hadn't occurred, and the situation was likely safe, Kurla remained cautious and asked him to monitor the sea. As for the troops sent by the king, they had been withdrawn because the country was still in ruins and lacked capable personnel. Anyway, one person here was enough, and it wouldn't be a big deal. The Revolutionary Army soldier thought this as he glanced leisurely at the sea. With a single glance, the indifference vanished, and his pupils constricted, filled with astonishment. So many Marines. How could so many Marines suddenly show up? After the shock faded, his scalp tingled, as if an electric current had shot up from the soles of his feet, giving him a sudden shudder. Without further thought, he quickly pulled out his den mushi and called Kurla. Meanwhile, his eyes were fixed on the motionless warships on the sea, wondering why the Navy had stopped so far away. Soon, the line was connected, and Kurla's solemn voice came over. "What's wrong, Bobby? Is there anything going on?" "Yes, Kurla, bang boom 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 boom." Bobby's words were cut short as he listened to the continuous roar of artillery fire and watched the hundreds of shells soar into the sky in the distance. His pupils dilated, and his face was filled with shock. What the Navy is doing? Are they crazy? In the capital, San Martin. "Thank you, young man." On the street, Yixiao took the fruit the young man offered him, nodded slightly in gratitude, and with a flick of his finger, a coin slipped unnoticed into the young man's wallet. He was very practiced. After all, he had encountered this situation dozens of times in the past few days. It's hard to imagine that just over 2 weeks ago, this country was living in dire straits under the oppression of the previous royal family, and now, they live and work in peace and contentment, with barely a murmur of distress from the people, he thought to himself as he nibbled at the fruit in his mouth. After these days of traveling, he felt a growing sense of peace in this country, and his curiosity grew. If all this is the work of the Revolutionary Army, how did they do it? Just then, a series of shrill sounds echoed from the air, like the clarion calls of death. His face paled, and his observation haki rapidly spread. What is this? His eyes fluttered open, revealing a pale white pupil. So many shells? The Navy is attacking this country. His observation haki's range was vast, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire island and the surrounding sea. Thus, he could detect the thick scent of gunpowder rising from the warships on the sea, and smell the distinct naval scent emanating from them. Without a second thought, he unsheathed his broken staff blade, and a gravity field rapidly erupted from his body, enveloping the rapidly falling shells. Boom, boom, boom. Fortunately, the shells falling within the city were mostly contained by his gravity field, holding them suspended in the air. Unfortunately, The shells falling outside the city were too slow for his gravity field to reach, leaving them to whistle down, flames shooting skyward, instantly engulfing the golden wheat fields. Shell fragments flew everywhere, like merciless wind blades, piercing several elderly farmers toiling in the fields in the blink of an eye. In less than 2 breaths, the blinding blood had stained the earth red, a hideous sight. What's going on? What's going on? At the rumble of artillery fire from the suburbs, the faces of the people on the street paled, their faces trembling in confusion. Damn it, his eyes bulged, the 2 scars on his face looking even more hideous in his fury. How dare they? How dare the Navy? In such a peaceful, beautiful country with such simple folk customs, what on earth is the Navy doing? Hey, Poppy. What's going on? Speak. The den mushi carried the faint sound of artillery fire, but since Cora wasn't there, it was hard to tell what was happening from that faint sound. But soon, without Poppy's reply, she knew what had happened. Because, boom 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 boom. Multiple explosions seemed to echo right beside her ears, sending a roar through her brain. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind roared in from the window, sending the curtains dancing wildly in the air, ripping the window rails and creaking as if they were about to break free. Paperwork flew across the desk like dazed hummingbirds. Cora covered her hat with one hand, resting the other on the desk, squinting to block the wind. When the raging wind died down, she didn't bother to collect the scattered papers in the room. She dashed to the window and stared intently out. A single glance made her pupils dilate. What? Their secret base was located near the outskirts of St. Martin. Normally, from her window, she could see the countryside, filled with birdsong and flowers, and the beautiful wheat fields, like a golden canvas. But now, what did she see? She saw the vibrant countryside engulfed in flames, the golden wheat fields shrouded in black smoke. Countless small animals in the fields fled in panic or lay motionless on the ground, their blood-stained bodies, waiting for the cold and deathly silence to creep in. The land was in ruins. The countryside, once teeming with life, was now nothing but charred earth, riddled with huge craters, and an incessant wail echoed through the air. Kurla. The Demon Slayer Order. It's the Navy's Demon Slayer Order, a hoarse roar erupted from the den mushi, tightly grasped in her hand. Kurla shuddered, nearly collapsing. How could it be the Navy world government? How dare they be so cruel? In the underground room, Mr. Goku, no one will recognize you like this. Are you satisfied with this look? In the dressing room, Goku stood before a 2-meter-high mirror, examining his reflection curiously. He wore a white shirt, a light blue jacket, loose-fitting black pants, and red and white sneakers. He had a mustache, round-rimmed glasses, and a Mickey Mouse-colored beach hat to conceal his signature hairstyle. He looked like a handsome, relaxed, and charming middle-aged man. Not bad, haha. He leaned over, glancing left and right, then stroked his fake beard, a smile of amusement on his face. While he preferred his orange martial arts uniform, it was fun to change up his style once in a while. As for the question of whether the beard made him look older, well, he was his age anyway, so it didn't seem odd to him. That's good. Beside him, the female Revolutionary Army soldier helping him change his makeup also smiled happily. It was an honor for her to be able to dress such a man. Hey, Robin, Pugil, are you guys ready? After leaving this dressing room, Goku asked towards the other two. Since all three had to change their makeup together, Robin and Pugil were also working on their makeup in those 2 dressing rooms, assisted by 2 other Revolutionary Army soldiers. It'll take a while. Robin's voice was the first to speak. The girl's makeup was more complicated than the boys', so it wasn't surprising that she needed a little longer. I'm done too. Goku-sama. Pugil lifted the curtain and strode out. Wukong looked over curiously, preparing to take in the changes in Pual, when he suddenly heard a dull booming explosion outside, accompanied by faint vibrations from all directions. Boss Wukong, what? Pual stood still, his smile instantly turning serious. Wukong did the same, frowning. The next moment, he vanished, reappearing in a wheat field ablaze. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew away the flames around him. He looked to his right, where an old farmer lay clutching his stomach, gasping for breath in the dirt. Seeing Wukong's sudden appearance, the farmer, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, a glint of despair in his eyes. Help, save my wife, please, she's over there. The farmer moved his other hand tremblingly, trying to point Wukong in the direction. Don't worry, you'll all be fine, Wukong crouched down and embraced the old farmer, transferring a surge of energy into him, stabilizing his faltering life force. Then, with a fleeting teleport, he appeared before Puyo. Meanwhile, Robin had emerged from the cloakroom, accompanied by 3 Revolutionary Army soldiers who had been refitted for the 3 of them. "Quick, get him to medical attention." Wukong lowered the old farmer to the ground and spoke quickly, then teleported away again. Then, swish, swish, swish. Wukong brought in 5 or 6 more farmers, each equally seriously injured. Robin and the others didn't hesitate. Calling for help, they carried the injured and rushed to the infirmary. Having delivered these critically injured, Wukong reappeared in the city. He soared into the sky, watching the clouds of fireworks bloom incessantly. He listened to the continuous, deafening explosions, and glanced down at a point below. There, Yixio, who was controlling the collision of the cannonballs, suddenly looked up, his pale eyes fixed on him, as if he could see his figure. The gentle smile that had always been on his face had long since disappeared. Yo. How terrifying. How could such a powerful person exist on this island? Suddenly, a voice came from the distance. Then, a beam of light shot from the horizon at a speed incomprehensible to the naked eye, appearing behind Wukong in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a voice followed, "Sir, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Chapter 272 One Strike. Beneath the vast sky, flames shot up, smoke filled the air, and the roar of artillery continued. Run. The Navy has gone crazy. At the port of Sao, the civilians who witnessed a massive artillery fire from the naval vessels, though none of the shells reached them, were terrified and fled in panic. However, some braver ones remained motionless, pointing at the warships and shouting at the top of their lungs, "Stop! What are you doing, Navy? What are you doing to our country?" Some, already deeply disappointed with the Navy, roared, "You beasts! You've finally shed those masks of pretense, huh? You piece of shit!" However, no matter how they challenged or hurled their insults, the roar of artillery continued. Aboard the warships, the Marines methodically loaded and fired their artillery. Never mind whether they could hear the voices of the people, even if they could, their expressions would remain as impassive as they were now, like emotionless butchers, uncompromisingly carrying out their superiors' orders, to annihilate every living being on this island. The shells were intercepted. Watching the flames bursting overhead, aboard a warship, the savage-looking Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters participating in the Demon Slayer Order, Ghost Spider, narrowed his eyes, his expression even more terrifying. Normally, 5 Vice Admirals would be involved in the Demon Slayer Order, and this one, despite the command of the Grand Admiral Kizaru, was no exception. Besides him, 5 powerful Vice Admirals of the Marine Headquarters, Flying Squirrel, Doberman, Burning Mountain, and Stahlberg, were stationed on other warships, issuing orders to their respective vessels. At this moment, upon witnessing the shells being intercepted mid-air, not only him, but the other 4 Vice Admirals also narrowed their eyes, silently pondering the situation. Was it that fellow called Son Goku who made the move? The thought crossed their minds simultaneously. After all, as far as they knew, Goku was the only one on the island with such power. Their observation haki wasn't as powerful as Aisho's, which could cover the entire island from this point, so they couldn't penetrate deeper into the island. It was Aisho who was actually making the move. Having reached this conclusion, they didn't order their soldiers to halt their bombardment, nor did they consider taking action themselves. Instead, they turned their heads and gazed towards the central warship, the tall figure standing quietly at the prow. Though silent, their gazes conveyed the message, "General Kizaru, it's your turn." A gust of wind rustled the white cape emblazoned with the word justice. Kizaru silently gazed at the chaotic Sao harbor, his usual languid expression vanishing at some point. His gaze was melancholic, as he watched the civilians fleeing the harbor, his thoughts etched in his mind. Suddenly, with a silent sigh, he returned to his usual casual state. He glanced at the situation above the island and, sensing the gazes of the lieutenant generals on either side, knew he needed to stretch his body. "Son Goku, I've had a hard time finding you," he muttered to himself, his lips twisted. Then, he placed his hands in front of him, forming a folded shape. Yet a mirror, buzz, a ball of golden light suddenly materialized in his palms, followed by a beam of light that shot straight toward the island. His body, in the instant the beam emanated, vanished into particles of light. The 5 lieutenant generals who had watched him leave withdrew their gaze and, holding their den mushi, issued an order, Everyone, continue the bombardment. Do not stop." Even though Kizaru had arrived on the island, they didn't believe the enemy would be harmed by the shells. This order was given to prevent any soldiers from hesitating upon seeing Kizaru enter. Whoosh! A beam of light silently shot down from the sea onto the island. Kizaru, transformed into light particles, raced through it, heading deeper into the island. Soon, he arrived at St. Martin, the capital of the Kingdom of North. Landing on the rooftop of a tall building in the center of the capital, his observation haki rapidly expanded, soon covering a small portion of the city. He prepared to search the center first. Unfortunately, his observation haki's range was far less extensive than Yixio's, so he could only proceed step by step. He expected the search to take a while, but unexpectedly, as soon as his observation haki covered the area, he sensed a powerful presence. Instinctively, he thought he had discovered his target, Son Goku. But just then, a figure soared into the sky in the distance, catching him off guard, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Oh my! Why does it look to me like this is the guy? Indeed, his eyesight was quite good. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the soaring figure had a unique hairstyle, one that bore a striking resemblance to his target. Given the man's ability to fly and his remarkable aura, he immediately determined he was the Sun Wukong he was looking for. The question then arose, who is that powerful individual he had spotted earlier? Oh my god, things are getting complicated. This is really giving me a headache, he muttered to himself, tilting his head. He also realized that the bombs stopped in midair weren't Wukong's doing, but rather the work of this unexpected expert. He was tasked with both capturing Wukong and ensuring the smooth execution of the Demon Slayer order, meaning he also had to deal with this person. This was a rude awakening for him, who was simply trying to slack off. Then, let's take out the target first, and then we'll take care of the other one later, shall we? Though it was a question, his tone was affirmative. After all, with an additional target, if he wanted to finish quickly and continue slacking off, he had no choice but to expedite his efforts and finish the job quickly. With that, the Yata mirror reappeared, and a beam of light shot directly at the target in the air. To him, Goku, airborne and unhindered, was like a target, there was no chance of him missing. So, as he transformed into light particles and swarmed into the beam, his nonchalant voice, unfazed by the threat of detection, rang out, "Wow, wow, wow. How terrifying. How could such a formidable being exist on this island?" The next instant, a figure, reconstituted from light particles, suddenly appeared behind Goku. With his hands in his pockets and a lazy expression on his face, he mercilessly kicked Goku with his long, golden legs. "Sir, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, so loud it even drowned out the continuous explosions of artillery shells all around. An invisible shockwave erupted, spreading in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crackling. A flagpole, standing for who knows how long, tore apart a nearby building, flag and pole falling. On the ground, a gust of wind whipped up, overturning trash cans on the street. Residents either stood still to resist the force of the wind or clung to nearby objects, all the while keeping their eyes ajar to sweep away the dancing fruit peels and other debris, hoping it wouldn't fall on them. And they all shared a common question: what had been that loud noise? Where had that gust of wind come from? Who is that person? Such speed. Yixio, who was controlling the constant barrage of artillery shells, turned serious. He had spotted Kizaru when he arrived in St. Martin, but he was still quite a distance away, and he was too busy protecting the country from the bombardment to pay any attention. He hadn't expected the other person to be so fast, covering thousands of meters in an instant to attack Goku in midair. Such speed, could it be Admiral Kizaru? His mind raced, and he quickly came to this conclusion from the various data, his expression darkening even further. The admirals of the Navy have arrived. Are they really going to massacre this country? A fierce wind whipped through the sky, whipping Kizaru's white cape into a flutter. Kizaru's lazy eyes, hidden beneath his sunglasses, suddenly fluttered, his mouth twisting involuntarily. Wow, how terrifying. He actually took my attack. Before his eyes, Goku, who should have been sent flying by his kick, had somehow turned sideways, his left arm raised and caught his kick with a rock-like stability. He was a little stunned by this scene. After all, there were only a handful of people in the world capable of catching his kick, and he had never expected Goku to be among them. Who are you? A member of the Navy? Goku looked at him sternly, his hair fluttering in the wind. The hat that was supposed to cover his hair had been taken off and held in his hand because it had become unstable during his flight. "Yes, I am an admiral of the Navy, and my name is Kizaru," Kizaru said slowly, withdrawing his foot. At the same time, those lazy eyes scanned Goku repeatedly. "It seems that if I had arrived any later, you would have disguised yourself and escaped." Goku had never disguised himself before, but now he saw that he was wearing a fake beard, glasses, and a hat, a sure sign of a disguise and escape. "Disguise?" Goku ignored him and asked sternly, "Then those shells were also fired by your navy, right? Why did your navy attack this country?" Kizaru's expression remained unchanged. He tilted his head and replied in a nonsensical tone, "You should ask the 5 elders about that. I'm only following orders." "Orders? You navy, you obey such unscrupulous orders?" Goku's eyes were like knives, piercing Kizaru. For some reason, Kizaru felt an inexplicable sense of unease under his gaze. But his extraordinary character, having reached the rank of admiral, quickly dispelled any uneasiness. He spread his hands and replied nonchalantly, "Whether or not I'm completely heartless isn't up to you or me to decide. Besides, the Navy is controlled by the world government, and obeying the world government's orders is the Navy's motto." What a ridiculous statement. So, in the face of the world government, the Navy's ever-present righteousness is a joke. A sullen, angry voice boomed from below. Ichisho was standing on a piece of rock he had cut, levitating thanks to the shift in gravity. Oh my, another terrifying fellow, but you look strange. I've never heard of you before," Kizaru observed Ichisho with a look of surprise. Previously, he had only sensed Ichisho through his observation haki, not seen him in person. So, now that he saw his face, he was deeply surprised by the unfamiliar face before him. After all, he had assumed he was someone with a wanted order. "You haven't answered my question yet." Yixio ignored him, continuing with his previous question. "You people ask too many questions. I'm getting annoyed." Kizaru stopped answering and began to pick at his ears. Boom boom boom. The deafening sound of explosions continued to echo through the sky. Wave after wave of shells streaked from the island, streaking like meteors. Like a demon descending from the earth, they bombarded the island with a blanket of fire, intent on utter destruction. But thanks to Yixio's intervention, the shells collided mid-air before landing, transforming into balls of blazing flames that dissipated into tiny sparks. Even so, the people below, witnessing this commotion, were terrified, running around like insects in panic. After hearing Kizaru's response, Goku remained silent, observing the entire situation. Suddenly, he raised his left hand, and a large energy ball appeared in his hand. Then, with a powerful throw, the ki bullet transformed into a streak of light and shot off into the distance. What? The moment of this action was so brief that even Kizaru, who had been focusing most of his attention on Goku and had locked onto him with his observation haki, didn't react. Only after the ki bullet had flown did he suddenly turn around, staring in astonishment at the ki bullet, which had already reached the horizon. At that speed, even if he transformed into light and chased after it, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. Is he trying to attack the warship? The ki bullet was heading in the direction of the warship, so he immediately concluded. But he couldn't understand why there was only one ki bullet. The intelligence said that Son Goku could release many ki bullets at once. If he was going to attack a warship, shouldn't he be targeting just one? As he thought about this, his pupils suddenly shrank as he saw multiple points of light suddenly appear on the horizon. They were none other than smaller ki bullets that had split from the ki bullet. On the warship, 5 vice admirals stood at the bow, motionless, gazing at the situation on the island. Has Admiral Kizaru not found the enemy yet? They wondered. With Kizaru's speed, he should have found the enemy by now, so why were their shells being intercepted, unable to reach the island? Their faces suddenly changed as 10 blue dots of light suddenly appeared in their field of vision. Oh no, Oniguma unsheathed his sword without a second thought, knowing it must be an enemy attack. After all, they had long known from intelligence that the enemy's light bullets were blue, unlike Kizaru's golden ones. Flying Squirrel, Doberman, and the other 4 vice admirals knew this as well. They drew their swords or covered their fists in armament haki, hoping to repel the attack in one fell swoop. HMPH. You're still trying to recreate that scene? I'm here, so you won't stand. With a look of disdain on his face, Ghost Spider leaped from the ship, brandishing a black sword covered in armament haki at a light bullet fired from the front. How dare you attack us now, Doberman, cigarette in hand and a look of disdain in his eyes. also leaped to his feet, raising his black fist, the size of a casserole, and slamming it down on the incoming light bullet. We vice admirals are no match for the ones you encountered before. Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Stahlberg followed suit, brandishing their black swords or exhaling their fists, attempting to shatter the light bullets before them. On each of the 5 other warships attacked by the light bullets, a rear admiral, nearly as powerful as a vice admiral, leaped to his feet, also attempting to take the incoming attack. However, the next moment, as their swords or fists made contact with the incoming light bullets, whoosh! As fast as they came, they left even faster. They were like being struck by a towering mountain, instantly transformed into a shadow, slamming down heavily on the warship behind them. Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions echoed, and their figures instantly sank into the warship and disappeared. And this warship, known as the most sturdy, had its keel broken by their impact, and the hull wailed as it split in two. The soldiers on the deck were either thrown into the air by the huge impact and fell into the sea, or slipped as the hull tilted violently, falling into the sea like dumplings. Cries of surprise filled the air, fear written all over their faces. At this moment, they looked very much like the ordinary civilians in the port of Sao who had witnessed their ruthless artillery fire. Chapter 273 Kizaru, Slip Away. Boom. The deafening roar of 10 warships exploding filled the air. The sea lay in utter devastation, the waves surging like the roar of an enraged beast. Raging flames devoured the warships, their glow reaching the sky, illuminating half the sky crimson. The icy water, not to be outdone, rushed madly into the blasted holds. The collision of the two produced a torrent of steam and black smoke, blanketing the entire sea in a thick haze. Like trapped beasts, the warships struggled futilely, like octogenarians at the end of their lives, emitting hoarse, desperate howls as they slowly sank. Those who fell into the sea, or those who clung to the ship's railings, all looked on in disbelief at the catastrophic scene before them. They could not believe that these powerful vice-admirals, who had slain countless pirates in the past, had been defeated just like that. And, without even glimpsing the enemy. It all felt like a horrifying nightmare, filling them with immense fear and bewilderment. Hurry! Save them! Pull them out! The sole remaining warship bobbed and lurched in the churning sea. The sailors aboard dared not fire their shells. Their grim faces turned to horror as they watched their colleagues plight around them. The leading officer was no different. He glanced terrifiedly at the island, then at the sea where the warship had sunk, frantically directing his men to rescue the lives of the victims. At the same time, a terrifying thought welled up in his mind. What if all these lieutenant generals and major generals died here? What would happen then? Look! Those warships are sunk. Those executioners are dead. At Sao Harbor, the residents who had stubbornly refused to leave applauded as flames shot up from the sea. 10 warships sank one after another like dumplings. Their faces lit up with unconcealed excitement. I don't know who did it, but I just want to say, well done. He's a great hero of our country, a middle-aged man with a scarlet neck, his face flushed with emotion, the veins in his neck bulging. He raised his arms high and shouted with all his might, his voice hoarse with excitement. You're right. Thank you. Great hero, thank you. Great hero. The others followed suit, raising their arms and shouting with all their might. Their voices merged into a powerful wave that echoed over the harbor for a long time. Above the capital of St. Martin, seeing a series of flames erupt in the distant sky, followed by no more artillery fire, Kizaru's expression changed, his previous composure gone. How could it be? He wondered in shock. Those warships have 5 veteran and capable vice-admirals on board. How could they not be able to protect them? In an instant, his already grimacing face became even more agonizing. Trouble, trouble. If the Demon Slayer warship was destroyed, wouldn't he, the commander-in-chief, bear the brunt of the blame? How annoying. He clearly didn't have to come here, but the pursuit of Sun Wukong forced him to. Now, most of the blame for those vice-admirals' crimes would fall on him, a general. Thinking of this, he fixed his now focused gaze on Wukong. No matter what, I won't let you get away. He had initially been prepared to give it a go. After all, he'd suddenly realized Wukong was a tough nut to crack, and now his opponent had the considerable strength of Yixio. Under these circumstances, the mission would be far more challenging than he'd originally anticipated. With only a few subtle moves. So, he decided to just engage casually, preventing the enemy from blocking the Demon Slayer's cannonballs. Once the Demon Slayer was complete, he'd retreat. As for the questioning from the 5 elders if the capture mission failed, he'd already prepared a rebuttal. What are you, the world government's intelligence officers, for? The target's strength rivaled his own, and a powerful stranger had also appeared. It was already impressive that I could successfully complete the Demon Slayer Order mission alone. What more could you expect from me? If you want to blame someone, blame your intel. Having prepared a comprehensive response, he had no fear of being questioned by his superiors. He also didn't need to worry about his superiors continuing to task him with a capture mission. After all, the target was so powerful, sending him alone clearly couldn't pull it off. Sending 2 generals simultaneously to capture them was simply impossible. No one had ever been treated this way in years. So, having quickly devised a follow-up plan, he had no idea it would be shattered by a single, impulsive attack from Wukong. If the Demon Slayer Order mission failed, he'd have a hard time using his previous excuse. After all, the difference between failing one mission and failing both was a world of difference. Failure on one mission was still an excuse, but failure on both would be a recipe for failure, no matter how many valid excuses you had. So, for now, he had to pull himself together and complete the second mission he still had to complete perfectly. Is this the power of Sunsama? It truly amazes me. Not far away, a smile, possessing super long-range observation haki, captured every commotion outside Southport. He tilted his head, inwardly admiring Goku's prowess. At the same time, hearing the cheers of the people at the port, a wave of sadness washed over him. The Navy, once renowned for its justice, was now viewed by the lower classes as villains, just like the pirates. How pathetic. Elsewhere, Goku paused after a brief attack. His brow furrowed, his eyes lost in thought. Determined, Kizaru didn't care what he was thinking. To him, an enemy with inattentive attention was a good enemy. It allowed him to defeat them with minimal effort. Without a second thought, he suddenly flashed, instantly flanking Goku and delivering a powerful sideways kick. Bang! After a deafening explosion, he looked at Wukong, who had once again blocked his attack with his left hand. His eyebrows raised, and he exclaimed in surprise, "How terrifying! Even when he's thinking, he's still paying attention to my every move." With that, his body suddenly transformed into a flash of golden light, and in an instant, he was behind Wukong, attacking again. Bang! A massive impact erupted from the air, sweeping in all directions. On the street below, the people, who had thought the strange phenomenon was over and were chatting in groups, discussing what had happened, heard the noise from the sky and couldn't help but turn their eyes to the sky again. "What is that? 3 people in the sky? I'm not seeing things," they exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with disbelief. Some, even more eagle-eyed, caught sight of the marine cloak behind Kizaru and noticed the golden glint emanating from him. Their eyes widened in surprise, and they exclaimed, that man, couldn't be Admiral Kizaru, Kurla. Over here. We see them." On the rooftop of a tall building, Kurla and several Revolutionary Army soldiers were scanning various directions with binoculars. As one of the Revolutionary Army soldiers looked in a certain direction, the rapidly moving telescope suddenly paused, then pulled back a little. Then, as if confirming something, he lowered the telescope and shouted to Kurla in the other direction. Where? Hearing the voice, Kurla rushed over and, following the Revolutionary Army soldiers' instructions, quickly focused the telescope in a certain direction. "Goku! He's there," she gasped in surprise at the sight through the telescope, her expression then changing. "That's Admiral Kizaru. He's really caught up with us, huh? Why is there another person? Who's that blind man?" She lowered the telescope and asked the Revolutionary Army soldiers to her left and right, but they all shook their heads, saying they didn't know him either. "Goku, please don't be in any trouble." Her knuckles turning pale as she gripped the telescope, Korra bit her lip, worry thickening her face, but there was nothing she could do to help. Not to mention the distance, it would take them ages to get there, and even if they could, with their limited resources, how much could they possibly do to help? After all, that was an admiral, one of the most powerful beings in the world. How could they possibly mess with him? The wind roared fiercely in the sky, its howling like the roar of a wild animal. A dazzling golden flash flashed, landing on the rooftop of a nearby building. Seeing his attacks were futile, Kizaru raised his arms, folding them. The cross of golden light gathered at his fingertips suddenly collapsed into a series of light bullets. Yosakuni no Magatama, his sunglasses reflected the golden light, and his lazy chant carried a devastating force. Hundreds of light bullets rained down on Goku in the sky like divine punishment, seemingly pulverizing him like a sieve. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. A series of deafening explosions echoed. In an instant, the sky and the earth shifted color, and countless flashes of light blazed, their brightness surpassing the sun, blinding those watching from below. "Ah, my eyes," many covered their eyes, wailing. "Such a dazzling light. Even I can feel its brightness." Not far away, Yixio, watching the battle, felt a chill in his heart. Even a blind man like him could sense the dazzling light, let alone those who could see. "You're going to take my attack head-on." Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the plume of white smoke rising in the air. His observation haki could sense that the opponent was still standing. But, uninjured? Truly a tough nut to crack. Sensing no change in the opponent's aura, he rubbed his teeth, feeling even more daunted. Soon, the smoke dissipated, revealing Goku's figure. A single glance and Kizaru's pupils constricted. He noticed that not only was the opponent's body uninjured, but even his clothing, even the hat he held in his hand, was pristine, not a speck of dust on it. Then, Goku lowered his head, hooked his finger, and said expressionlessly, "Is that all you've got?" Kizaru's eyelids twitched. It felt like he hadn't heard such words since his promotion to Vice Admiral. He hadn't expected to hear it again from his opponent today. Even though he was usually slow to anger, a hint of anger welled up within him. His eyes grew more serious. And he dropped any words of weakness like "how terrifying." Instead, he said in a deep voice, "It seems I'll need to use all my strength to defeat you." With a flick of his hands, a sword, gleaming with golden light and radiating a terrifying might, emerged from his presence. The reflection of the mirror obscured the sudden, fierce murderous intent in his eyes. He transformed into light, appearing above Goku in the blink of an eye. His lightsaber, like a divine sword, slashed down at him fiercely. Bang! A devastating shockwave swept across, and Kizaru's pupils constricted at the sight. Goku raised his left hand, a sword-like finger raised above his head, and with that single stroke, he blocked the awe-inspiring blow. Goku's open light blue jacket flapped, his hair billowing in the breeze. Behind his mirrorless glasses, his calm gaze seemed to say, "That's it." Kizaru, despite being a high-ranking general, possessed a calm demeanor, quickly suppressing his shock. He grasped his sword with both hands, and within a few breaths, he slashed at Goku dozens of times. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The earth seemed to shake as Kizaru's sword rose and fell, each strike packed with surging power. The muscles beneath his yellow sleeves tensed, and veins on his forehead bulged faintly, indicating that he had exhausted all his strength. Across from him, Goku held his hat behind his back with his right hand, his left sword finger dancing in front of him, leaving a trail of afterimages as he met each of Goku's blows with pinpoint accuracy. The more he attacked, the more solemn Kizaru's expression grew. How could this be possible? His full-strength attack had no effect at all? And yet, the other party was so effortless? He instantly knew he couldn't continue like this. He suddenly leaned back, transforming into countless points of light, which instantly regrouped 100 meters away. Then, with a flick of his finger, dozens of light bullets launched outward. Another trick. Wukong watched silently, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Suddenly, these incoming light bullets transformed into yellow monkeys, each wielding the Aim no Kirakumo sword. They rapidly attacked Wukong from all directions. Their ferocious attacks threatened to pierce Wukong with countless holes. This time, Wukong didn't stand still. He vanished in a flash, leaving the yellow monkeys empty-handed. Then, before they could react, his figure continued to flash around them. Bang, 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 bang. In less than a breath, Goku appeared behind the group of yellow monkeys. He lowered his sword, and dozens of yellow monkeys behind him blinked blankly, then exploded like balloons, vanishing into a cloud of light. Escaped. Goku didn't even glance behind him. He stared at the horizon, sensing Kizaru's presence rapidly moving away from the island. Suddenly, his figure vanished into thin air. Kizaru, transformed into particles of light, shot towards the warships. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he realized he couldn't possibly defeat Goku. If he could win, he would undoubtedly be seriously injured. But he couldn't forget Yixio, who was watching closely from afar. With Yixio's strength, he would be difficult to persuade while seriously injured, let alone capture Goku. Given that, there was no point in continuing to fight Goku. He might face criticism from his superiors, but at least he wouldn't be seriously injured. As he pondered this, He could already see the sea ahead. A lone warship loomed on the sea, surrounded by dozens of lifeboats. The dejected sailors on the lifeboats, like drowned dogs, came into view. His expression darkened, and he was about to fly toward the warship. But just then, Goku suddenly appeared above him, kicking him at the speed of light. Bang! Instantly, Kizaru appeared, slamming down to the ground like a falling star. Goku retracted his foot, staring at the dusty ground and saying earnestly, "I can't let you go. You'll be of great use later." Chapter 274, Convey my words to the 5 elders. On the rooftop of a building in the capital, San Martin, Kurla was stunned for a moment as the figure in the telescope suddenly vanished. Then, realizing Goku had departed using his mysterious teleportation technique, she lowered the telescope. Like the other Revolutionary Army soldiers around her, she shared a look of shock. They were shocked by Goku's strength. Although they couldn't see the details of the battle between Goku and Kizaru, Goku's hands behind his back, and the fact that Kizaru's various attacks failed to harm Goku, spoke volumes about Goku's immense power. Goku, is he really that strong? Kurla muttered to herself, her mind dazed. She recalled the moment she first met this man. Back then, he had defeated a Sea King with a single blow, and she had already overestimated his strength. But she had never imagined his power would surpass her expectations. Sabo probably never imagined Goku could be this powerful. Thinking of Sabo's astonishment upon learning of Goku's strength, she couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, swish! 2 figures appeared before her. The surrounding Revolutionary Army soldiers, as if facing a formidable enemy, instantly drew their weapons. But upon recognizing the newcomers' faces, they froze, their murderous intent vanishing. They were none other than Goku and the dusty, unconscious Admiral Kizaru. "Goku!" Kurla exclaimed, her mouth agape, her expression blank as she stared at Goku, who appeared unperturbed, and Kizaru, who had been casually thrown to the ground. No, wait, what happened? Why did Kizaru suddenly become so utterly sluggish? While her mind was blank, Goku looked at her earnestly and said, "Kurla, can you contact the leader of your Revolutionary Army now?" Huh? Kurla's large, bewildered eyes blinked repeatedly. At that moment, her mind felt like a rusty machine, desperately trying to work, but stuck in its rusted gears for ages, unable to turn. Seeing this, Goku's serious expression faded. He scratched his head, blinking adorably. Huh? No way, wait. Let me straighten it out first. Kurla raised a hand to stop him from speaking, then covered her forehead with the other, rubbing her temples with her thumb and middle finger. It took several seconds before she finally felt her brain begin to function again. She lowered her hand and pointed at Kizaru lying on the ground, probing. "Goku, you defeated him?" Her large, unblinking eyes fixed on Goku, and she swallowed hard. It wasn't surprising, because repelling a Marine Admiral wasn't the same as stunning one, especially since Goku had only been gone for a short time, not even half a minute, right? Hiss. She realized this belatedly, and gasped at the shock of the situation. Just then, Goku nodded and replied, "Yes." Gulp. 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 A series of swallowing sounds echoed, like a powerful symphony. The Revolutionary Army soldiers, standing nearby, listening silently to the exchange, were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. They looked at Kizaru, lying like a dead dog on the ground, then at Goku, whose face was filled with bewilderment. A single thought crossed their minds: this day was about to change. They were witnessing the birth of history. Kurla took several deep breaths, finally letting the shock subside. She stopped questioning Kizaru and looked at Goku seriously, asking, "I see, Goku. So, what did you mean by asking me to contact our leader?" "I have something to ask him," Goku said simply, his expression returning to seriousness. Kurla nodded, not questioning Goku's meaning. She immediately pulled out a den mushi from her pocket and, after a few clicks, summoned it. Soon, the call connected, and a deep male voice spoke. "Kurla, why are you contacting me at this time? What's going on?" Kurla's face was serious. "Ryu, I have something to report to you." In a few words, she explained the Navy's launch of the demon-slaying order against the Kingdom of North, Goku's defeat and capture of Admiral Kizaru, and Goku's desire to speak with him. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, fell silent. After 6 or 7 seconds, Dragon's voice, now noticeably more serious and solemn, spoke again. "I understand. Give him the phone." Kurla, without hesitation, stepped forward and handed the Den Mushi to Goku. "Hello, I'm Son Goku." Goku took the Den Mushi, looked at it curiously for 2 seconds, then raised it to his lips and introduced himself with a smile. "Hello, Son Goku, I'm Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. I've heard your name for ages. I've always wanted to meet you, but unfortunately, I never had the chance." Dragon's voice rang out with a hint of regret. "Really? Haha." Goku initially smiled, then quickly put his smile aside and said seriously, "Then now is your chance." "Huh? What do you mean?" Goku asked instead. "Are you far from the Kingdom of North now? How long would it take to get here?" Across the boundless ocean, an unassuming sailboat sped along. Inside a soundproof chamber, Dragon's eyes suddenly narrowed. Why would he ask such a question? Was it a coincidence? What Goku didn't know was that Dragon's ship was actually heading towards the Kingdom of North, a fact unknown to everyone except a few key officials. After all, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world government was eager to chop off his head, so he couldn't be too cautious. He paused for a second, reflecting on Goku's previous actions and Kurla's report. He made a decision. "To be honest, I'm on my way to the Kingdom of North. It'll probably take another 2 days." "Oh, is that so? That's great." Goku's eyes lit up at his answer. He then added solemnly, "The reason I called you over here is because," as he continued speaking, Kurla's mouth widened, her already large eyes growing larger than bells. Fortunately, the other Revolutionary Army soldiers had left the area and gone downstairs to maintain security, otherwise, there would have been many more stunned statues standing here. 200 meters from Sao Harbor, a lone naval vessel bobbed in the waves. On the deck, a brigadier general directed the treatment of the wounded while gazing intently at the island. It had been so long since there was any movement on the island. Why hadn't Admiral Kizaru returned? Could something have happened? He shook his head sharply, dismissing the thought. How could it be possible? Admiral Kizaru couldn't be in trouble. At that moment, a serious-looking lieutenant colonel hurried across the crowded deck and emerged from the cabin. Commodore Gru. Hearing his voice, Commodore Gru turned and saw the solemn expression on his face. His heart sank. As expected, the lieutenant colonel continued in a grave tone, "Commodore and the others have suffered serious injuries, with Lieutenant General Doberman being the most seriously injured. His right hand has been comminuted, with at least 40 broken bones. The doctor says it will take 2 to 3 months to fully recover," and he paused, glancing at Commodore Gru before adding the rest of his sentence, "Even if it recovers, it will be difficult to fight with your right hand." In an instant, Commodore Gru's face darkened completely. He was a close confidant of Lieutenant General Doberman. With his hand crippled, his strength would surely decline significantly. He might even resign his rank and return home. Would that mean his backing would be gone? Just as his expression shifted, his thoughts shifting, a figure silently appeared on the bustling deck. Wukong glanced around, his face expressionless as he watched the Marines leaning against the side or sitting cross-legged on the deck, their bodies bandaged with wounds of varying sizes. Suddenly, a Marine in front of him, head bowed, noticed a pair of shoes that looked out of place and glanced up. The instant he took in the person before him, his eyes widened and he shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Swish! Instantly, everyone on the deck was drawn to his voice, their gazes fixed on him. Upon catching sight of Wukong, standing still and erect like a pine tree, their faces changed dramatically. Snap, 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 snap. Those Marines who were uninjured or less seriously injured suddenly stood up, raised their spears, and aimed their black muzzles at Wukong. They all stared at Goku as if facing a formidable enemy, a formidable foe who had plunged them into such a dire situation before they'd even seen him. Beads of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Goku, on the other hand, stood still, his expression unwavering even as hundreds of guns pointed at him. How could it be? How could he be here? Where's Admiral Kizaru? The quick-witted Marines immediately recalled Kizaru's previous trip to the island to hunt down the enemy. Now, the enemy had suddenly appeared here, and Admiral Kizaru was nowhere to be seen. Could it be? The Marines' faces paled at the thought. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from behind the Marines. The soldiers automatically made way, revealing a tall, burly figure. Commodore Gru, the highest-ranking conscious Marine on the ship, steeled himself and stepped forward, stopping 3 meters in front of Goku. His muscles tensed beneath his loose robes. Though Goku was more than a head shorter than him and nowhere near as muscular, it was he who felt the most nervous. He looked at Goku gravely, took a deep breath, and then spoke. Sun Wukong, what are you doing here? He didn't dare rebuke him for entering the warship, as that would be provocative, nor did he dare order the soldiers to open fire. While they had more men than Goku, it seemed the odds were stacked against them. In reality, even if they attacked together, they probably wouldn't last a single round. Furthermore, Kizaru's absence was telling. While he'd heard of Kizaru's penchant for lazing around, it was impossible for him to be doing so in this situation. He pondered this, staring intently at Goku, trying to guess his intentions. Wukong didn't let him wait any longer. Seeing the leader emerge, he spoke seriously. I've come here to tell you that I hope you won't harm innocent people again. Whether it's the people of this country or other countries, I hope you won't hurt them again. Commodore Gru and the sailors were stunned. Then, Wukong continued, please convey these words to the 5 elders. Also, tell them that in 3 days, I will personally travel to the Red Earth continent to meet with them. The implication was, you want to capture me, don't you? There's no need for you to come now, I'll come to you myself. These words terrified Commodore Gru and the sailors, staring in disbelief at the man before them. How dare he? How dare he do this? Their hearts were in turmoil, and they were stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. Goku said nothing more. He raised his sword finger to his forehead and whispered, goodbye. Then, like dissipating bubbles, he vanished from their sight. He left behind the Marines, their hearts shaken and speechless for a long time. In the holy land of Marijoa, within the familiar, vast palace, the 5 elders sat quietly on their sofas. Some sipped their tea with narrowed eyes, while others folded their arms, eyes closed in repose. They had gathered here, awaiting the news that the Demon Slayer order had been completed. Suddenly, pop, 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 the call of a den mushi emanated from Topman Wolchili Sai. He took another leisurely sip of tea, then set the cup down and pulled a den mushi from his pocket. However, when he saw the seagull displayed on the den mushi, his expression, which had been expected, changed. Why was it Sengoku? Why was he calling at this hour? The other 5 elders noticed this, also curious, and turned their attention. Hello, Zango, what can I do for you? Saint Topman Volkili pressed the answer button and asked expressionlessly. Your Excellency, the 5 elders, Brigadier General Gru just reported to me something that urgently requires your attention. Zanguo's voice was solemn. Saint Topman Volkili narrowed his eyes, a foreboding feeling welling up. Go ahead, Zanguo, Your Excellency, the 5 elders. The first thing I must tell you is that the demon-slaying order against the kingdom of Norris has failed. Crack. Saint Marcus Maz, standing nearby, instantly crushed the water glass in his hand. And then, as Zanguo spoke one provocative sentence after another, boom. 5 powerful auras erupted from the 5 elders, a howling gust of winds that toppled cups, ornaments, and other items from the palace to the ground, creating a devastating mess. However, the 5 elders ignored all this, their eyes flashing with murderous intent, their voices as cold as ice. What a Sun Wukong, how arrogant you are. Chapter 275 Gambling. The streets were bustling with activity, a cacophony of discussion rising and falling. Surprise and curiosity crossed their faces, as they gathered in groups of 2 or 3, passionately discussing the extraordinary and earth-shattering noises that had occurred. Did you hear? It seems those explosions were caused by artillery shells, fired by the Navy. What? Really? Why would the Navy fire artillery shells? And what about that strange flash I saw in the sky earlier? These words mingled in the air, forming a humming sound. Amidst the crowd, Yixio, leaning on his staff and sword, stood tall yet radiating a sense of loneliness as he advanced steadily and unhurriedly. Though his eyes couldn't see the surroundings, his steps were remarkably steady, without the slightest hesitation or stumble. The pedestrians around him chatted animatedly, unaware that the blind man passing by was the benefactor who had saved them from the bombardment. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yixio arrived at the edge of the capital of San Martin. The streets here were less bustling and more tranquil. A large courtyard stood quietly on the street, its gray walls slightly mottled, topped by green vines. Occasionally, a few small, unnamed flowers peeked out, swaying gently in the breeze. Yixio walked to the gate and paused. Inside, a young man sitting in the guardhouse poked his head out suspiciously, examined him carefully, and then asked, "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" His suspicion was understandable. After all, Yixio appeared to be blind, yet he had the precision to stop at the door. Anyone unfamiliar with the observation Haki would have noticed something was amiss. "Hello, I'm here to see Mr. Sun Wukong." Yixio nodded slightly and said politely, "Excuse me, may I come in?" The young man's expression changed at the answer. This was the secret base of the Revolutionary Army. Mr. Wukong's presence was unknown to anyone except the members of their own army. How could this blind man know? And who was he? In an instant, he was on high alert. His right hand reached into his bosom, grasping a hidden pistol, ready for immediate action. "Who are you?" His voice rose slightly. While focusing his primary attention on Yixio, he scanned his surroundings with his peripheral vision, trying to find anything unusual. Yixio, naturally sensing his subtle movements and wariness, shook his head, his gentle smile still on his face. "I mean no harm, sir. There's no need to be alarmed. My name is Yixio. I'm a friend of yours, Lord Sun, so to speak. Just tell him my name." He paused, then smiled faintly. "Besides, with Lord Sun's strength, even if I come here with malicious intent, you shouldn't have anything to worry about." The young man, already wary of him, was taken aback by his last words. That seemed to be what the blind man said. How could he have forgotten that? A man who could capture a Marine admiral alive could roam the world recklessly, surely? Even if this blind man in front of him wanted to harm him, he couldn't. His guard dropped, and a smile crept across his face. Wait a moment, then, he pulled out a den mushi that had been waiting for him, cancelled the emergency call, and made a regular call instead. "Hello, this is Kinpira. Please tell Mr. Goku that there's a man named Chisho at the door. He claims to be Mr. Goku's friend and wants to meet him." A moment later. Yes, I got it." Kinpira hung up the phone and quickly opened the door, an apologetic smile on his face. "Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Chisho, I made a fuss just now. Please forgive me." He had just learned from his companions that this blind man was indeed Mr. Goku's friend. Who was Mr. Goku? He was the hero who punched celestial dragons and kicked marine admirals, the hero that these Revolutionary Army soldiers idolized. Then, Mr. Wukong's friends' other friends. "No, I'm sorry for interrupting you," Yixio smiled. Seeing how quickly Jinpira's attitude changed, he couldn't help but sigh at Sun Wukong's status in the Revolutionary Army. He declined Jinpira's offer to lead the way and walked alone towards the black house in the courtyard. The courtyard was quiet, with bluestone slabs on the ground, some of which were covered with a light moss. A few large, slightly bare trees were planted around, and the corner of the courtyard was filled with leaves still tinged with emerald green, as if telling of the past. Soon, Yixio arrived at the door of the house. Dong Li, who had been waiting there, walked down the steps quickly, a warm smile on his face, and extended a hand to support him. "Mr. Yixio, we meet again. My name is Dong Li. I wonder if you still remember me." Yixio answered without hesitation, "Of course I do. That day, it was thanks to the little girl next to you who showed me the way." "Ha, you mean Miayu, right? She's indeed a very kind-hearted person. But she's not here this time, so you won't be able to see her," Dong Li joked with him as he studied the unassuming blind man. Just now, they had learned from Wukong that it was this blind middle-aged man who had saved the country from bombing. Because of this, he felt a deep respect for him, and subconsciously used respectful terms in his speech. After helping Yixio into the room, he said, "Mr. Wukong is having dinner, and he asked me to bring you over. Do you mind?" He looked at Yixio with some embarrassment. After all, it was somewhat impolite to meet guests during a meal, but they couldn't say anything. Mr. Wukong had fought with Kizaru, and he was hungry. "Isn't it normal to eat a little?" "That's fine. I'm a little hungry too. If it's okay, could I join you for a bite?" Yixio wasn't surprised by this, having already seen Goku eating through his observation haki. "Of course. Please follow me." In the cafeteria, Goku clutched a bowl the size of a wash basin, his chopsticks dancing in a way that left after images. He slurped down his rice with big mouthfuls, his cheeks bulging like a ravenous hamster. Beside him, a towering pile of plates, once filled with delicacies, now empty. No matter how many times, Goku's appetite never ceases to amaze me. Across from him, Kurla cupped her cheeks, a hint of a smile in her eyes, watching Goku's prodigious appetite with a sense of admiration. Me too." Robin's brows curved, the corners of her mouth curled upward, and she let out a lazy, sexy laugh. Just then, the door opened, and two figures entered. Mr. Wukong. I've brought Mr. Yixio, Dongli said cheerfully, holding the door open to allow Yixio unimpeded access. How? Yixio, Wukong paused his rapid shuffling of rice and stammered, his words slurring. A grain of rice still clung to his lips, making him look rather comical. Wukong, and everyone else, I'm sorry to bother you. Yixio, though blind, knew several people were seated and nodded in greeting. No need to bother. Mr. Yixio. I wanted to see you too. Kurla left her chair and approached him, a beaming smile on her face. Even while watching the battle, she had been intrigued by this third person who had appeared near Wukong and Kizaru. If she hadn't forgotten to ask Wukong later, she wouldn't have known he was the benefactor who had protected the Kingdom of North. She would have sent someone to find him long ago. Who are you? Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kurla, and I'm a member of the Revolutionary Army, Kurla said confidently. Yixio wasn't surprised by her membership in the Revolutionary Army, having long suspected this was their base. Please take a seat. Mr. Yixio, would you like something to eat? I'll have the chef make it for you. Do you have noodles? I like mustard noodles. Mustard noodles? Of course we do. I'll have the chef make them, Kurla said, and was about to go to the kitchen, but Dongli volunteered. I'll go. Sister Kurla, you two chat here, hunk. Wukong greeted Yixio and continued to devour his meal. Yixio, having had the experience of dining with her last time, didn't want to disturb her. Instead, he turned to Kurla and said, Miss Kurla, I want to thank you, the Revolutionary Army. These words caught the attention of not only Kurla but also Robin and Pugil. Thank us? Have you ever had any contact with Yixio before? Kurla asked curiously, blinking her eyes. Their Revolutionary Army had been established for about 20 years, and at Yixio's age, it was quite possible they had met before, so she wasn't surprised. Unexpectedly, Yixio shook his head and said, No. Kurla was stunned. How could there be gratitude if they hadn't met before? Yixio continued, I want to thank you because you saved this country and brought it to life. While traveling these days, he had relied on his powerful observation haki to capture the dark past of this country that hadn't yet been completely erased. This shocked him deeply. To think that such a peaceful and happy country had endured so many heartbreaking experiences that brought heartbreak and tears to the eyes of those who saw them. And all this was possible because of the Revolutionary Army. Kurla was stunned again. Are you from this country? No. Yixio shook his head again. I'm just a traveler, and this is my first time in this country. What about you? Kurla was at a loss for words. Not from this country, yet expressing gratitude on its behalf. What kind of generosity does that possess? She looked intently at the blind man before her, her heart surging with emotion. Recalling his earlier, righteous act of silently saving this country, she suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Someone who cares deeply about ordinary strangers, isn't he the perfect person to join their Revolutionary Army? She opened her mouth to speak, but just then, Dongli approached with a bowl of hot mustard noodles. Yixio, your mustard noodles are here. Thank you, sir. Seeing Yixio already holding his chopsticks, she paused, swallowing her words. Why rush? Yixio was still here anyway. Wouldn't it be even more apparent that the Revolutionary Army valued him when Long arrived in 2 days and personally invited him? For a moment, the cafeteria fell silent. The only sounds remaining were the ping-pong of Wukong's empty plate as he continued to put it down, and the rustling of Yixio's noodles as he slurped them. After an unknown amount of time, when Wukong finished his last bowl of rice and wiped his mouth with a look of satisfaction, Yixio, already sated and waiting for a long time, stood up and said solemnly, Sir son, I need to speak to you privately about something. Seeing this, Kurla and Robin were curious about what Yixio wanted to say to Wukong, but out of courtesy, they didn't ask any further questions and took the initiative to leave, leaving the two of them alone to talk. After casually discarding the tissue he'd used to wipe his mouth, Goku blinked and asked curiously, Yixio, what do you want to tell me? Yixio's face was grave. He paused for a few seconds, his brow furrowed slightly before he slowly spoke, Sir son, you are very powerful. I admire your ability to defeat Kizaru, but I have a question. Why did you want to capture him? His eyelids fluttered open, his white eyes fixed on Goku. Repelling a Marine Admiral and capturing one are two completely different things. The former would intimidate the world government and the Navy, forcing them to stop trying to capture Goku, The latter would utterly infuriate them, causing immense turmoil throughout the world, potentially costing many innocent lives. Just like their homeland of Norris, after he and Goku left, would the enraged world government once again attempt to raze it to the ground? As someone concerned about the safety of innocent people, he couldn't sit idly by and watch this unfold. Well, because I want to, Wukong replied with a smile. He then explained his plans to travel to the Red Earth continent in 3 days. After hearing all this, Yixao's eyes widened, a look of shock. He asked in disbelief, "Sir Sun, do you know what you're doing? Even with your might, you can't do this alone." He couldn't imagine where this man had the confidence to pull off such a feat. But then Wukong grinned, "Don't worry, Yixao. I do have a little confidence in my own abilities." Yixao fell silent. About half a minute later, he suddenly pulled out a dice cup from his pocket. 2 dice clattered back and forth, making a crisp sound. "How about a bet? If the dice show an odd number, you tell me the true strength of your confidence." He placed the cup on the table and shook it casually. A wave of gravity seeped in through his fingertips, silently changing the total of the 2 dice to an odd number. Then he raised his head and asked again, "How is it, Lord Sun?" Wukong blinked and tapped his finger lightly on the table. A force traveled along the surface and onto the dice, flipping one of them over, instantly making the total even. "Yixao, you probably destroyed your eyes more to escape." Earlier, after finishing his meal, Yixao had been chatting with Kurla and the others, saying that he had become blind because he couldn't bear to see the filth and evil of the world. Although he was busy eating, he had listened to their words. "I sense you're in turmoil, Yixao," Wukong continued, his face serious. "You probably want to change the world, too, but perhaps because you're powerless, you choose to escape. I accept your bet. If the number isn't odd, you'll join the Revolutionary Army and help them change the world. How about that?" Yixao's grip on the dice cup suddenly tightened. Suddenly, his vision flashed back to the horrific scene of blood-soaked fields before he destroyed his eyes. Soon after, the sounds of joy and happiness he had heard while walking through the kingdom of North rang again. Children's laughter, people's conversations, gentle voices expressing kindness. These sounds were like a warm force, shocking his heart. After a long silence, he suddenly sighed, "You are right, Your Excellency Sun. For all these years, I have been shamefully avoiding it, and now, with someone like Your Excellency Sun daring to make such a great determination to change the world, how can I avoid it any longer? This round, I lose." With that, the dice cup opened, revealing 2 dice, both even numbers. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.